get underway in a matter of minutes. It wasn't looking too clever when we showed up this morning. It was heavy downpour, torrential rain, and when I got here about 9:15 this morning, the covers were soaked and there were big puddles building up on this outfield, which hasn't seen much rain at all over the past few months. But we are set for some action. Essex have won the toss. They've put Surrey into bat, possibly unsurprisingly. The umpires have just walked out. The players are joining them now at the crease. It's going to be Rory Burns and Dom Sibley opening things up for Surrey. A couple of changes to both sides, but we're expecting those teams to possibly change again with some of the test players not involved at Lords for England, Pakistan. Matthew Fisher is here, but we understand that Ollie Pope and Sam Cook haven't arrived yet, but when they do, we think they'll come and slot straight into their respective sides. I'm delighted to be alongside Mark Church, my colleague from BBC London.
Well,
afternoon, Mark.
All I would say is I'm hoping that Messrs Cook and Pope are in the same car. That's all I would say, with one of them driving. But yes, that once they arrive, then they will come into their respective sides for two names we'll give you in a minute.
It's Jamie Porter is going to get things underway for Essex, and I think this is going to be early runs for Rory Burns. Porter just straight onto his pads, and that is worked off the hip nicely by Burns, and Shane Snater does the fielding at fine leg, and that is a single. Surrey off the mark.
Very good work from the ground staff this morning. Lot of rain, and they worked really hard to get us started at 1:30. I think it will be a good toss for Essex to win. With overhead conditions and the covers having been on and a bit of rain about, there could be something in this early on after lunch in what is really the first session, because tea will be at 4. And we've got the 75 overs to bowl today, minimum of 75. So we've lost 21 overs today because of the rain this morning and overnight.
Here comes Porter again. Dom Sibley facing his first ball. He just shoulders arms, lets that one pass through. Good length from Porter outside off stump. Michael Pepper collects.
Yeah, well, Porter's turned around with a big grin on his face. That was encouraging, because Pepper's taken that off his feet, going away to his right. So really good bounce and carry there for Jamie Porter coming down the slope. So that will be a real encouragement for Jamie Porter, and that will wake the slips up as well. Walter at first, Harmer at second, Critchley at third. Having seen that one climb, they will be on their toes in that slip cordon now.
Just take a step back, as here comes Porter again, bowling to Sibley. Oh, and that takes the outside edge, but it's played into the ground. Matt Critchley dives in vain, and that races way to the boundary. First boundary of the match. Gets Dom Sibley off the mark.
Yeah, good length. And Sibley's actually played that pretty well with soft hands. Got turned around a touch, but thick outside edge, flies away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. But yes, these first 3 deliveries, there will be something there for Porter, Snater, Bennett, Cook when he arrives.
Yeah, excellent carry there from Porter as he comes in bowling to Sibley once more. Oh, straighter this time. Sibley comes forward and plays that solidly. No run, yeah. I think Essex will be hoping Sam Cook gets here as quickly as possible.
Just to explain to everybody, Surrey have named Nikhil Garuntla in the starting 11, so this will be his first class debut. But as soon as Ollie Pope arrives, Garuntla drops out, Pope comes into the side, and Charlie Bennett's the same for Sam Cook. So as soon as Sam Cook arrives, that's the end of Charlie Bennett's game.
Here comes Porter again. And Sibley just works that into mid-wicket. Good piece of fielding in there.
And the other thing to say, this is an important game for both sides. Both sides could still go and win the championship, but
optimistic, Mark.
But they'll be looking over their shoulders now. Surrey in particular, just 3 points between them and Leicestershire in 8th and 9th. And starting this game, 13 points between Surrey and Essex. Essex are a place above.
Porter with the last ball of the over. Sibley comes forward and defends into the leg side once more. So after the first over, Surrey 5 without loss.
Yeah, being realistic, Surrey's defeat last week against Nottinghamshire huge, because they had a real opportunity and that was the difference between 3 points and 19 points. And I think from here you'd have to win all last 5 games and might need a few favours from elsewhere if you're Essex and Surrey. They won't have put that out of their minds, but both sides have got to keep an eye on what's coming behind them as well, because Leicestershire's win last week, and we have results in every single game in the last round. Might not get that in this round because of the weather, but both these sides will be desperate to put a win on the board at this stage of the season. It's going to be Shane Snater to get us started from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. Not a huge crowd in as yet. I think a lot of people probably waiting to see when cricket was going to start. There were some brave souls in this morning when the rain was coming down.
They were sat through the downpour, didn't they?
Certainly did.
Optimists.
Oh, very much so. So Essex winning the toss, putting Surrey in. 5 without loss after the first over. Snater will come around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. It's on his hip, and Burns just drops this down into the leg side, and there is no run. So the other bit of news from the Surrey camp is Jordan Clark misses out with an Achilles injury. So Rahul Chahar comes into the side. So Mahipal Lomro, he made his debut against Nottinghamshire, and Rahul Chahar both playing. So you've got 2 spinning options there for Surrey. As Snater's in, forward comes Burns solidly. Plays this one gently down into the leg side. That rolls up to Tom Wesley, stood at mid-on. So it's Sibley, Burns, Thomas, Garunta to start, but will drop out when Pope gets here. Folkes, Blake, Lombrow, Chahar, Laws, Fisher, Worrell. Is that Surrey 11? And Burns and Sibley out there to open up for Surrey. Snater around the wicket, he comes once again to the left-handed Burns. He's on his hip, and Burns will just turn this one to the left of Charlie Allison, and will pick up a single. So Burns moves on to 2, and Surrey move on to 6 without loss. The other lovely thing is the sun's come out.
I know, I've had to borrow your sun cap, Mark. Very kind of you to lend it.
More than welcome to have the cap, but I didn't think we'd see the sun today. It was a bit of a surprise arriving to proper rain. We haven't had proper rain in weeks.
It never rains in Chelmsford.
No, it never rains in Chelmsford. Sometimes pours in Chelmsford, but it never rains.
Sometimes it never rains.
Yeah.
But this summer's been an anomaly, really, hasn't it? How few cricket games have been impacted by the weather. And as you were saying earlier, Stuart Kerrison and his ground team have done an incredible job.
They really have. And actually the outfield is looking very good as well. As over the wicket comes Snater to Sibley for the first time. Sibley's letting that one go.
Good carry again.
Yeah, taking that waist high, Pepper. Moving in front of Paul Walter at first slip. And of course the news that Dean Algar's retiring at the end of this season.
A very loyal servant to county cricket and of course to international cricket. Retired a little while ago, but I don't know, plenty of people will be sad to see the back of him, but what a career he's had, Mark.
Unbelievable. Absolutely brilliant player, Dean Algar. As forward goes Sibley. Again, that one just nipping back. Good leave. Taken high to his left by Pepper. Of course, won the championship with Surrey 2018, Dean Algar.
Yep.
And I said last night, if I wanted somebody to bat for my life, it would
you
be
were saying
Dean
that
Algar.
off air, weren't you?
Without
yeah, he's a fighter,
doubt.
isn't he? A warrior.
And do not hit him in the first over that he's facing, because that always focuses him up. But great test career as well. As Snater's in to Sibley. It's on his pads.
Great
That'll be
shot.
full. Doesn't want to be bowling there, Snater. He knows that. Anything on Sibley's pads is bread and butter for him. Just rolls the wrists on that. And that whistles off to the square leg boundary rope for 4. So second boundary for Sibley. And Surrey 10 without loss after a couple of overs.
I think we said when we came here, it's a bit of a no-brainer looking at the weather. It was win the toss and bowl, put the other team in. But now, I mean, it's only been a couple of overs, it's hard to tell, but the ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely. So an argument to say getting put in, losing that toss isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little too early to say as yet. Sometimes it takes sort of 4 or 5 overs for things to actually start happening.
Here comes Porter again, start of his second over, bowls to Burns, and that just wraps him on the thigh pad. Good ball from Porter, possibly just getting a bit of movement off the seam.
What I think's really interesting with this is Surrey's batting just didn't fire against Nottinghamshire. Bowling was spot on. Apart from Ollie Pope with a brilliant 100 on the third day, didn't build any partnerships. Be very interesting to see how they go about the batting, having been put in this game. And then does spin come into this as well?
Simon Harmer will certainly be hoping so. Here comes Porter again to Burns, and that's left alone outside off stump. Good areas from Jamie Porter. And Lomraw making his debut in the last game.
In the last game, he didn't. I felt for him really, because he'd only arrived in England on the Monday and had never been to England before, and then he's making his championship debut. He's out first ball
Straight
with the bat.
Golden duck.
Didn't get a bowl in the first, and he's got a bowl in the second innings.
Took a wicket, didn't he?
Took a wicket. He'd be better for that. With Chahar, he played the game in Cardiff in June before we had the break for the 150 over.
Porter once more to Burns. That's straight, defended back to the bowler by the Surrey opener. Paul Lomraw, we know he's no mug with the bat. He captains Rajasthan in the Ranji Trophy, and he's got a high score of 300 not out.
He certainly has. But yeah, as I say, I think he'll be better for the game against Nottinghamshire last week. But with the weather and a bit of rain around, Harmer in the Essex ranks, and Critchley, of course, will it turn? That's the key thing. Will it turn? And it's two very good seam bowling attacks as well.
Porter bowls and Burns again defends solidly, gets his body behind the ball.
But yeah, it's a really boring thing to say, but if you get in, you've got to stay in and make runs. And I think against Nottinghamshire, it was a tough pitch to get in on, but once you got in, well, Ollie Pope proved it, Joe Clark proved it, Jack Haynes proved it. There were runs on offer. Porter
to Burns, and that's driven nicely. But Porter's able to collect on his follow through. Burns struggled for form really this season. He's been so consistent over the past few years. He's averaging 27, which is probably a little bit below his high standards that he sets for himself.
Yeah, he's let in good nick all summer. He's just found very strange ways of getting out. He got 100 at Cardiff in that game before the break. But other than that, no real significant score.
Pause with the last ball of the over, bowls to Burns, and that just comes off the outside half of the bat, and that's actually well played from Rory Burns. I think he's deliberately opened the face there, and he's going to pick up 4 runs through third man, and that ends what would have otherwise been a maiden over. Burns picks up 4. Surrey move on to 14 without loss.
As you say, played it with very soft hands, Rory Burns. Just let it hit the bat, really, didn't he? And he just shot off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So Sibley and Burns, very experienced opening pair. Sibley had quite a quiet game for him against Nottinghamshire, because he's been in terrific form this summer. Sibley 609. I wrote down some of the numbers of what batters have got for both sides. Lawrence going into this would have been the leading run scorer of the two sides, but obviously he's playing in the Test match now. 788 championship runs for Dan Lawrence this season. Snater, over the wicket he comes from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and forward goes Sibley. Plays a good length ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Critchley's had a fantastic summer.
He's been fantastic again.
699 championship runs and 14 championship wickets. So he's had a very good all-round summer. It really has.
Pretty handy in the One Day Cup as well. Didn't quite fire with the bat in the blast, but again, when he's not firing with the bat, he starts firing with the ball.
Snater. Over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and he's on his pads again. Sibley will just work this one through the leg side. Chases on. Allison's giving chase. We'll get this inside the boundary rope, and they will come back for 2 more. 2 more to Dom Sibley. He moves on to 10. But he had that fantastic opening game, didn't he? Which sort of set him up for the season when Essex beat Hampshire by an innings, wasn't it?
Yeah.
105 fifer as well.
He got 173, I think, and then 5 for 9.
It's a good start to his summer, that.
Not bad.
Snater over the wicket he comes. Oh, now shout for LBW. I think Sibley's just about outside the line of that. I think it's just hit him outside the line. It's a good shout from Snater. It's a good length, that from Snater. A bit fuller with that delivery.
That was tight, but I think umpires made the right call there.
Yeah, well, we've got Nigel Long at the Sir Alistair Cook end. Just seeing the replay again. I think it's just hit him outside the line of the off stump, but it's a good shout from Snater. He just had a quiet word there with Nigel Long as he wandered past. Snater over the wicket he comes once again, and Sibley's in behind this, plays it down into the leg side and won't get a run. Just lost the sun for the time being. We have got patches of blue and lots of cloud. It was very dark overhead this morning.
It was particularly gloomy, wasn't it, when we arrived? I thought we might not see. Well, you said to me, Mark, you said possibly some cricket from 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I thought with the amount of rain that we had this morning, but ground staff did a brilliant job to get us ready to go at 1:30. Snater's in again, and that's left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. But yes, I wandered into Chelmsford to have a cup of coffee this morning. Got absolutely drenched because it suddenly the heavens opened, and whilst sat having a coffee, the heavens opened again. And then walking back here, it was still raining very, very heavily, and then it stopped about 11:30ish.
Yeah, something like that.
And now we've got the sun, and if there are any damp patches, they'll be drying out quite quickly. Snater over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley forward again. Plays that as if it just hopped at him a touch. And out into the offside it goes. Algar picks up. End of the over. So if you're just joining us here at Chelmsford, BBC Essex, BBC London, BBC Sport website and app. Essex winning the toss, sticking Surrey in, 1:30 start. And Surrey 16 without loss. Burns has 6 and Sibley's on 10.
And Sibley's gone past 700 championship runs for the season. Came into this game having banked 696. He's now 10 not out. So another mighty fine season for the Surrey opener. And Essex will know that they'll need to dislodge him as soon as possible, because he's a sort of batter that can just stick around for a very long time. Here comes Porter again from the Graham Gooch end. Burns it is on strike, gets in behind that solidly. No run.
Just saw our commentary on the live stream as well. Just saw Charlie Allison's, I think it's his left leg. I think where he slid to do the fielding there, he's taken the skin off his knee. It was a fairly graphic picture of the grass stain with a bit of claret on his trousers there. Charlie Ellison might need a plaster.
Certainly hope that's nothing serious after his brilliant knock against Somerset. Is Porter again, and that's Burns looking for the attempted drive there, looking to play it through the covers, but bat just turns in his hand and he plays it up to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, at mid-on for no run.
Allison's at backward point. He's fine, absolutely fine, but he's ruined those trousers. He really has.
It's gone early there. They'll need a good soaking at the end of play.
Yeah, I think those will be put in the bin and get another pair out in the tea break, I would have thought.
Burns waits as Porter bowls. Oh, and that strikes Burns on the pad, and he's gone. Mike Burns puts his finger up. It was a good shout from Porter. It was straight, slightly back of a length. But it's wrapped Burns on the pad, and he has to go early for 6. Sorry, 16 for 1.
Well, it's difficult to tell from here. The only thing was, did it pitch outside leg stump? But it was a concerted appeal from Porter, slips and keeper, and actually Mike Burns' finger went straight up. So it's an early breakthrough for Essex. The captain goes for 6 and 16 for 1 Surrey. But yeah, I think the only thing that would have put any doubt in Mike Burns' mind was, did it pitch outside the leg stump? But we're seeing the replay again now. No, I say that, it's pitched coming back in.
Yeah, I think there's...
I wondered if that was, when you see it from our angle, I thought, ooh, is that on a leg stump line? Because he was trying to work round that, but actually that was out. I think Burns knew he was in trouble as well.
Just looked up to the heavens there as the finger went up. I thought possibly it wasn't full enough, but Burns, he's not a tall man, is he? And I think that's a good shout. Middle and leg, that would have been hitting. And in comes Josh Blake.
Well, this is interesting. Josh Blake
Promotion
coming out at 3.
up the order.
So coming out at 3, Josh Blake. Adam Thomas was at 3 against Nottinghamshire. But Josh Blake in at number 3, left-hander. Josh Blake. He's got good memories of this place as well. He's made a one-day 100 here at Chelmsford, but this is a promotion up the order for Josh Blake.
And Adam Thomas did okay in the previous game, didn't he? 48 in the first innings, only a duck in the second innings. But here comes Porter, bowling to Blake, and that's played defensively into the offside. Critchley hurries up from the third slip to gather the ball.
Well, it's an opportunity this for Josh Blake. He's a very good player. He's sort of had limited opportunities, but every time he's played he's been very impressive, Josh Blake. But this really is an opportunity for him. Coming out at number 3. I think probably for Thomas as well. Probably middle order is about right for him.
Keeps the left-hand, right-hand combination going as well. So here comes Porter to Blake. Blake lets that go. That's a hell of a leave. I'll tell you what. Another coat of paint on the ball, and that might have brushed the stumps. That was an excellent leave.
Well, I think that's gone over the top of middle and off. It's a terrific leave. It really is. Yeah, it's come back. And I think that's gone over the top of middle and off from around the wicket.
Porter's getting the ball to talk early doors here. Already got Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, in this over, and he'll be looking for another one in quick succession as the Suns come back out here at Chelmsford. Porter around the wicket to Blake. Ooh, and that beats the outside edge. That's a very good ball. A top over from Jamie Porter, wicket maiden in fact. And he gets a warm ripple of applause from the Essex faithful. Surrey after 5 overs, 16 for 1.
He is so good from that Graham Gooch end, Porter. And the previous delivery, nipping back and going over the top of off stump, that one's just held its line completely. And Blake's had to play at that. And just gone past his outside edge, so very good over that from Jamie Porter.
And that goes in the unplayable category, doesn't it, that ball?
It does, especially with the ball before that nipped back and went over the top of his off stump. I don't think that one did anything, but he was playing for that nip backer. As Snater from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And forward goes Sibley, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Elgar comes round to do the fielding. So yeah, it was very, very wet this morning in Chelmsford. I was thinking of walking through the little park to come back to the ground, but then I thought
Central Park. Yeah.
I stupidly put flip-flops on this morning.
I did think that when you got your shorts, you got your shorts and your flip-flops.
Brave at 5:30 this morning, and I did find they're not very good when it's slippery. Not much grip, as this one's left alone by Sibley. Outside is off stump. But yeah, now I'm not regretting wearing shorts, but this morning I must admit flip-flops and shorts weren't really what was required for rain. And the other thing is, because we haven't had any rain, even on grass it's really slippy because the ground's so firm. It's almost like walking on ice. But it does mean that it dries quickly as well, so the water stays on the top. 16 for 1, Surrey. Snater is into Sibley. Shout for LBW. Doesn't look right, that one.
Going down.
Yeah, umpire Long's just wandered off, shaking his head. So Snater a couple of shouts back towards umpire Long.
Always a sign when the wicket keeper starts moving down the leg side, isn't it? And then rushes back over to off stumps to try and convince the umpire, but that would have been very ambitious.
Nice start though from Snater. Good cricketer, Shane Snater now.
Fantastic cricketer, real Lionheart in this Essex team.
Nice. Over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and Sibley forward again. Solid looking defensive shot, played back up the pitch. I was looking at Snater's wickets this season, 29 wickets. Sam Cook 31, Harmer 27, Porter 23.
24 now.
24 now. And from a Surrey perspective, Fisher the leading wicket taker with 24 this season. No Jordan Clark in this game. He's got 23, and then it's Worrell on 14. As over the wicket goes Snater. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. But of course Worrell's missed a lot of this season with injury.
How much difference do you think that's made to where Surrey are currently in the table?
Huge difference. He really is top quality when he's fit and firing. Saw that against Nottinghamshire, both at Trent Bridge and last week as well. So yes, I think they're delighted to have Worrell back. Snater over the wicket he comes, and that's hitting Sibley amidships. Gets hit there a lot, Dom Sibley. And just goes for a little wander. Good over from Snater. Maiden over from him. So wicket maiden maiden, so a little bit of pressure begins to build.
The ball's just nipping about now, isn't it? Both Snater and Porter getting it to nip off the seam.
I think the key thing to that is the length, isn't it?
It's just back of a length.
Yeah, and I think today's one of those days. We said this last week at the Kia Oval, that you don't want to be being cut and pulled. You'd rather be being driven, because at least you're getting the ball up to the bat.
Absolutely agree. You're always in the game as a bowler. Here comes Porter from Graham Gooch and bowling to Blake, and that's defended solidly.
I went and said good morning to Graham Gooch this morning.
Did you?
I always do when I come here. The statue of him.
Oh,
yes,
just in when
where the flats are.
I was going to say, I didn't think he'd be here at 9 o'clock this morning.
No. I always go and say good morning to the statue of Graham Gooch.
Yes. Just in the office blocks over the road, isn't it? On New London Road.
Sort of become a bit of a ritual now when I come to Chelmsford.
Say anything back to you?
No, and you get some strange looks from the residents.
Yeah, I can believe that. Porter around the wicket. Blake defends up to Tom Wesley at mid-on, no run. It's good pressure this from Essex.
Well, Blake using his feet there to get down the pitch to Porter. Try and get him off that length.
Not a bad idea when the ball is talking early doors. As a batter, it's easy to go into your shell, isn't it? But if you can do anything to just upset the bowler's rhythm, sometimes all it takes is a couple of boundaries, and you can start to grow a bit of confidence and just put a seed of doubt in the bowler's mind. But Porter looks to be bowling with great confidence at the moment. Here he comes again, and that is driven, but straight to the fielder at short cover.
Yeah,
Dean Elgar.
And Porter is so experienced. So it won't take him off his length if Blake just walks down the pitch a couple of paces to him.
He's been there, done that. Got the T-shirt, and I know Essex fans will always say, I think he's hard done by to never have had an England shout.
Definitely,
and
he's
I think
I'd
I'd
agree
with
like
them.
Glenn Chappell, who never got a Test cap.
Blake facing up again, and he drives again, and that's well fielded by Charlie Allison. He's been involved in the field early doors, dives to his left, cuts that off at point.
I suppose if Blake does this, Pepper could come up to the stumps as well. We've seen a lot of that this season. We're seeing it now in Test cricket, aren't we?
Ever since the Ashes with Alex Carey. It's become a bit of a trend now. What I would say is, whilst the ball's carrying like this and nipping a bit, it would make it tough for Pepper. But I think you're right, Mark. Could be in a few overs' time he gets the lid out as Porter bowls, and that's well left by Josh Blake. That hasn't missed off stump by a million miles, but as they say, there's only two types of leave, a good one and a bad one. That was certainly a good leave.
Yeah, very good bowling again from Porter. Just on that length, coming back. Blake letting it go on length. Yeah, very good from Jamie Porter. It's interesting, isn't it? First couple of overs, nothing really happened, and then as the ball just loses a little bit of lacquer and bowlers get into it, then it starts to get harder.
Last ball of this Porter over, that's worked into the leg side by Blake, but Charlie Bennett is there to field at square leg, so that's back-to-back maidens for Jamie Porter, looking in good touch here at Chelmsford. 16 for 1, Surrey.
It must be difficult this for Bennett, because he must have half an eye on the dressing room.
Waiting for Sam Cook to rock up.
Exactly, and Garinda as well may well be padded up here, and he's probably waiting for Pope to arrive. It would make sense they've come in the same car.
It's strange that
Lords.
Fisher's here and Pope's not, and that Cook's not. And I understand that Sam Cook was doing a bit of mitt work for England. So
well, that's what I was told, that he was out there with the mitt this morning for England. Here is Snater then, from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and left alone by Sibley outside his off stump. And England didn't name their 11, and it's a completely unchanged 11. Normally they do it the day before, don't they? So
they left it very late.
yeah, nobody was too sure, but Cook and Pope are on their way. I suppose it depends on traffic as well, doesn't it?
What do you think they'll be talking about in the car on the way down there?
Well, they'll have somebody's CD on, won't they? Or you can plug your phone in now,
You
can't
can,
you?
yeah, there's Bluetooth.
One of them will have a playlist or something. As in over the wicket once again goes Snater, forward goes Sibley.
It's interesting you say that, Mark. Sam Cook's a bit of a DJ.
Is he really?
He's at Loughborough University. He used to get the old decks out, and he's very much into his
The Wheels of
into
Steel.
his music.
Did he
Yeah,
really?
he did. Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
excellent.
man of many talents, Sam.
Well, maybe one day he'll have his own mobile discotheque and can go around and do weddings and.
Never know. Recount his best days from his time as an Essex
I'd
cricketer.
go to that, definitely.
Big time.
Sort of in between tracks.
Yeah,
he could
yeah.
talk about his best bowling performances.
Little anecdotes.
As Snater's over the wicket once again to Sibley. Forward he goes. Quick singles taken. Nicely played by Dominic Sibley. Just drop that one into the offside. So gets Sibley at the non-striker's end. Brings Blake onto strike to Snater for the first time. Hope they put the right postcode in the sat nav.
I'd be worried if Sam didn't know his way down there. But you never know.
Well, there we are. We're waiting with bated breath. Then they got to get parked. That's the other thing, isn't they?
Well, the car park was looking full when I walked through it earlier.
Full. Hopefully they won't have to park down the road. Around the wicket once again comes Snater. Forward goes Blake. Plays this off a goodish length out into the offside. Rolls out there towards extra cover. And there is no run.
Just sort of picture him not being able to park there and having to download one of these parking apps you need these days.
Oh, yes. I can't bear that.
It was a bit of a faff.
I like to put my coins in still.
Yeah,
I know how
keep it
much.
old school.
Yes, I know how much I've spent then. Very frustrating, of course, when your pound coin just gets rejected the whole time as well. Around the wicket once again goes Snater, and that's down the leg side, and Blake just gets inside this. Taken by Pepper, moving away to his right hand side. No, I'm sure there is a parking space awaiting them upon arrival. You never know, they could be being driven down here.
Chauffeured,
Well,
England players.
well, let's be honest, there's enough England backroom staff these days that one
Yeah.
of them could drive them down here.
Trescothick.
Well, yes, he might not be the first one out the door. England was struggling last
Well,
time.
I'm going to say Joe Root could drive him down. He's gone early.
As forward goes Blake. Solid looking defensive shot from Josh Blake. Still yet to get off the mark. 17 for 1 Surrey. Blake yet to get off the mark. Sibley 11. The man to go, Rory Burns. LBW to Jamie Porter for 6.
England are 80 for 4, having been put into bat at Lords by Pakistan. Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay and Joe Root have gone, and Harry Brooks just been dismissed for 15. Mohammed Abbas of Derbyshire has taken 3 wickets. And Essex fans will be pleased to hear that Jordan Cox, promoted up to number 3, is currently 27 not out. Going along at a healthy rate. 27 off 29 is at 4 boundaries. And, Surrey fans will also be interested to hear that Dan Lawrence has joined him at the crease. He's just got off the mark. He's 2 not out.
Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2 as well who are with us, so that's nice. Here at Chelmsford.
And Jamie Porter is going to continue from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Dom Sibley, who is again batting out of his crease and coming forward. Plays that defensively up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, so we were saying that Surrey have named an 11, Essex have named an 11. From an Essex point of view, Charlie Bennett is in the 11, but as soon as Sam Cook gets here, Charlie Bennett drops out. Sam Cook coming from the test match, of course, and Ollie Pope's on his way as well, and as soon as Ollie Pope gets here, Nickel Garuntler drops out for Surrey. So sort of waiting with bated breath, for, as I say, for Cook and Pope.
Porter bowls to Sibley, that's down leg side, and that's worked nicely off his hip by the Surrey opener, but it's only going to be a single. Charlie Allison fires that in. Hell of an arm he's got, the young man. And Pepper does well to stop that flying over his head.
He's a very good fielder, Charlie Allison. You can sort of put him anywhere, can't you?
Very versatile.
Yeah, it's just one of those. I think when Pope arrives, white smoke will go up over the top of the pavilion.
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? That would be good.
That would be excellent.
We'll
Pope's here, everybody. Pope has arrived.
One for the purists.
Well, they're taking their time, aren't they? They might be here, but we haven't seen head nor tail of them as yet. Okay, as I say, traffic could be an issue.
Porter around the wicket, bowling to Blake. Oh, who works out through mid-wicket, but it was aerial for a moment. He's got away with it, though. Sorry, he's number 3. And he's going to pick up a boundary to get off the mark. It's taken him 13 balls. But that will maybe just settle any nerves, because he's been really up against it due to some excellent bowling from Jamie Porter.
It was uppish, but it was timed to perfection.
He's barely touched it, hasn't he?
Oh, it's nothing more than a little nudge into the leg side. Absolutely flew off his bat to the boundary rope for 4. Immaculate timing there from Josh Blake.
I think what we're learning is the downpour this morning hasn't really affected the speed of the outfield.
No.
Porter past to Blake once more, and again that's worked into the leg side, but not timed half as nicely, so it will be a dot ball.
Well, that's the thing. It's still rock hard out there. So you could see when the rain was falling, big puddles weren't there, and the seagulls enjoyed those. But it wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't sort of seeping into the ground.
And Stuart Kerrison, he spoke to BBC Essex a couple of weeks ago. He said he's off to a conference in Spain.
I saw that.
To learn about managing sports grounds in extreme hot weather. I think that would be interesting, won't it? Porter again bowls, and Blake again works that off his hip, but straight to Shane Snater at square leg.
He's going to Barbados next year.
Yeah, brilliant.
Cape Town the year after.
Yeah, enjoy that.
One of the best, he really is. And does a terrific job here. Because the other thing here as well is it's a big square, but it's not enormous. And of course pitches on the edges are being used for net practice. So he hasn't got a huge amount of pitches to choose from, really, with the amount of cricket.
Porter to Blake, and Blake goes on the drive this time, and he's got that away through the gap. Charlie Allison at point is chasing after this, but he can't cut it off, and that's going to be another boundary, the second of the over for Josh Blake. Moves Surrey on to 26 for 1, and just on that mark, I mean, a lot of other counties will have outgrounds, but Essex, of course, now just play here at Chelmsford, which is a shame, because it's always nice going to watch them at Castle Park or Southend, Ilford, and they've got a professional women's team here as well. So there's lots of cricket that happens at Chelmsford, and you can see the impact that has had on the outfield. Lots of sort of striations on the pitch and dry patches of ground, but he still, under the circumstances, does an incredible job. Stuart and his ground staff. You can see a change of bowling.
Well, here's Charlie Bennett into the attack. So he'll be hoping to take a 5 before Cook arrives.
Make a good impression.
Exactly. So Charlie Bennett into the attack from this Sir Alistair Cook end. The young Essex bowler that really impressed me, and Bennett's a talent, was Mackenzie Jones.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I really like the look of Mackenzie Jones. Saw him in the one-day game here. Very good. Bennett then. Right arm over the wicket he comes, and first up it's a short ball, and that just makes life a little uncomfy for Dom Sibley. That's gone over his left shoulder. He just watched it as it went by. So Bennett bangs the first one in, and it just was at an awkward height for Sibley.
He's a touch quicker than Snater and Porter, Charlie Bennett, big, strong lad, and he's not afraid to go to his bouncer. And I like that. First ball. Sibley probably wasn't expecting that to come flying past his chin.
He's got 3 slips, Bennett. As over the wicket he goes to Sibley, and Sibley's letting that one go outside his off stump. Yes, I think in the modern terminology, he's a big unit, isn't he?
He's a big unit.
Charlie Bennett gets it down there at a good rate of knots. He's marching back towards us. Picked up that 1 wicket, Essex. Rory Burns LBW to Porter for 6. That after Essex won the toss and decided to bowl first. Started at 1:30 after the rain this morning as Bennett is in. Sibley just gets straightened up by that delivery. Nicely bowled, but takes a good single, does Dom Sibley. Played that softly into the offside, and again it rotates the strike, brings the left-handed Blake onto strike. Sibley picks up another single. He moves on to 13. Nice start this from Bennett. That short ball first up, and then he's just hit a goodish length to Sibley. Sibley and Blake get together for a bit of a chat about all of this. Sun's come out again. It's difficult to know what the weather's going to do today.
It's all over the place, isn't it?
And it is, but it's still hot enough to sort of burn through the clouds. They're getting a deep backward square out for Blake, and they've got a short mid-wicket catching as Bennett around the wicket to him. Blake lets this one go outside his off stump. Elsewhere in the county championship, because we've got another round of games. They're coming every week now till the end of the season. The season finishes on September the 27th, which is the same day as the one-day international, last international game of the summer. And Glamorgan and Hampshire 112 for 5 against Glamorgan. As, Blake plays this from the crease. Didn't really go anywhere there. Josh Blake didn't get forward, didn't get back, and drops the bat on that at the last minute.
That's kept low.
Well, I think it's more that, as I say, he didn't go back and he didn't go forward, so he sort of ended up hopping really. There is Blake, and of course Bennett's a tall man as well, isn't he? He is a tall man.
Definitely 6'3", 6'4",
Yeah.
I'd say.
Turns down below us, does Bennett. Coming past umpire Nigel Long to the left-handed Blake. Blake's had a fiddle outside his off stump. Just climbed on him. He was looking to go on the back foot and play that away through the covers, but it beat his outside edge. Nice over from Charlie Bennett. So Hampshire 113 for 5 against Glamorgan. Somerset 108 for 5 against Sussex. Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire haven't started yet because of the weather. And Yorkshire are 107 for 2 against Leicestershire. So those are all the scores in Division 1. Amazing last week that Somerset were the only county to pick up a batting point. They were the only county in the first innings to go past 200 against Essex.
Put on a massive first innings total. And knocked the wind out of Essex's sails. And Essex just couldn't recover from that point.
Well, they battled hard in their second innings,
Battled hard in the second innings, but again, there's no bonus points available then. Here comes Porter to continue from the Graham Gooch end. Bowling to Sibley. Sibley works that through square leg. He's going to pick up 4 runs there. Charlie Allison's after. Oh, he's not. No, sorry. There's a fielder at fine leg who's run around. It's Charlie Bennett there.
With his long legs.
With his long legs. Can't quite see him from where we are in the commentary box. I thought Charlie Allison wasn't really herring after it. I thought he's just given up on that, but clearly he could see something I couldn't. Bennett comes around, does the fielding. They just pick up a couple.
Yeah, Porter just a little straight there. Dom Sibley, he knew it. He looked frustrated as Sibley just turned that into the leg side for a couple of runs.
Yeah, rare loose ball there from Jamie Porter. Here he comes again. Over the wicket. Bowls and now, and that's really nicely played by Dom Sibley. That's vintage Sibley. Works that through mid-wicket. Times to perfection. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Once again, Charlie Allison sets off to go and fetch that.
Yeah, what will annoy Porter is he knows he can't bowl there to Sibley. Everybody knows you cannot bowl anywhere near Sibley's legs. And it was just a roll of the wrist from Dom Sibley.
It's bread and butter stuff, isn't it? He's so strong through the leg side, and Porter's just got 2 straight there. But I'm not sure Sibley will be getting too many more of those. Comes Porter again, still 3 slips in place. Oh, and that's better ball, and just slightly squares Dom Sibley up that time. He thinks about a run for a moment, but then quickly turns it down. Shane Snater fields at point.
Yeah, I was looking at that game at Taunton, and it's a remarkable score card in that Somerset 469, then Essex all out for 158, Critchley getting 50. Arster follow on 412. Allison got 100, and then Somerset getting to their victory target 2 wickets down.
Porter bowls just back of a length. Sibley works that into the leg side. It's well fielded, no run. It was bizarre considering Essex won the toss as well. Put Somerset in and then just watched them rack up a mountain of runs, and then for some reason they just couldn't get going in their first batting innings.
But I can't remember another round against where only one county's picked up a batting point.
Doesn't happen often,
yeah,
does it?
It doesn't.
But Essex will be desperate to get back to winning ways today as Porter bowls up straight again, but Sibley can't quite time this one. He instead just plays it up to mid-on.
Well, that table is so tight, isn't it? Even with Nottinghamshire at the top on 135, and then Somerset going into this 2 points behind on 133, Warwickshire third on 130, Glamorgan fourth are only 25 points behind Nottinghamshire. So, yeah, there's an awful lot to play for. Sussex and Yorkshire, they're 27 points behind top spot.
Shows the strength of the league, doesn't it? As Porter's in again, bowling. Sibley, not quite sure about that one. He's got himself in a bit of a tangle, but he's kept it out. And that's the end of Porter's 6th over. He's picked up the 1 wicket of Rory Burns, going for 6. Surrey find themselves 33 for 1, as I'm sat here wishing that I brought a bit of sun cream with me.
Well, yes, all of a sudden the sun has come out.
It's very, very warm.
Through the window, it is warm. It really is. I'm very pleased with my shorts.
Are you sure you don't want your hat back?
No.
Well, please do say when
my friend,
you need it.
There's no saving me from the sun anymore. To be honest with you, if you do spend too long in the sun, you end up looking like this. I'm only 20. This is what the sun. This is what it can do to you if you spend too long in it. It's going to be Bennett from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Around the wicket he comes to Blake, and Blake is forward. That's off a thick edge. That'll fly down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Slips like that, but he's played it with soft hands as Josh Blake. And away down to that boundary rope it goes. Porter has to go and retrieve it.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was deliberate. He's maybe, if you give him the benefit of the doubt, say he's played it very late and slightly open the face. Definitely off the outside half of the bat, but I tell you, Josh Blake won't mind for a moment what that's come off, because he's moved along to 12 after what you could say was a testing start.
Well, as I say, big opportunity for him here, batting at 3. Bennett's in, and Blake's across his stumps, just turns this one gently into the leg side. Dean Elgar comes round to do the fielding. I don't know whether there is meant to be any more rain today.
I don't think so.
Oh, good.
Don't think
well, that's
so.
excellent.
I don't think it's meant to be much tomorrow either.
Good.
Saturday's looking a bit hairy. Could be an on-off sort of day.
Righto.
And then Sunday's meant to be all right.
Of course, as well, that is the day that McFly play in Chelmsford on Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
if there is a rain delay.
Yeah, you know where to go. Straight off to the park. Victoria Polly, BBC Essex Sports Editor, is very excited about that.
As forward comes Blake, just nips back on him a touch, hits him high up on that front pad, rolls away into the offside. Yes, and there's a number of good artistes, isn't there? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think it is.
You were naming them earlier. Sugar Babes.
Sugar Babes
yeah.
on Friday, and then I think it's Atomic Kitten on Sunday.
What a treat.
And then Busted sandwiched in between the two. Oh, there you go.
That's a hell of a line. Who's your favourite out of that lot?
Probably Busted, I would say.
Yeah.
I liked McBusted as
yeah,
well when they
crossover.
joined up with McFly.
Yeah.
As around the wicket once again goes Charlie Bennett, and this one's pushed away by Blake into the offside. I wonder if we'll be able to hear them from here, although I'm not quite sure where it's all taking
I'd
place.
imagine so. If it's in Central Park, then definitely.
Right.
And even if it is in Highlands Park, which is the other sort of main venue round here, you'd be able to hear it. Yeah, because that's not a million miles
Be
away
very
at all.
nice.
Yeah, we've had all sorts here this summer. They've had a country festival, they've had the sausage cider festival. They have every year.
Very nice. Quite like the sound of the sausage and
Yeah.
cider festival.
Big time.
As around the wicket comes Bennett, and that's left alone by Blake on a goodish length outside his off stump. But yes, there you are, you see. So if there is going to be some rain around on Saturday, we might be able to see a bit of Busted.
That'd be special.
Is it Busted or McFly who are here? It might be McFly,
Well,
not Busted.
McFly are definitely here.
The McFly are definitely here.
Yeah.
Maybe I got myself muddled up with McBusted.
Possibly. I'm not sure of the full lineup.
No,
but
I'm
I
not.
know because Victoria is such a big McFly fan.
Yeah. I think it is McFly rather than Busted. Was there a difference between the two? As forward goes Blake, plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. End of the over, 37 for 1 then, Surrey. With Sibley on 19. And Josh Blake playing very solidly on 12. I always thought that Busted and McFly, they were sort of the Oasis Blur of their time, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't quite hit the same
Didn't
height.
hit the same levels, but I always had Busted down. McFly was sort of more, I don't know, family orientated. Would that be a fair comment? Whereas Busted they were a bit more edgy, weren't they?
Yeah.
Busted went to bed at sort of 10 o'clock at night rather than 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I think I'll give you that.
Yeah.
McFly, I was just telling you off air, it was the first album I ever got. Was,
You see?
one of McFly's, and it's the drummer, isn't it? He's
Harry.
from Chelmsford.
Yeah, he loves
He's a
cricket.
Big cricket fan.
Yeah, he loves his cricket.
Yeah.
He's good.
Maybe they're in here
Good
today.
cricketer.
Maybe
He's a
they're
very
here.
good cricketer. Because he was in Strictly Come Dancing as well, wasn't he? But no, he's a very good cricketer.
Change of bowling at the Graham Gooch end. It's going to be Zaman Akhtar for Essex, bowling to Dom Sibley. First ball just back of a length and straight. And nicely played by Sibley. Akhtar has had limited opportunities this season. I mean, it's always going to be hard to get into this Essex attack when you've got Sam Cook, Jamie Porter, Shane Snater as your sort of spearhead. But he's looked solid when he has got his chance, and he had a decent run in the One Day Cup. I think that is the beauty of the One Day Cup. Gives fringe players a real chance to show what they're about. Here he comes again, bowling. That's just slightly straight to Sibley, and he's looking to play that through square leg, but Jamie Porter's there doing the fielding.
Giving you the scores from Division 1. The scores from Division 2. Well, Derbyshire, Middlesex, it just says close. So I think that's been rained off for the day.
Just given up on that one.
Yes, they have. So there we are. Can't really tell you much about that one. Gloucestershire 119 for 6 against Durham. Bryden Cast is playing.
Ooh, there you go.
Took the first wicket.
Yeah. Maybe a point to prove.
Northamptonshire and Kent, delayed start. So they haven't played any yet. And Worcestershire and Lancashire, delayed start. So the only game in Division 2 that is having any cricket is Durham Gloucestershire. But as I say, Derbyshire and Middlesex, that's it for the day. They haven't bowled a ball.
Must be very wet up there.
Yeah.
Doesn't come as a massive shock.
Well, it's good for the garden. I keep getting told that. Rain, good for the garden.
It's Akhtar to Sibley. Sibley lets that one go. So a good start from Akhtar. 4 dots in a row.
Yep, nice tidy start from Akhtar. There's two members of the written press in there that I know would be at McFly if they were allowed to. One of them's now saluting to me, and the other one is one of the great cricket writers at the back of the box. He'd be a McFly fan. He'd be down there Saturday.
Do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Singing away. He's got all their clothes.
I'll have to ask him about that later.
Yeah, he's got all their clothes.
Sibley taps his bat in anticipation as here comes Akhtar once more, and that's played into the offside where Dean Elgar fields at short cover.
It's a good start this from Akhtar.
Yeah, very good start, and that's where he wants to be really. He's just drawn Dom Sibley forwards there, and that's the sort of length where you get those edges and the slip call, and you heard him go up there. They were interested in that as Paul Walter at first slip just practices his golf swing.
Well, yeah, but we're nearly at the end of the season.
Yeah. We've got to get your eye on.
Yeah. I'm sure he hits it a long way.
I'd imagine he gives it a good old biff. Here's Actor with his final ball of the over. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's very full. And Sibley's done well to jam his bat down on that. And Actor draws a warm applause from the Chelmsford crowd. And 13 overs gone. Surrey are 37 for 1. Rory Burns, the man to depart.
That was a very good over. We just lost the sun now, and we've got some darker cloud above us, so it's got a bit gloomy here. We can turn the floodlights on should we need to. All the forecast said there wouldn't be any more rain today, but it has just got a bit gloomy.
Doesn't look great, does it? But
the other thing I know about McFly is the young gentleman, he's a bit older now, with the glasses. He wrote the musical Paddington.
Did he?
Wrote all the music for Paddington the musical, yes. So he's obviously a very talented young man, yes. But he wrote all that, and then Harry the drummer is very, very good at cricket and likes his cricket. I'm not sure I could tell you about any of the others of McFly, but those two I have.
I was hoping you're not going to ask me for any names.
But I saw the young gentleman with the glasses after he'd Paddington had gone on the West End stage. Around the wicket then is Bennett. And in behind this goes Josh Blake. Solid looking shot from Blake. Rolls out there towards Shane Snater. So we've had 13.1 overs so far. And we've had that wicket of Rory Burns. We've had some nice shots. We've had some good deliveries. A pretty balanced start to this.
I'd say so. Still no sign of Sam Cook or Ollie Pope.
No.
Goodness knows what's happened to them. They're stuck in traffic, or maybe they're getting the train.
Well, they just got lost. As around the wicket once again goes Bennett. Good leave from Blake. Some oohs and ahs from Pepper and Bennett. I think that's a pretty good leave.
He's left very well since coming in, hasn't he?
Very good judge of his off stump, Josh Blake. Great story, because he was working as a coach on the Surrey Cricket Foundation and then sort of got some games for the Surrey second team and then got himself a contract. So it's a great story, and he's a very good player. Very good keeper, very good batter.
Still just 27 years of old, so in his prime.
Plenty of time. Waits now does Blake, short one, ducking underneath this. It's taken by Pepper, away to his left-hand side. Now, I'm sure they will be here at some point, Cook and Pope. Maybe they stopped off at the supermarket out by the roundabout.
Yeah, let's get some lunch.
Snacks.
They'll be hungry.
Yeah, get some snacks. Took me a while to get out of there this morning. It's very busy, the exit to the old supermarket.
What time did you set off this morning?
I was left at 5:45.
5:45?
Well, I have to get through the Dartford Tunnel,
Yeah.
you see. As driving Blake just punches this, in fact, off a goodish length out towards Snater, who does the fielding there at extra cover. I'd rather get here far too early than get caught at the Dartford Tunnel.
Yeah, no, I think that's very sensible.
Well, I was meant to do the game that Ben Stokes played in, first Metro Bank game.
Oh, yeah.
Derby and Durham.
Durham, yeah.
And I left at 4:45. And do you know what? I never got through the Dartford Tunnel.
No,
it's
turn around.
It's just dreadful.
It's terrible.
It never moved. As Blake up on his toes, that nips back at him a touch, just pushes it down in front of him. So I had to ring Kevin Howes to say, I do apologise, but I haven't even got through the tunnel yet. Don't think I'll be there for 11 o'clock. If it goes wrong, you
really
can
goes
sit
wrong,
there
doesn't
for a very, very long time. But this morning I went straight through the tunnel. Excellent. So I did stop off at the old supermarket up by the roundabout, but then it took a while to get out because of the petrol station. Lots of people filling up with their petrol.
People collecting their early morning shopping.
Absolutely, their paper. Blake forward, he's played that pretty well. Just kept that bat straight. I think for a second he was almost going to work through the leg side and then just kept that bat ramrod straight. Good bowling again from Charlie Bennett.
He's been very tight, hasn't he? 3 overs, going for just the 5 runs, and I mean, big boots to fill. Coming on as first change for Essex in Sam Cook's place. Sam, of course, would normally open the bowling. Shane Snater taking responsibility. And Actor is going to bowl his second over. His first was a maiden. Still 61 overs remaining in the day. If these dark clouds that have just sort of gathered over us don't produce any rain, which we hope they won't. The forecast says that we should be all clear. But you never know.
It's not that much of a breeze, is there, really, at the moment? So they don't disappear quickly, the clouds.
Tom Wesley's just wandered over to have a little word with his bowler. He's got 3 slips in place as well. Sibley faces up and plays that straight down the ground to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it's good from Actor again. He was a maiden over first up, but he's been right on that line and length, coming down that slope from the Graham Gooch end.
Again, he's just got a little bit more pace than Jamie Porter. Both of these first change bowlers were probably Essex's quickest 2 in this team. Zoom Actor and Charlie Bennett. And Cook, Snater and Porter are more about accuracy and consistency. And here's Actor once more. Oh, and that, where does that hit Dom Sibley? That's wrapped him on the thigh, and he's rubbing it straight away. Must have missed his protection.
Wow.
There was half a muted appeal for an LBW, but that would have been going way over the top.
Well, he's very tough, is Dom Sibley, but I think that's just, he got turned round, so I think it's missed the thigh guard.
Right on the flesh. That's
that will be painful.
big purple bruise in a couple of days.
Ow, right on his back leg.
Yeah,
Well, he's been peppered this season like that, as Dom Sibley, because he gets quite low down when he's pushing forward.
and then Sibley solidly forward to defend the next ball.
But with waiting for Pope and Cook, it reminded me, I told you, Kevin Innes, who played for Sussex, he was the first ever for James Kirtley. So I can't remember where the test match was, but it was away somewhere. And Kirtley wasn't picked, so he was going to hot-foot it to the Sussex game. But Innes batted, got 100, and then was replaced for the rest of the game.
It's not bad going, is it?
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Akhtar comes steaming in. Bowls to Sibley, and again he's just slightly squared up there, and that's a good piece of fielding at cover by Dean Elgar. Just dives to his left and stops that going for what probably would have been 1 if not 2 runs. So keeps this pressure up. Akhtar still yet to go for a run. He's bowled 10 balls, and we've seen it a few times, haven't we? Sibley there just poking forward and squaring himself up, and this is really good bowling from Zoom Akhtar.
Yeah, very good. Great work from Elgar as well. Tumbling away to his left-hand side.
Oh, and that's hit him flush in the region that you really don't want to be hitting. And Sibley is getting peppered this morning.
Well, he's been hit there a lot this season. And I always mention the strength of his abdominal guard, Dominic Sibley. I'm not sure what it's made of, but this one has hurt him, because normally he sort of rearranges the furniture and then gets on with it again. This one has really hurt.
He's buckled straight over, hasn't he? And
absolutely. But again, it's because he pushes quite low when he goes forward, so the ball's always coming up.
Oh, and that's a good leave from Sibley, and Akhtar's got that one to really lift off the surface just outside off stump, and Tom Sibley gives the bowler a little nod of approval there, and then just gingerly walks over to his partner at the other end. I think he'd be quite glad to stay at the non-striker's end for a few balls now. He's he's hit him flush in the
unmentionables.
On the unmentionables, yeah. And he's done well. He sort of buckled over, didn't he, and then got straight back to his feet as if to say, "No, I'm okay." But I think anyone who's been hit there knows that that pain doesn't go away for a little while.
But as I say, his abdominal guard is made of strong stuff. I'm not sure what it's made of, but strong stuff. Well, I think as well he might wear 2.
How do you know this, Mark?
Well, you have to do your research
Yeah.
for the important things, of course. Well, only because he has been hit there a lot this summer. It's going to be Snater back into the attack for Charlie Bennett. He's just gone behind square on the leg side as Charlie Bennett. Tom Wesley's come up for a little natter with him. Tom Wesley's been in charge for quite some time now here at Essex. Very experienced captain these days, Tom Wesley.
It's his 20th professional season with the club.
Yeah. He doesn't look old enough somehow. As forward goes Blake. There's Snater back into the attack from around the wicket from the Alistair Cook end.
And we have got Sam Cook on the field, so that could explain why Charlie Bennett has come off. He's just fielding there at mid-wicket. He's somehow snuck his...
there he is,
snuck his way on.
Bennett's still out there, mind.
Actually, so it's Porter that's gone off.
Has he?
Bennett's still out there, but Cook is on the pitch.
So Bennett is now 12th man.
Yeah. He's 12th man.
So Cook's in, and Porter's gone off for a break. It's very complicated. This is turned by Josh Blake off his hip down towards long leg, and he will get a single as Charlie Allison is down there. So Sam Cook is here, which would make you think Ollie Pope might well be here, because if they didn't come in the same car, you do have to ask some serious questions.
Some environmental questions
indeed,
as well.
You do.
In the age of sustainability.
Nothing surprises me with cricket anymore. But there he is. There is Sam Cook. So he's here now, Sam Cook. So even though that Charlie Bennett's still out there, he's sort of 12th man now, because I think Porter's taken the opportunity to nip off, I don't know, call of nature or something like that for him. So Charlie Bennett bowled very nicely there. What was it, a couple of overs?
Yeah, 3, none for 5.
As over the wicket is Snater to Sibley, and Sibley just pushes this one into the offside, and Sam Cook gets his first touch there, throws the ball in and continues to hug Charlie Allison, who said welcome back.
He looks very excited to be here, doesn't he, Sam? He's buzzing around the field.
Absolutely.
He's probably raced back from London.
It must be quite strange though, isn't it? You do all the warm-up with England this morning, and then by, what time are we now? 25 to 3, you're back at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
I suppose for everybody it was quite good it rained, because it meant they could get here, as this one's turned by Blake into the leg side, and there's Cook coming round to do the fielding. They'll get a single. So one more to the total. So if Pope is here, I feel a bit for Nikhil Garuntla, because named in the 11 for his first class debut, but with Pope here now, he won't get a bat.
All the excitement, all the anticipation, thinking, a couple of early wickets and I'm going to go out to bat, and then he's not going to be pulled off once he's started batting, is he? So, you do feel for him, but you don't know, as you say, we don't know that Ollie Pope's here.
As over the wicket comes Snater to Sibley. Now Sibley plays that and felt something there, sort of hip region. And sort of went straight to his hip. He's all right. He's a bit worried about his bat now as well, Dom Sibley.
It's all going on out there.
But it is. So I think it will probably be Adam Thomas next, especially as if Pope's only just got here, although Pope does like batting at 4. I suppose it's how long he's had to sort of get pads on and get ready, as Snater's in, and that's left alone by Sibley. Outside his off stump, made a lovely 100 against Nottinghamshire. Of course, Surrey losing that game, but he looked, well, everything looked in the right place with Ollie Pope. He never looked in trouble really, and that was on a pitch that was very tough to get in on against a very good Nottinghamshire attack. Ollie Stone bowled absolute rockets.
I often think Ollie Stone's quite not that he's underrated, but you don't hear his name talked about much, do you?
The problem is he's had all those injury troubles, but actually took 10 in the game, and he did bowl beautifully. Well, there's no sort of hanging around for Sam Cook, because he's straight into the attack here.
Straight in. I wondered if he'd have to wait a few overs before coming on, but he's coming on for Sumakto. Can maybe feel a bit hard done by there, because he hasn't gone for a run. He bowled 2 overs 0 for 0, be causing Sibley all sorts of problems. But you know, when Sam Cook arrives, it's hard not to throw him the ball. Here he is, bowling to Blake, and straight on the money, just outside off stump. Blake defends.
I suppose he had a warm-up this morning, didn't he, down at Lord's?
He'll be loose. How long he's sat in the car for. But Essex fans very pleased to see him playing for the county. Of course, disappointed for him personally, because I know.
I'd love to see him get another test.
I just think getting one game against Zimbabwe's probably not enough of a chance to prove yourself, is it? And we all know what he can do. But here he is with ball in hand for Essex. Again on the money. Blake defending solidly though.
Well, I think now he's back in the squad. He's sort of there or thereabouts, isn't he? He's sort of in the squad again. But it'd be lovely to see him get another test, because he's a very good bowler. And I think what it's proved is now, because people always talked about his pace, as we've learned, you don't have to be absolute lightning to succeed in Test cricket.
So Ollie Robinson showed that against Pakistan, didn't he? He was absolutely fabulous, had the ball on the string. And Cook comes in again, that was a great ball. And Blake does well to pull his bat out of that one at the last moment, and watch that fly through to Michael Pepper outside off stump.
Yeah, very nice.
Straight into his rhythm here.
Sam Cook.
And really, I mean, you wonder if Ollie Robinson might get rested for the third test, depending on how this second test match goes between England and Pakistan. They might give Robinson a rest. Obviously, he's just had a child. And then it would probably be either Matthew Fisher or Sam Cook who gets the nod to replace him.
Fisher's in cracking form with the ball as well.
Not half bad with the bat either. Cook again bowling slightly straighter and slightly shorter.
Well, the other you could play them both and give Jofra a rest as well.
Oh, why not? I mean, if that's the argument, isn't it? Robinson has bowled that well with the keeper stood up in the new ball. Why not put Sam Cook or Matthew Fisher at the other end, who does a fairly similar job? Go hang about. If you can't live with Ollie Robinson, how are you going to get on with
and it's
both
become,
of these?
I think it was 2% before the Ashes series, and the New Zealand series up to 14% now of times the keeper's standing up to the quicker bowlers now in
really
Test cricket.
changed, hasn't it? Cook with his penultimate ball of the over again. Straight delivery, defended. This time into the leg side, no run.
I feel a bit for Rob Key, because whatever you say can come back and haunt you, but didn't he say something about, well, you don't want sort of dibbly-dobbly 70-mile-an-hour bowlers with the keeper stood up? Well, they're a bit quicker than that, number one. And number two, actually, we've seen it can be a very productive move, that.
Some of the hardest bowling to get away, the medium pace when it's doing a bit. You can't come out your crease because the risk of getting stumped. Cook bowls and Blake defends again. And that's a really good start from the Essex seamer. His first over, straight in from North London, and he opens up with a maiden.
Yeah, it is. Well, that's pretty good, isn't it? Comes straight down from Lords, straight out there, right on the money. I think the other thing it does with that is it makes you go fuller as well, doesn't it? With the keeper stood up. So actually, it's a way of getting a bowler just to go a bit fuller as well. Of course, it depends on your keeper, but there are some incredibly talented keepers about. But I was saying last week, and Jack Russell's at Lords painting. I saw a picture of Jack there painting, but there were lots of articles with Jack about, because he did it for years for Gloucestershire. And
with no helmet.
Yeah, well, he was ridiculous behind the stumps. Snater, James Foster wasn't bad here. He's over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley covers up, plays this one off a goodish length, straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Tea at 4 o'clock today. Tea at 4 o'clock.
I've still got an hour and 20 minutes.
Hour and 20,
long old session.
20 minutes. 75 overs today. And we'll be that tomorrow, because we're not 75 overs, but it'll be 10 past 1 lunch and 4 o'clock tea, because we'll be playing 104 overs to make up some of the overs that we lost today. 21 we lost today. Could
have been a lot worse. I really thought it would be when I got hit.
Yep. It was wet this morning. Snater is over the wicket, and Sibley's letting this one go. Outside his off stump, just shoulders arms again does Sibley. Wanders off towards square leg. Made 100 in the game back in South London earlier in the season, Sibley. Dan Lawrence as well made 100. That was one of those games where you knew there wasn't going to be a result. And of course Ben Folkes then injured himself bowling.
Yeah, which wasn't blow that was.
Yes. It's quite a quick delivery, but didn't do him any good as Snater's in, and Sibley just turned round there, was trying to work that leg side, comes off a leading edge, squirts away into the offside, and he will get a single.
You were saying about Jack Russell. I listened to him on a podcast after the Ashes, and they were talking about Alex Carey and standing up to the stumps. And he said he thought Alex Carey was standing too far back. And he said if it was him, he would have been even closer
With Jack.
to the stumps. And I thought, how can you get any closer to the stumps?
Well, this is the man who famously never brushed his teeth, so his breath smelt while he was up to the stumps. He had all sorts of things he used to do. Snater around the wicket to Blake, and Blake turns this one into the leg side, rolls out there towards square leg, and there is no run. But yeah, he was just... And Gloucestershire were the first team really to have sort of a covering which was right on top of the batters, with Jack up to the stumps or coming up to the stumps, and every time they got the ball they whizzed it straight back into Jack's gloves. Snater is in, outside edge, gone. Caught at second slip by the big hands of Harmer, and Blake goes. He was looking just to push that through the covers. They'd left extra cover open, and an outside edge and a low catch from Harmer, and those big hands do the trick, and Blake goes for 14 and Surrey 41 for 2.
He'll be disappointed there, Josh Blake, because he'd done all the hard work, he'd got himself in, and he'd survived some really, really tricky bowling early doors, but Shane Snater's just lulled him in there, dangled one outside off stump, and Blake couldn't help but pushing some hard hands at that one.
Josh Blake was caught by Simon
And Simon Harmer really doesn't drop those, does he? How casually he takes that.
And he's got bucket hands, hasn't he, Harmer? So Surrey lose their second wicket. Be interesting to see who comes out at number 4.
incoming batter,
Adam Thomas at number 4. So if Pope is here, it's just giving him a little bit more time. Of course, the away team dressing room now is that big marquee, isn't it?
Yeah, they've changed it.
Yeah.
They changed it around sort of COVID time, I think.
Yes, it was for COVID, that's right. It's quite nice in there. It's
Yeah.
a big old marquee.
Yeah, it's very nice.
It's got kitchen and all sorts of things in there.
I've never been treated to hospitality in there.
A couple of years ago, Surrey's former physiotherapist Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man as well, he may be listening from Australia now, he invited me in for a cup of tea, and it's an enormous, it's like the TARDIS in there.
Yeah.
Just seeing it again on the replay, yeah, just tempted him to push at that.
Hard hands,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
and it was
Followed
a good
the
low
ball.
catch from Simon Harmer. So Snater, that's his 30th championship wicket of the summer.
Going at an average of about 22, 23, so really top stuff from Shane Snater, and it's just his consistency for Essex. He'll play every game, gives it 100% in everything that he does. Maybe he hasn't got as many runs as he would have liked this season, but he's been fabulous with the ball.
First ball for the right-handed Thomas, forward he comes very solidly. Use this one back up the pitch to Snater. 3 slips in there. And that is the end of the over. That's what the ripple of applause is for. So the wicket of Josh Blake, Surrey 41 for 2, having been put in by Essex. 4 to 1 for 24 off 6. Snater there 1 for 12 off 6. Bennett will finish with 3 overs, 1 made, none for 5. Charlie Bennett.
Not a bad day's work.
Yep. Active bowled just the 2 overs and didn't concede a run. And Sam Cook has bowled 1 over, having arrived from Lords. And it will be Sam Cook continuing from the Grand Gooch end.
What I can say about that pavilion is that where the away team are, they get served, well, as all the players do here, lovely food. So I used to work on the catering staff
There
here,
you are, you see.
and I have been in there in work capacities. Here comes Cook again. Bowls to Sibley, that's defended, no run. And the chef, bless him, always used to save a bit of food if the players
very nice.
turned some down at lunch or tea, and he'd come round and go, "You hungry?" I go, "Oh yeah." And then
Very nice.
get some food from the away dressing room.
Very nice.
Always good stuff here at Chelmsford.
Well, the pavilion, it looks exactly the same as when I used to come here with my granddad in the early 80s.
Not changed.
No, it hasn't.
It's got the purple branding on it now. Sibley again defends, back to Cook.
I've said this before, but I used to have a week every summer sat on those benches in front of the pavilion watching Essex.
Halcyon days.
Well, yes, some interesting characters down there, including my grandfather. But I used to love it. I'd just come and watch the cricket. It was fantastic.
And he was an Essex fan?
He was an Essex member. Spent most of his day seemingly drinking and talking and not actually watching the cricket, but he was definitely an Essex member.
Social member.
Indeed.
Cook over the wicket to Sibley, and again Sibley makes no contact with the bat. That strikes him in the other thigh pad this time, but I think that has hit the protection rather than skin. And Sibley's just going to take his helmet off here and
He needs a bit of fresh
up his brow. Yeah, he's really been up against it, and I think it does just go to show that the ball is doing quite a bit off the seam.
Well, what he does really well is it's nipping around, so Sibley is fully committed. And if it does nip, it's going to hit him, but it isn't half painful.
3 slips waiting. Cook bowls again. And that takes the outside edge, does it? Yep. Finger goes up. Moment of hesitation from Dom Sibley, but Cook straight into this Essex attack and gets a wicket, and the big wicket of Dom Sibley, who battled hard, had been hit a few times, but he has to depart now for 21. Cook into his second over, still yet to go for a run, but has the all-important wicket of Dom Sibley, Surrey opener.
Well, it's a cracking delivery. It really is.
I thought he'd missed it completely to begin with.
Well, I think it was Sibley was just looking to think, well, how's that done that? And we'll see it again on the replay, but it's a wonderful bit of bowling. It's just held its line. On a goodish length outside the off stump, finds Sibley's outside edge. Pepper does the rest, and it's Ben Folkes at 5. So, but maybe Pope hasn't arrived
Ollie
yet.
Pope, no sign of him.
Well, so here comes Ben Folkes back here at Chelmsford, of course. So he injured himself in that Essex
Against
game,
Essex, yeah,
and then
yeah.
he made his comeback last week against Nottinghamshire,
Yeah.
so it's kept him
Been
out for that long.
time. He'd be so frustrated, wouldn't he? Because
Absolutely.
bowling for a laugh, really. You know, the game was dead, the game was gone, and then it was a soft tissue injury of his torso, wasn't it?
Yeah, and also we had to go through Jordan Clark keeping wicket as well. So yes,
That was quite a sight.
didn't all turn out very well, that really. But he's back now doing his proper job. And folks, and Surrey have a bit of a conundrum on their hands here. It's a bowling point already for Essex. 3 down. So they're into the middle order.
Sam Cook's 32nd wicket of the season. He's been fantastic again. He's just so reliable. And Essex fans very relieved that England let him go, let him come back, and he's here straight in with the wickets. Ben Folkes back where it all began for him, facing his first ball. Cook comes herring in, ball, and that's a great ball, and that strikes Folkes on the pad, but just doing too much.
Nipping now, isn't it?
It's
With
really
Cook down that
nipping.
slope. Very good bowling.
Very, very skillful is the word that's often used for Sam Cook. Accurate and skillful. Obviously doesn't have the express pace, but you could say he doesn't need it because he's got all the other skills.
This is what we were saying, isn't it? You don't need to be bowling express if you can do this.
And that ball that got Sibley out was fantastic.
Perler.
It
Absolute
beat him
perler.
all ends up. Just drew that outside edge. He had to play it, and Michael Pepper did the rest. Cook with the last ball of the over, bowls, and Folkes defends, not comfortably, it has to be said, but that is a wicket maiden, and Sam Cook gets a big round of applause from the home crowd. Surrey are 41 for 3 after 19 overs, going at just over 2 and over. So a tough start.
Tough start, and now it looks a good toss to win, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does. And it's funny, isn't it, how sometimes it just takes a little bit of time for the ball to start doing things. They've bowled an immaculate length so far, Essex. And it's sort of been pressure from both ends. Even with active bowling, you know, his two overs didn't concede a run. So, Adam Thomas, yet to get off the mark. Ben Folkes, yet to get off the mark. Shane Snater continues from the Alistair Cook end. And forward goes Thomas, little outside edge into the turf. Critchley dives away to his right at third slip. And there is no run. Thomas comes down to do a bit of gardening, but Wesley will be pleased with this. Stood up at mid-on. He's not having to. We've only, what are we now, into the 20th over? So he's just been rotating his quicker men. Picked up 3 wickets. Burns gone, Blake gone, Sibley gone. Snater is into Thomas. Thomas up on his toes. That's nice placement. Just works this through the leg side. Got that between the square leg and the mid wicket. Beautiful timing.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely way to get off the mark. That's over the boundary rope and away for 4. Stood up tall. Just got on top of it and then rolled the wrists on it. Lovely placement. And away for 4. So very nice start for Adam Thomas.
A touch of class, that.
Well, he's had a breakout season for Surrey this season, really, Adam Thomas. He's a very fine young player, this one. 48 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire, and then got a really good one from Ollie Stone in the second innings. Snater's into him. Oh, now he's looked to punch this off the back foot. That has flown off the outside edge. If there had been a 4th slip there, they'd have been in the business end of catching. But as it is, that has flown down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4 more. Thomas moves on to 8. 49 for 3.
An ambitious shot that I don't think it was quite wide enough for the back foot punch. Snater moving the ball about. Slip's always going to be interested there, but Thomas won't mind.
Nope.
Consecutive boundaries.
Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2. Surrey have lost 3 wickets, 49 for 3, having been put in by Essex. Starting at 1:30 because of rain this morning. Shane Snater bowling here to Adam Thomas with a delivery that just hops on him. Turns it into the leg side. So Rory Burns was the first to go. LBW to Jamie Porter. Then Josh Blake caught by Simon Harmer at second slip off Shane Snater. And in the very next over, Sam Cook, having arrived from Lords, bowled a maiden first over and then got the wicket of Dom Sibley with a cracking delivery. Just turned Sibley around and found his outside edge, and Michael Pepper taking the catch and Sibley going for 21. So Adam Thomas is on 8. Ben Folkes is yet to get off the mark as Snater comes over the wicket to Thomas. Forward he comes, wants the single, gets the single, and that will bring the Surrey 50 up. So absolutely no applause here at Chelmsford for the Surrey 50, but the 50 comes up. And oh, there you are. 50 comes up, and Essex, having picked up the 3 wickets, have a bowling point. Weather-wise, we got the sun again now. It was quite gloomy probably 20 minutes ago, with some dark clouds above us, but now the sun's broken through again.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've still got that big dark cloud over by the pavilion.
That's not coming this way, is it? Because that is horrible. As Snater comes over the wicket to Folkes. Shout for LBW's got him. Hasn't got outside the line. It's just nipped back. Folkes has tried to get a stride in, but umpire Nigel Long's finger goes straight up. And it's a 4th wicket for Essex, a 2nd for Snater. And that's now 3 in 3 overs for Surrey. And they are right on top now, Essex, at 50 for 4, Surrey.
Well, that was never in doubt, was it? Ben Folkes just caught on the crease there, and it's not a happy return to Chelmsford. He's gone for a duck. Shane Snater, I'll have to watch that again, but I wonder if he's just got that to nip back in off the seam. And it was absolutely plumb. Nigel Long with one of his easier umpiring decisions there. And the question now is whether we're going to see Ollie Pope come out to the crease. But no,
this isn't Ollie Pope.
It's not Ollie Pope.
No, so this is Mahipal Lamraw, left-hander, coming out to the middle. Made his debut in the last game.
He's got a lot of work to do now in his second game.
He'll be wondering what this county cricket's all about. It keeps coming out in a crisis. So Mahipal Lamraw joins Adam Thomas. So Surrey suddenly 50 for 4. And yeah, this is trouble for Surrey now.
Yeah, if you're a Surrey batter coming out now, it's not suddenly going to get any easier, because these seamers are, bowling with a lot of confidence, and even when they need a blow, you've got Simon Harmer coming on to bowl his tweakers, and he's notoriously difficult to score off.
Doesn't feel like a day for Harmer, does it?
No, not at the moment.
Like a seamer's day, this.
Definitely does, but I'm sure we probably
Harmer could
will.
bowl in anything.
If
couldn't he,
Harmer could
really?
bowl anything, I'm sure we'll see him at some point, just when the quicks need a rest. But Jamie Porter only bowled a short opening spell, so he'll still be fresh when he comes back on the field. Sam Cook is about to start his third over. He's yet to go for a run. Picked up a wicket of Dom Sibley, and he beats Thomas on the outside edge. That's another fabulous delivery from Sam Cook. Very similar to the ball that dismissed Dom Sibley, but Thomas has done well to miss that.
He really has. I think probably the only thing there is, because it was just back of a length, it's just given that little bit of extra time for the ball to deviate past the outside edge. A little fuller than that, I think Thomas could have been in trouble there. Great bowling from Cook though.
I'll make you right there, Mark. Just a couple of inches fuller, and I think he might have been in trouble. Thomas face up again, and he gets in behind that, and that's a solid shot. That was fuller from Cook. Thomas played that confidently.
Now, the only thing I did notice with Lemraw is I think he likes to feel the ball on bat. He's sort of described as an aggressive middle order player.
Get a fourth slip and a galley in.
Yeah, well, he does play a little bit away from his body as well, outside the off stump.
I mean, you could almost say it's not a bad time for him to just come out and play his strokes. I mean, the team
really.
50 for 4 ball doing a bit. There's no point coming in and waiting to get a good one as Cook bowls again and Thomas defends once more.
Well, it's
into
just
the
tough out
offside.
there. It's tough against a very good bowling attack. It's tough. You've got to sort of get yourself through this. It's so tough as a batter when it's like this, but you just got to somehow work your way through this. Porter's getting warmed up again down there to our left. He's at long leg. He's just whirling his arms.
Yeah, there's a couple of options really as a batter. You either batten down the hatches and try and survive, or you try and counter-attack and hit the bowler off their line and length. Cook bowls slightly straighter this time to Thomas, and he's able to work that into the leg side, but still
Well, I
no
think
run.
you can almost be aggressive without sort of trying to smash the ball out the park, and sort of with you're running between the wickets, and you know that's the other thing here. You've got a left and right hand combination. You can against this sort of bowling as well. You can get stuck against one bowler who's then got an opportunity to work on you.
Thomas hoping he doesn't get stuck, facing Sam Cook for too long, does well, leaves that alone, and Michael Pepper just spills that as it goes through to him, but Cook is putting everything in that corridor of uncertainty, and he's getting the ball to talk at the moment.
This is all part of the Thomas education, really. He's up against one of the very best at this.
It's not going to get much tougher than this in county cricket. Grey clouds, pretty new ball still, and Sam Cook steaming in from the Graham Gooch end. One more ball of the over. Here is Cook. Bowls, and Thomas again lets that go, but that has just hooped back in, hasn't it?
Well,
Pepper's taken that way down the leg side.
Thomas and Cook there end up grinning at each other because that really has just jagged back from outside the off stump.
That's totally unplayable, that ball. I mean, that started way outside off, and Pepper's taken that way down the leg side, and that is, again, just as a batter, you just tip your cap and say, well bowled.
I don't like the look of these clouds that are rumbling in at the moment. They look like they might have a little bit of rain in them. I can't work out which direction they're coming from. I think we're
It's
slowly...
usually like coming from over the pavilion.
I don't know if this makes sense, which with me normally doesn't, but it sort of seemed to be coming in both directions at the moment, left and right and left. And they sort of seem to be meeting in the middle, because the flag, the Essex flag, is just wrapped round the flagpole, which would make you think it's a bit of a swirly wind. So Lemraw getting ready for his first delivery. Snater is into him, and the left-handed Lemraw is pushing this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. So yes, I'm not quite sure which direction the wind's coming from, but it's definitely swirling around. Now, one of the great men of this parish, and also one of the great meteorologists, Oakley,
Yep.
says it's raining in Brentwood at the
Okay.
moment.
Okay.
As
That's not a million miles away.
forward comes Lamraw, pushes Snater out to backward point. Radar looks like we might have rain soon, but it could be a passing shower, says Oakley.
Okay.
And he is a man of many talents.
He's a man of
isn't he?
many talents.
Oh, my
Meteorologist,
word,
add that to his
well,
CV.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, usually, I think the weather comes from over the pavilion, and that's where the clouds are looking particularly.
Talking of men of many talents,
dark.
one's just passed by the commentary box window there. He's old school. He goes out and just licks his finger and puts it up into the wind, and then he can tell exactly what the weather's going to do. As around the wicket goes Snater. Oh, here goes Lamraw, using his feet and then an angle bat to get to the pitch of that. That's thick inside edge onto his front pad. So he's trying to get out to Snater here, isn't he?
I don't think that's a bad move, but Michael Pepper still stood back. And as you say, Longmore likes to feel bat on ball. And you see that there, just advancing down. Nearly got himself in a tangle. Well, if it's raining in Brentwood, I'd imagine it would be with us in no more than about 15 minutes.
Really? Depends how fast the clouds are going, I suppose. As forward goes Lamraw. Plays this one out into the offside. Elgar does the fielding. And there is no run. Well, look, let's be honest. This morning we've probably seen more cricket than we thought we would when we arrived this morning, when it was raining very, very heavily this morning. There was a bit of thunder about the place as well this morning.
No, we can't complain.
No,
Can't
they
complain.
may have to put the floodlights on if it gets any gloomier. Snater runs away from us. Around the wicket he goes to Lamraw. That's too wide outside the off stump. Lamraw's having nothing whatsoever to do with that. That's taken by Pepper. Moving away to his left-hand side. You can always tell as well when the crowds start looking up. And they're just keeping an eye on these clouds at the moment.
Chelmsford is its own microclimate, so you never know. The number of times we've been here at the cricket, and I've looked at the forecast and said, "Oh, it's going to chuck it down," and then it just misses it, skirts around the edge.
Birthplace of the radio, of course. Now Lamraw plays this as if it's just hopped on him a touch. He was about to try and whip that through the leg side, and in the end played it with a fairly straight bat. Good over from Snater. So Essex right on top of Surrey here. 50 for 4, Surrey. Thomas has 9. Lamraw is yet to get off the mark. And those two get together for a little chat about everything. Rahul Chahar also playing in this one for Surrey.
Yeah, good spin options have Surrey, but whether or not it's the match for the spinners, we'll wait to see on days 3 and 4, I think. And Essex will want to keep this good start going, because just looking ahead for the rest of the week, the weather not looking promising, particularly on Saturday, so they could lose even more time out of this match, in which case they want to try and get a result wrapped up as early as they can. And Tom Wesley is making a field adjustment. Zaman Akhtar has come in at a sort of 5th slip. Sam Cook bowls to Thomas, and that's defended.
I'm trying to use my eyesight to see whether I can see Pope anywhere in that marquee at the moment.
Well, it would be bizarre if he's not here.
It would be very odd seeing that Sam Cook's here, and has already picked up a wicket. He must be here. They must have come down together.
But then if he doesn't come in next, you wonder what he's waiting for.
Oh, I think that's him. Yeah, I've just seen him sat down. So he is here.
So that's good news for Surrey fans. Ollie Pope is ready and waiting if needed. It's Cook bowling to Thomas. Oh, and that strikes the pad. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Thomas has done well to get a bit of bat on that, as that's just come back into the right-hander.
I think he's played that very well.
He has played that very well. He's played that quite late. And he'll be quite grateful, I think, to now watch his partner, Longmore, face up to Cook.
Well, what the key thing with that was that he kept the bat face going towards Cook. So when it did nip, it hit the inside edge of the bat and he got a run. Whereas if he'd been trying to work that leg side, suddenly you lose, well, 3/4 of your bat face.
Your leading edges in play there.
Yeah.
And there's 4 slips in place for Longmore as well. There's a regulation first, second and third, and then Actor at sort of fifth. So Lomraw works that into leg side, and they're going to hurry through for a quick single here. Allison doesn't gather that cleanly, and that's good running. As you were saying a little bit earlier, Mark, that's often the key when situations are tough as a batting unit. Can you run well? Can you rotate the strike just so you're not getting bogged down against the same bowler?
Yeah, and it's that old chestnut of the left and right-handed combination. Yeah, Pope shadowing shots there.
Yeah, I can see
in
him
the
now.
marquee, having a bit of a stretch, so he's
ready
all
and
ready to
waiting.
go. He's batted in some funny positions this year. He came in at 9 at Trent Bridge when he injured a finger.
Cook again, bowling all, and I think that does wrap Thomas on the pad this time. Cook just getting it to really tail back in quite late.
They've all bowled well, but Kirk looks different here, doesn't he?
Been outstanding. I mean, yeah, just left out the England starting 11 again, so possibly he comes here thinking he's got a bit of a point to prove to the selectors, and my word, he's making his point. 3.4 overs, 1 wicket, just the 2 runs so far, and Thomas is locked into a good battle here and comes forward and defends that, and every ball feels like an event here for Sam Cook. He's very much in the game, as are the slips.
Well, he's testing every inch of Lomraw's technique and Thomas's technique at the moment. If there is any sort of little flaw there, Cook's going to find it. Very good stuff this from Sam Cook.
Surrey just need a partnership. If they can have a partnership and just see themselves through to tea, and they can reassess and go again, possibly a rain delay to come. Cook bowls again, that's just slightly back of a length and a bit straighter, and works into leg side. No run, so just the 2 runs from that over. Another great set from Sam Cook. 23 overs gone as we see the floodlights just start to come on to illuminate this gloom.
Well, it shows how gloomy it was, because they really lit the place up, haven't they?
Look very bright all of a sudden, don't they? And Surrey, after 23 overs, are 52 for 4.
Elsewhere, in the Test match, England 100 for 4. Jordan Cox 38 not out, Dan Lawrence 10 not out. Hampshire 162 all out against
Crikey.
Glamorgan. So Hampshire all out for 162 against Glamorgan. So Glamorgan have their 3 bowling points already.
Been so impressive this season,
Yeah, they
haven't
have.
they? Newly
They
promoted.
really have. Somerset 187 for 5 against Sussex. Tom Abel 72 not out. Craig Overton 48 not out.
They've recovered well.
Absolutely. Snater to Lomraw. Lomraw is forward and pushes this one down to backward point, and there's no run. Still no play between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. And Yorkshire at Scarborough, this is 141 for 4 against Leicestershire. In Division 2, they haven't bowled a ball at Derbyshire Middlesex. That's it for the day. Gloucestershire all out for 137. Durham are 8 without loss. I'm just looking at the bowling figures. Oh, Casey Aldridge 5 for 16.
Wow.
As around the wicket goes Snater. Lomraw forward once again. So Potts took 2 for 27. Cast took 2 for 51. Stokes 1 for 18. And Casey Aldridge 5 for 16. Northamptonshire Kent delayed. And Worcestershire Lancashire delayed. So still just the 1 game being played in Division 2, and that's moving on at a pace.
We're lucky to be seeing some
We
cricket.
certainly are. Doesn't look the easiest day for batting again. As around the wicket goes Snater to Lomraw. Thick inside edge to a good length delivery. I think that's just kicked his front pad actually. Off the inside edge. He'll get a single. So Lomraw moves on to 2. Surrey move on to 53 for 4.
You can start to panic, can't you, as a batting side with a start like this, 53 for 4, but when bowling conditions are so favourable, you've got to just readjust your expectations and say, actually, if we get anywhere near 200, 220,
Absolutely.
that's not uncompetitive
Absolutely.
given the conditions.
Absolutely. Snater takes a big deep breath and comes bustling in. Quick arm action, Snater. full length delivery, lovely shot from Adam Thomas. Full length delivery, full face of the bat, straight back down the ground for 4. That's a classy shot from Adam Thomas. He's on to 14, Surrey move on to 57 for 4.
Well, I've got to say that's probably shot of the day for me. That's glorious. Given what he's had to face so far, it's been a torrid time for the Surrey batter, but that was a real display of intent. Just timed that to perfection, straight back past the bowler and says, go and fetch that.
Well, as you say, it's also having been under the pump a bit to see that it's there for that shot as well. Snater over the wicket to him, and forward he comes, will get a single. That's good batting. Just pushes that to the left of Sam Cook, who has to go round to do the fielding, enable them to get through for the single. Victoria Polly will be with us this afternoon, but she had to hot foot it to Colchester Stadium for their pre-game press conference.
Yep. Colchester up against Rochdale at the weekend.
I did offer to go. I had a number of questions I needed to be asking.
What would you want to hear from Danny Cowley?
Well, I didn't even know Danny Cowley was the manager of Colchester. As around the wicket comes Snater. That's nicely played by Lon Rott. He's taken that off middle stump, but it's a full length, and he has just played it very wristily, hasn't he? Through the leg side and off to the boundary rope for 4. So a more productive over for Surrey there. Oh, that's thunder, everybody.
That is thunder.
We've got a bit of thunder. Now that's where the umpires do get a bit twitchy.
I have to say though, Mark, strangely enough, it's just brightened up, isn't it?
Well, it's a funny old day weather-wise. But that was definitely thunder.
That was definitely thunder, yeah. But it's actually Thursday is bin day round here.
Thursday's bin day.
In Old Molsham, sort of where we are. 'Cause I'm also of this parish.
Yes.
So sometimes I hear the bins and I think, oh my gosh, there's thunder.
That was.
But they do sound very similar. But that
bin.
was definitely thunder and not the bins.
Yes.
Bins were a bit earlier in the day. Here comes Sam Cook starting his 5th over. Thomas just defends that one.
Is it recycling day today?
Recycling
today.
I think we were cardboard this morning.
Right. It's all very complicated these days.
All very complicated. Yeah.
I get muddled up with which bit goes in what bin sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it's easily done.
Yeah, well, it is. Then I feel really guilty. So, well, our bin picker uppers are very strict.
Are they?
They leave stuff behind if you
Really?
put it in the wrong bin.
Well, quite right.
Yeah.
Cook to Thomas. Thomas just happy to let that one go. Outside his off stump. Sam Cook trying to draw him into the drive. Thomas just nodding his head as if to say, well bowled, Mr. Cook.
All I would say is I think that was thunder. I don't think that would have had to have been about 100 bins
That would
all
have
at
been
the same time.
Yeah, that was definitely thunder.
Very strict now, though. Very strict. And if you want to get an extra bin, they're quite pricey, the old extra bins from the council.
Got to pay your way.
Yeah.
Here's Cook again. Thomas defends, and he's looking very engaged here. Thomas, he's not thinking about the bins. He's thinking on the.
Well, as long as he put his out this morning.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hope he didn't forget. But maybe it's different. Those are different days of the week, isn't it?
It does get confusing. I like to get everything out there the night before.
Yeah, just put your
because
mind
I'm
at
never
ease.
sure what time they're going to come. Some days it can be early, other days it can be a bit later.
Are they still on strike in Birmingham? Are they still having issues with the bins?
That was last. God, if they are.
Thomas in behind this one solidly.
No, they're not, because I went to Edgbaston first game of the season. And
it didn't smell too bad.
No. And there were definitely sort of bins.
Okay.
Not sort of mountains of,
that's a relief.
of waste.
It's a relief.
You have to be careful with the old wheelie bins, though. Especially if you're on top of the hill.
It could be dangerous.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. Cook at the top of his mark. Floodlights not fully on, but just offering some light in this gloom. Oh, and that strikes Thomas on the pad, but that's going to be going over the top of the stumps. excitement from Michael Pepper, but that was optimistic.
It's good from Thomas because he's got some sort of stride in there down the pitch, but it's good from Cook as well. Again, he's just got it to nip back. This is excellent bowling, it really is, from Sam Cook.
What's his 1 ball left in his 5th over? He's gone for 2 runs, so an economy rate of what, 0.4.
Oh, Kevin Howes tells me they've been nasted on strike in Birmingham.
Oh, I thought I had heard.
Wow,
I thought I had
that's
heard.
been going on a long time.
Something has been going on a long time, and Thomas just defends final ball of Cook's 5th over, solidly in behind that. So another maiden for Sam Cook. Sorry, after 25 overs are 62 for 4, and
Victoria's back.
Victoria's back from.
Listen, those
speaking to
aren't
Danny
bins.
Cowley. No, they're
That's
not.
definitely the Thunder.
I don't think they are bins. I think you're right.
Yeah.
That's the Thunder.
Yeah.
But well, thank you to Kevin House for
Well, he's always on the
that
news.
nugget of information. Yeah.
He's always at the forefront of breaking news, although that isn't really breaking news because they're still on strike. But there you are.
It's a long old time.
Yeah, it's a long old time, that. Now, we're getting Jamie Porter back into the attack. So, Porter to replace Snater. Surrey 62 for 4.
Against the ball from the Mr. Cook end.
Victoria just settling back in. Any big news from Colchester? No big news. No big breaking news from Colchester. As Porter gets ready to come around the wicket to Lombrow. 3 slips in there for him. Lombrow played a very nice shot in the last over off Snater. Porter's in. Lombrow's letting a good length ball go outside his off stump. So just for Victoria as well. Sam Cook obviously has already taken a wicket with his bowling, and Ollie Pope, he's out. He's in the marquee shadowing shots. We were slightly concerned they hadn't come in the same car because we didn't see Pope for a while, but he is here.
We've just been talking about bins, Victoria, in case you were wondering.
Well, yes.
In case you got anything to add to the
It
conversation.
was the sound of the thunder reminded us it was bin day today. Yeah, it's bin day today. As around the wicket comes Porter once more, and Lomraw's forward. Playing this one off a goodish length. Down towards backward point, and there's no run. Well, sometimes I think it looks like when you sort of drive along and all the bins are lined up, it's like the drooping of the colour, isn't it? When they all get together and like a parade ground.
Very smart. I'm quite nosy. I quite enjoy when it's the when people have put out the glass, when it's like glass day, just seeing what everyone's been drinking for the last couple of weeks.
Christmas, it's always busy,
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
it? As around the wicket once again comes Porter. Lombraw's playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. There's an awful lot of cardboard at Christmas from people's presents.
Lots of
aren't
presents,
there?
yeah.
Lots of presents.
Possibly shows the need to get out more and maybe find a new hobby rather than
No.
pacing up and down, looking in everyone's
No,
bins.
well, yeah, but yes, be careful with that. Well, at the moment, Surrey are looking for runs here. This is very good bowling from Essex under the lights. Oh, that's a beauty from Porter. And this is not going to be easy because the lights are on. It is nipping around. That one's just zagged away from Lombraw's defensive shot. To be fair to Lombrow, he kept playing the line of the ball, so it was just going past his outside edge. But conditions now just feel ripe for bowling, don't they?
Feels like a day-nighter almost with the floodlights.
It's quite gloomy out there.
It's quite gloomy. The ball is still moving a lot, and the Essex bowlers are just hitting perfect lengths at the moment.
Very good stuff, this from Essex. As Lombrow lets this one go. Good judge of his off stump there, Lombrow.
It's kept a bit lower, that one.
Well, there we are. More words of encouragement there. Great man, that. Great man. He's got his binoculars out now.
Headphones in.
Yeah, I had a chat with him this morning. Always here.
Always in the same seat as well.
Absolutely.
And he was here in the pouring rain.
He was.
At about 20 past, half past 9.
When I saw him this morning, we had a bit of a catch up. Raw waits once again, and he's forward to Porter. Pushes this one out towards Dean Algar. Of course, announced his retirement at the end of this season, but a very good over from Porter. Maiden over, 62 for 4 then Surrey.
There go the bins again.
Yeah. Oh, now the umpires are getting together with that very, very loud rumble. They're either discussing that, or umpire Long is saying to umpire Burns, "Did you remember? Put your bins out this morning."
It's probably the latter, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I think we're going to stay out there. Umpire Burns is sort of saying it's going over the pavilion. I don't know whether the thunder is, but it does look a bit brighter.
Yeah, if we just look to our right where we are from this commentary position, just behind the pavilion, the sky's quite bright.
Does look brighter.
Whether this gloomy patch of cloud is just going to skirt past us, we'll keep our fingers crossed that it does. But in the meantime, Sam Cook's got the ball in hand, and you're going to have to do well to get it out of his hand. He's bowling fabulously well, and yet again hits his spot, and Thomas comes forward and defends that nicely.
Tell you what, my mum's got at her house now. In the house has got a 3-pedalled beam.
No.
Yes. One is for plastic, one is for paper, and the other one is for something else.
That is smart.
Very good.
That is a smart bit of kit.
Very good, that. Very, very good. Of course, when I'm there, put everything in the wrong bit. But
Inevitable.
But
don't blame yourself.
I've asked for them to be labelled. Make it easier for me.
And that's just played up to mid-on defensively by Thomas for no run.
This is so good from Cook. What's he into now?
It's
six
over, yeah.
1 for 2.
1 for 2.
Oh dear.
And every ball, he really looks like he's in with a shout of taking another wicket, doesn't he?
Well, if you're Surrey, you just have to get through this spell.
Yeah. He's not giving you... That's the thing, he's not even giving you one bad ball every... Well, 2 or 3 overs.
He hasn't bowled a bad ball yet.
He hasn't bowled a bad ball. So it's really tough as a batter. But Thomas is doing well. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he defends once more. He's playing it late, Thomas, and that's what you have to do when the ball is nipping around like this. You have to be really patient, and we saw that's how Blake perished, wasn't it? He just went at the ball, followed it from Shane Snater, who enticed him in, and he pushed at the ball with hard hands, and that saw his demise. But Thomas has got the right idea here.
For Lamraw, again, I said this last week, this is a little different to what conditions he's used to.
Yeah, a bit different to Rajasthan.
Yeah.
Cook bowls getting on. That's very nicely driven by Thomas, and I think he's not quite going to pick up a boundary. As who's that doing the fielding out there? That's Luke Benkenstein, who's on the pitch. He's one of Essex's strongest fielders, and
his trousers look a bit of a mess now as well.
Going to be off to the dry cleaners in a heap with
exactly
Charlie
the
Allison.
same place as Allison, so it must still be quite damp down there, because Allison early on, big grass stain up his trousers, and now Benkenstein's got one as well.
There's not a lot of grass down there, is there? It's just that rain's turned it into a bit of a muddy patch. Here comes Cook again. And Thomas does really well to leave that, as that's just tailed back into him. And he's almost left that on length, as it's just gone over the top of off stump.
Well, that's a brilliant leave from Adam Thomas.
I've been very impressed with him so far. He's just been so patient, and that last shot was excellent. Given a little bit of width, again played it late, found his gap, picked up a couple, and then leaving that one.
Well, he's got a few people have said he's sort of got that Jamie Smith, Ollie Pope vibe when they first got into the Surrey side.
Cook with the last ball of his 6th over then, and that's driven really, really nicely down the ground by Thomas. That's a superb shot. He's just waited for it. Possibly the first bad ball Cook has bowled, just slightly too full there, and Thomas has lent on that one, and it goes past the fielder at mid-off for 4 runs. So Surrey move on to 68 for 4.
Well, it's a classy bit of batting from Adam Thomas, and again it's spotting in amongst all this brilliant bowling. He's suddenly got one that's slightly over pitched, and spotting that, and doesn't try and overhit it or smash it through the offside, just lent on it. Very nice bit of batting that from Adam Thomas.
It's 21 off 31, so given how testing it's been up there, that's not a bad strike rate either.
It's going to be Porter to continue. Lamraw will be on strike. 68 for 4, Surrey. Porter into his 8th over, 1 for 24 so far. 3 slips in there for the left-handed Lumroy as Porter's into him. Lumroy covers up. Lays it back up the pitch. Reminds me a little bit, just in stature and left-handedness, of Pant. When he bats.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hasn't sort of gone down and done a forward roll yet and
No.
ramped 1 for 6.
Hasn't hit the deck yet.
But just the stature and sort of setup.
Looks like quite a powerful player.
He does. He certainly does. He's been kept very, very honest here. Porter runs away from us. Around the wicket. Lumroy's forward. Plays this down into the leg side. Will just get a single. That will bring Thomas back on to strike. Surrey move on to 69 for 4. A few Surrey supporters down here. I've spotted a few today.
Possibly waited before setting off this morning
Yeah.
after looking at the weather, but making their way in now.
It's a pretty good trip on the train, isn't it, to Chelmsford?
Yeah.
It's not too tough
No,
from,
it's not bad.
from
Probably about
London and Surrey.
Probably about an hour
Yeah.
to Chelmsford Station.
And then just a sort of 10-15 minute walk to the ground. So I think quite a few will be down at the weekend, I would have thought, dependent on the weather.
Maybe the Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I think a few go to football on a Saturday as well,
Mm.
don't they now? The old football season started. Porter is into Thomas. Thomas off his pads, just turns his wrists on this down towards long leg, wants 2. It's good running from Adam Thomas. Back for the second he comes. He moves on to 23. Surrey move on to 71 for 4.
Do you do any work on the football, Mark?
Not anymore. Last year I did do a couple of games. I made a slight fool of myself at QPR by starting to interview the media manager, thinking it was the manager of Queen's Park Rangers. And then I had an interesting trip to Oxford Millwall.
Okay.
Oh yeah, where I ended up doing commentary for the last 10 minutes on my own.
Oh, right.
Yes. As in over the wicket comes Porter. Solidly forward goes Thomas. Plays this one up towards mid-on. Wesley does the fielding. And there is no run. Yes, that was slightly embarrassing at QPR, I have to say.
At what point did he correct you?
Well, no, he didn't have to, because then this very glamorous-looking gentleman in a cut suit walked out, and I thought, and stood next to him. I thought, here we go. So I sort of veered my question off towards this other gentleman.
Expertly done.
Yes, thank you. Here is Porter, and that just nips back from Porter. It's well played by Thomas. Just jumping a touch into that shot was Adam Thomas. Rolls away into the offside. I find it tricky these days. I used to do a lot of football, but I loved it, but I find it hard to keep up with.
There's
who's playing
so
for
much,
who and-
so many games on now. Is it every
all
day
the
of the
time.
week, isn't it?
Absolutely. Used to be but the big match on Sunday. God, that was exciting. As in over the wicket comes Porter. This one's pushed by Thomas out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 71 for 4. Thomas 23. Lumroy 7. So the start of a partnership here between these two came together at 41 for 4. So they've added to 30. Just need to keep going really, but it's tough out there.
Yeah, they've been very impressive, and Adam Thomas showed glimpses of what he can do in the game against Notts. 48 in the first innings, a duck in the second innings, but I've been very impressed with him so far in this match. 23 or 35, he's found a way to keep the scoreboard ticking along against some really top-class bowling, and we are going to see a change from the Graham Gooch end. Sam Cook is going to take a break, and Zum Akhtar's coming back into the attack. He bowled 2 overs a little earlier, and none for none. Yet to go for a run.
That was a wonderful spell from Cook, though, wasn't it?
A brilliant spell from Cook, and I wonder if he's was he maybe going to change ends, but he prefers it from the Graham Gooch end, so we'll have to wait and see. Here comes Akhtar. Lumroy facing up, and that's just short of a length, and they're going to hurry through for a quick single here, and no shy at the stumps.
Very well judged single, that from Lumroy.
It was very well judged, because he's barely hit that off the cut strip next to the wicket.
I think Adam Thomas is sort of saying, that's fine. But in the back of his mind, he was thinking, yeah, just give me the hurry up a touch. But actually, it was very well judged, that, from Lumroy.
Yeah, and they need to take all the runs they can get at the moment, Surrey, and these two just looking to steady the ship, and they're doing a good job so far. Here's Akhtar once more, and that's a nice ball outside off stump, just a hint of away movement. Thomas lets that one go, and then just gestures to Longmore with his hands that has moved in the air.
Again, that blue patch is going to miss us, unfortunately, but I'm sure that oh no, I think it is going left to right now. I'm just looking at the flag. But the clouds do seem to just swirl around.
Akhtar to Thomas. Thomas again, shoulders, arms, lets that one go through to Michael Pepper. Yeah, I thought I just saw a little speck of rain there, but it could have been my imagination. But yeah, there's patches of blue now, which we haven't seen for a little while. The floodlights are still very much on.
Yeah, because the flag was wrapped round the flagpole, which means it was going round and round and round. Now it's going out at right angles, so that means that the wind's changed a touch.
Akhtar to Thomas, and Thomas just steers that one down through backward point, and they're going to come through for a single.
So many apps for the weather now, isn't there? Rain radars and all sorts of things.
It's tough to know which one to trust, really. I mean, I just tend to keep looking until I find one that tells me what I want to see.
I'm of that age now, because you're still a very young man, where I just look out the window and now I find it always gives me exactly what the weather's going to be like.
Would make sense, wouldn't it? And Akhtar just strays onto the leg side there, and I don't know if Longmore gets any bat on that, but it's definitely going down the leg side.
It always used to make me sort of smile to myself when sort of, I don't know, there'd be a T20 game at 7 o'clock in the evening, and at 11 o'clock in the morning it was raining and people were asking, will the game be on tonight? Well, I don't know, there's still 8 hours to go.
Oh, everyone just wants to see the cricket, don't they?
The
Akhtar to Longmore, that's well driven, and that might race away to the fence. Charlie Allison is in hot pursuit and he's fast, and he's going to get there and cut it off, but they will get through for 3 runs. So a nice stroke there from Longmore, again playing it late, working it through the gap in the offside.
And again, he hasn't tried to smash that, he's just let it come to him and then pushed it really for 3. Very good shot from Lumroy.
And Allison, he's got such a good arm, hasn't he? And again, that's from the boundary, he nearly flung that over Pepper's head.
Oh, he'd definitely have won the throw the cricket ball the furthest of Sports Day. Allison, I would have thought.
Oh, that was a good event.
Should be an Olympic sport.
Should be, which I think so. I do think so.
Definitely.
Who'd win that out of the county cricketers you soon?
Well, there you are, you see. There's a few out there with very good arms. Chris Jordan, I think, would probably be in that, wouldn't he? Yeah. And he'd have sort of been to about 4 Olympics.
Yeah.
Won a couple of gold medals. Porter, around the wicket he comes. Lumroy's going to get a boundary hit. He's just let that come to him. It's hit the outer edge of his bat, always going down. And that flies off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4.
My dad always tells me, and a lot of Essex fans do, who remember Keith Boyce playing here, always tell me that he had the best arm he's ever seen.
Yeah. Sylvester Clarke as well. And he hardly seemed to throw it, and it would basically fly out of the oval and end up going down towards Vauxhall.
Yeah, it's just, some people just got the timing,
oh,
haven't they?
Yeah.
Just...
yeah. It must be lovely to be able to do that. Like a rocket over the top of the stumps. Porter, around the wicket he comes, and this is turned by Lumroy into the leg side, and there's no run. I think cricket ball, who can throw it the furthest, be terrific Olympic sport. Well, we've got cricket in the Olympics now, haven't we?
Yeah.
In the old LA.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It doesn't really feel like an Olympics. I don't think the ancient Greeks were playing
no.
cricket.
No, but I've always thought if you're going to break America with cricket, you've got to have an Olympic Games with cricket in America where the American team go well. As that's hitting the thigh guard of Lomraw. Rolls away down to long leg, and they will pick up a single. There's Liam Plunkett's involved out there now.
He is, yeah.
And he's playing a bit of baseball. He's pitching.
Is
in
he?
baseball, yeah. Yeah, I saw a video of him in all his kit.
Well, I guess there's real transferable skills there, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's interesting that I think with baseball, where they are, and that's why sometimes baseball coaches have come to countries and county sides. Their throwing is unbelievable in baseball. As this is pushed by Thomas off the back foot, let it come to him. It's going to go down towards that third man boundary rope again. Back goes Allison. There's his strong arm again into the gloves of Pepper. They'll pick up 2 more. But yeah, their throwing arms are ridiculous in baseball.
They sort of hyperextend the elbow, don't they? And
I think it was Australia. They for a while had a baseball coach with the team, and he just did throwing with them.
God, that's not a bad little job, is
yeah,
it?
Great job.
Yeah.
Yep. He was always sort of sat crouching on the boundary rope with his baseball mitt on. Yes. As in over the wicket comes Porter again. Forward comes Thomas. Plays this one away into the offside. There is no run.
I always think it must be so hard as a batter in baseball, especially if you're used to playing cricket, because the surface area of your blade is just. I think I'd be I think I could maybe have a go at pitching, but I think actually batting in baseball would be useless.
A very good book called Playing Hardball by Ed Smith.
Okay.
And he went out and trained with, was it the Dodgers? Or the Mets, I think, when he was playing county cricket for England, and went and did some baseball training and wrote about that. As forward goes Thomas, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's a very, very good book, as they always are by Ed Smith, because he's a very clever chap. 83 for 4. Surrey, here on Sports Extra 2, BBC Essex, BBC London, BBC Sport website and app, and on the Essex live stream, of course. Thomas has 26, Lebraw's on 15. It's been hard work, this. Started at 1:30 and it's been hard work.
I think Surrey have done very well considering where they were. These two deserve a lot of credit for getting through a very testing time, and they're still there, and they haven't got too long to go until tea, and if they can both come off at the break, I think they'll be very happy with their afternoon's work so far. So it's going to be Akhtar to continue from the Graham Gooch end, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lomraw. That's just on a good length, straight delivery, played respectfully by Lomraw, who's 15 off 25. Thomas has just taken his gloves off and is rubbing his hands in the dirt at the non-striker's end.
Sweaty hands.
Sweaty hands, yeah. Some batters wear inners, don't they, to...
Well, they have that sort of that talcum-y powder stuff now as well, don't they?
So don't lose their grip on the bat. Here comes Akhtar again. Still 3 slips. That's played defensively up to mid-on. No run.
Well, you often see it now that they run out with this bottle of sort of talcum-y powdery stuff for the batters. And it's a bit like weightlifting. And they go to do their weights.
They cover their hands.
Don't they? It's a bit like that now. But that's all just to stop your hands sweating. That's why the gloves get changed so much these days.
It's interesting, isn't it, when they do a little behind the scenes of the dressing room and you see players like Joe Root and they've got about 12 pairs of gloves.
All lined up.
Yeah. Akhtar around the wicket once more, and that's just back of a length outside off stump and draws Lomraw into that. He didn't need to play that one. It was quite a half-hearted shot, but he's played it down into the ground, and Jamie Porter fields at point. No run.
Yeah, there's a lot of equipment knocking around these days for the players. Unless you're Dan Worrell, which I often mention, where he has only a thigh guard and a box. Then he borrows everybody else's.
No.
Oh, yes.
Surely not.
Very famous for it.
Akhtar to Lomraw. He's on the drive. Up to Dean Elgar at fairly wide mid-off. No run.
Anybody who listens to Surrey commentaries will have heard this many a time.
Didn't know that.
Doesn't take guard either.
I mean, by the time he gets out to bat, I suppose there's probably some pretty clear indentations in the pitch when he can sort of work out what's what. So I don't.
He can bat as well. That's
Yeah.
the other thing with him. But yes, he always just borrows somebody's kit.
Oh dear, isn't people always happy to lend him?
Just the other thing. I don't think they've got much choice when he marches out there with it on.
That's quite unique, isn't it? Is Akhtar again, and Longmore lets that one go. Raises his bat above his head.
Well, when there was all the talk at the beginning of last season that he might get in the England squad, and they were thinking about him for the Ashes because he's England qualified, we were laughing to ourselves, saying, surely if he gets into that, you can imagine it with Joe Root. I'm just going to borrow your glove, Joe, if that's all right.
You don't mind, do you, Joe?
No, exactly. So, but no, he's just got a thigh guard and a box.
Easier for travelling around the world, I suppose. Last ball of this, Akhtar over, and they're going to get a run here. One more just works that off his hip. Sam Cooke fields, and that moves Surrey on to 84 for 4 from 31 overs, and we've got a minimum of 44 left in the day.
But I thought it must be quite interesting when he joins a dressing room, because he plays a bit of franchise stuff. He plays out in South Africa, he's played in that, and obviously played the 100. When you first meet your new teammates, you go out for a net, and then...
Yeah, sorry, lads.
Sorry, you can just borrow your kit while I have a bat, please.
Oh, well, at least he takes his own box with him.
Well, I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised nobody's had the bright idea of going to him and saying, "We'll give you some stuff if you, you know."
Maybe he just likes travelling light.
Well, we saw Laura Harris using the whack bat during the T20.
Oh,
She
okay.
certainly did give it a whack. As around the wicket porter then from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and played by Lumroar off the back foot out into the offside. And there's no run. But yes, he never takes guard either. Just strolls out there and just settles over his bat, and off you go.
Yeah, what
And
are
he can
you
bat.
fussing about, lads?
And he can bat as well. That's the thing. But he's a bit like that with his bowling, as he's so skillful. But there's no great histrionics with him. Sort of just marches back, turns around, runs in.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. As around the wicket once again. Oh, his Porter. That's hit Lumroar amidships. That's going to hurt Lumroar. Ooh, and now Thomas was thinking about a run, but actually Lumroar's still down on his haunches here. Oh,
That's
really, that made a...
That's painful. You heard the sound there.
Dear. Yeah, he's going for a ginger walk. He's sort of tiptoeing out towards square leg and now doing some stretches.
Take your time. Take your time.
Big deep breath. But that did make a resounding thud. He's okay. He settles himself down over his bat once more. 16 not out off 33 deliveries. Lumroar. Forward he comes to a good length ball. Just hops on him a touch. Runs it away down towards backward point. And there is no run. I think the crowd would have enjoyed what they said, because it's been really good hard fought cricket this in the first 32 overs, 31.3 overs. Some excellent bowling from Essex, but now Lumroar and Thomas just getting into their work as well. Tricky time though, 15 minutes until tea. Surrey would dearly love to still have these two there at tea time. Porter around the wicket he comes once again, and this is left alone by Lumroar. I suppose as well it's given Ollie Pope a bit more time just to settle in.
Bit of shadow batting.
Yeah, he's been doing a bit of that. He did play beautifully on, when was it, Saturday, wasn't it, against Nottinghamshire.
Do you think he's still in favour in terms of getting another
I think he'll
shot
get another shot,
with
but I
England?
think
Maybe not a
probably
number 3?
Middle
Middle
order, I
order,
would
yeah.
have thought. And he's also a very handy bloke if anything happened to Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
With the gloves as well. I
Keep
know they've got
wicket.
Jordan Cox as well, but don't want to give them all too much to do. As forward goes Lumroar.
Speaking of Jordan Cox, he's 42 not out from 78 balls, and much like here, there's been a bit of a steadying of the ship at Lords. Dan Lawrence is still with him, 15 off 39 balls, so the Essex-Surrey combination going nicely. England are 118 for 4, so after Mohammed Abbas took 3 very early wickets.
Well, ideal conditions for Abbas, wasn't it?
Such a good player, isn't he?
He really is. in those conditions. As Lamraw's working round that front pad, going down the leg side. Little shake of the head from umpire Nigel Long. So end of the over. 84 for 4, sorry. Thomas 26, Lamraw 16. I have to say, actually, when it was Abbas and Abbott at Hampshire, that was a top quality opening pair.
Superb, weren't they?
I think Carl Abbott's up at the top of the charts again in terms of wickets. He's a hell of a bowler, that bloke.
How many wickets has he got? He's in the high 30s, certainly, isn't he? And,
I think he's up to about 44 now.
oh, is he?
But he's been doing it season
it's
after
just
season after season.
Relentless. He's a one for the county championship fantasy team.
Definitely, he'll always pick your points up.
Yeah. As is Abbott. Actually, Abbott as well often gets a few handy runs
He does.
down the order. He can give it a whack. We've seen him do that at Chelmsford a few times in the past. Akhtar is going to continue. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Thomas. Still 3 slips in place, and Thomas just lets that one skip through to Michael Pepper.
Well, interestingly, I say that, and 2 for 3 Glamorgan in reply to Hampshire's 162. Abbott got it all started, and well, the top 3 have all gone without scoring. Ul Hassan, no score. Tribe, no score. Carlson, no score. Kellaway's on 2, and Ingram hasn't got off the mark.
God, you don't see that every day, do you?
It's obviously doing a bit there in Cardiff.
Thomas faces up again. Oh, and thinks about playing that. It's a good length outside off stump, but he does well to pull out of the stroke at the last minute. This is excellent stuff from Akhtar in his 5th over. He's gone for just 6 runs.
Somerset all out for 202 against Sussex.
Interesting.
Henry Crocombe 5 for 56.
Another impressive fast bowler.
Well, Surrey have him as of next season, young Mr. Crocombe.
Yep.
Warwickshire and Notts, that's it for the day. Haven't bowled a ball. Due to weather.
Feel for anyone who's made the journey.
Yes, absolutely.
As this one is played defensively. Solid looking forward defensive stroke from Adam Thomas.
Yorkshire and Leicestershire at Scarborough, bad light. Yorkshire 144 for 5.
So they're struggling.
It could always be sea fret at Scarborough as well. It doesn't just have to be the light. It can be sea fret coming across the ground. Gloucestershire were 137 all out, as we told you. Durham are 36 for 2 in reply. Lee's gone and McKinney gone.
Here's Akhtar once more. Bowls and forcing Thomas onto the back foot. He defends. I've got McKinney in my fantasy team as one of my batters. So he got 140 in the last game. So he got me a shed load of points. But
Northampton, Kent haven't started. Worcestershire and Lancashire haven't started. So far today, again, nobody has a batting point.
Possibly less surprising as in the last round of matches, just given the weather. Sorry, 84 for 4. So here comes Akhtar bowling, and that's driven nicely down the ground, and that bounces, played into the ground. It bounces over the head of Akhtar, and then races away for 4 runs. A lovely looking straight drive from Adam Thomas, who is he's playing a bit of a blinder here.
Yeah, this is a great shot
for his team. That's just pure timing, and look at the bounce off the surface. Akhtar's not a small man, but it's bounced straight over his head, and it's a sign of a man in good order when you're playing straight shots down the ground like that.
Yeah, for Essex listeners, he played club cricket in Australia and won I can't remember the name of the medal now, for the most runs, and has come back a different player really now.
Akhtar with his final ball of the over, and that's wide of the stumps, and Thomas is going to let that pass. 33 overs gone. Sorry, 88 for 4.
And as I understand it, they told him also to go away and work on a couple of things with his technique, which he did. And he's had a very good season as young Adam Thomas. Now we are going to get spin before tea. So Mr. Simon Harmer comes into the attack.
I think that's a good move.
Well, he's got left-hander to bowl at as well, in the shape of Lamraw.
And Lamraw, he's been fairly measured, hasn't he? I know he's an aggressive player, but you just wonder if Simon Harmer starts hanging the ball up outside off stump. Bear in mind how much seam he's had to deal with and just hang in there and survive. Whether he might fancy taking Harmer on eventually.
He's wearing the most sort of 80s shades I've seen for a very long time. They're big, and they've got, I think that's a purple that go over your ears, and then a yellow top to them.
They're very jazzy, aren't they?
They are very sort of 80s.
Yeah, he always wears shades, but I have to say, you're right, I haven't noticed him.
Quite Miami Vice.
Yeah, looking very cool.
Yep, Crockett and Tubbs and all that good stuff. So, a slip and a short leg as around the wicket he goes. His first ball's tossed up, and it's Lamraw pushing forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
You're right about what you said about Lamraw and Rishabh Pant. They do look very similar in their setup.
There is. It's I wondered last week who you reminded me of. As forward he comes, that's the thick inside edge. There is the short leg in there lurking. I always love watching Harmer bowl.
Very elegant bowler.
Yeah, he is, and he works players out very quickly. Gets through it very quickly. As around the wicket he comes. Oh, there you go. There's some turn. He saw him absolutely rip his fingers round that. Now, Lamraw, that's a big shot. The slog sweep against the off-spinner with the ball spinning away from him. And that's spun and taken by Pepper. Well, he's made his intention pretty clear there, but yeah.
Wondered if he might have a go.
As Harmer is into him. Well, he's just pulled the bat behind his front pad there, but that's gone again from Harmer.
That's really turned, hasn't it?
Well, I've always thought he could turn an orange on the motorway.
Yeah.
Good Harmer, because he's got big fingers.
Huge hands.
Yeah, and he does give it a proper old rip. Now, Lamraw's got to be very careful with the one that doesn't turn now. There's a quicker one. He's on the back foot, just playing this one out into the offside. He'll be used to spin though, Lamraw. You've seen a lot of it in India. Harmer in again, and Lamraw gets fully forward here and smothers that. So good first over from Harmer. A couple of balls did turn, and end of it, 88 for 4. I think more than the pitch, that was just Harmer giving it a proper old rip.
As a left-hander as well, you probably think, oh, can I go down the pitch here with the field in? But when you see turn like that, especially turn that's going away from you as a batter, you quickly put those thoughts to the back of your mind and go, I'm going to stay at home. And that's just another advantage for the bowler.
I think Nadeem Shahid might pop up tomorrow, which would be lovely. He'll be able to talk about this. When Sack Lane first came to Surrey, you could hear the ball spinning in the air.
Fizzing through the air,
but literally like a propeller.
They say that about Shane Warne as well, don't they?
That must be so intimidating, mustn't it? What Warney used to talk his way through wickets. Imagine how many more he would have got if DRS had been around.
I know. He used to come up with new balls. What was it? The Zuta?
Yeah, but he always only had about 3. But he started talking about all these new ones.
So Akhtar again continuing from the Graham Gooch end, and Thomas happy to leave that alone again outside off stump.
There's that fabulous video where he was mic'd up. I think it was at the Big Bash, and I think it was Brendan McCullum.
Yes.
And he talks.
He says exactly what he's going to do, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then bowls him round his leg sweeping.
Yeah. It just predicts it before it's even happened.
Amazing.
Yeah, very sad loss. A few years ago when we got the news. Akhtar to Thomas once more. And just slightly squares Thomas up, but he's done well. Again, plays it late and opens the face slightly, and they're going to run through for a quick single to the offside. Moves them on to 89 for 4.
Well, 5 minutes until the tea break. These two have done a pretty good job for Surrey, because when Folks went, was that 41 for 4?
Yeah, I think it was 41 for 4.
So they put on 48, apologies, and it's not been easy. Oh look, there's a big patch of blue sky now.
We can see the sun again. So maybe that rain in Brentwood's missed as Akhtar still going over the wicket to the left-handed Lamraw and pushes it wide of off stump. Lamraw lets that pass.
Rain in Brentwood.
Yeah, but not in Chelmsford. There you go. Adam Thomas has got his gloves off
That
again.
could be the title of a romantic novel. Rain in Brentwood, but not in Chelmsford. There we are. That would be a
I'll leave you to write that one, Mark.
hard-hitting debut
Yeah.
novel for someone.
You can claim some royalties for that. It's long roll waits. Oh, and that's a good ball. That's a very good ball from Akhtar, just back of a length, pushing it across the left-hander again. And Lomroy thought for a moment about pushing his hands at that, but did well to keep them tucked in.
Yeah, he does like to play through that backward point area. We saw this against Nottinghamshire. Just likes to sort of go through backward point, and look, they're pushing backward point now out to the boundary edge, so they're going to leave it all open for him if he wants to go there.
You saw a glimpse of it in the last over, didn't you? I think he's been really measured, really reserved, and he's holding himself back slightly, but he's sort of fighting his natural impulse to really have a go at the bowling. And Akhtar is bowling very nicely at the moment. That's just on his hip. Lomroy works that to Charlie Allison at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, he's done really well here, Lomroy, because again, even though he's been here a few more days now, these are completely different conditions to what he's used to. He'd never been to England, had a couple of days having a net, and then was suddenly out there against Stone and Hutton, Pennington. Here he's got Cook and Porter and Snater.
Initiation of fire.
Yeah, it
isn't it?
really is, but he's battled his way through this so far.
Akhtar again bowling. That's slightly shorter delivery this time. Again looking to work it across Lomroy, but he gets on top of the bounce nicely, and he's got through that Akhtar over, so 35 gone. 89 for 4.
Well, this might be the last over before tea, and I have to say that session's whizzed by because it's been fascinating cricket. It really has. And losing the 4 wickets. Rory Burns LBW to Porter for 6. And then Josh Blake caught by Harmer at second slip off Snater for 14. Sibley got a good one from Cook, caught behind off Pepper for 21. And then Ben Folkes LBW to Snater without scoring. But now this partnership for this 5th wicket was 48. Adam Thomas is 31 not out. And Roar is 16 not out. And it's going to be Harmer to bowl our final over before the tea break. Sun sort of coming through the dark clouds. You can see the stream of sunlight coming through the dark clouds there as Thomas. Forward he goes to Harmer. He's got a leg slip, a slip and a short leg. Simon Harmer.
Very aggressive field. Be a real bonus for Essex if they could get one more Surrey wicket.
And then Pope would have to come out after tea. As forward goes Thomas. That's beautifully bowled by Harmer. He's really thrown that one up outside the off stump, and I think for a second Thomas was thinking I might drive this, and then all of a sudden decided against it, which I think was the right decision. Harmer in again. Oh, that bounce. That's well played though by Thomas, because Water had anticipated the shot and he was diving from first slip, but Thomas has manoeuvred that expertly down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. It's a very good one, and Surrey are 93 for 4, but that was very well played by Thomas.
Yeah, they deserve a lot of credit, these two, and I think they do deserve to make it through to tea, don't they, the way they played.
Yeah, they have played it very nicely. Farmer's in, that bounces. Ooh, played down by Thomas in front of him. I will let you take over, my good friend, because you're about to do an update, I think.
I am about to do an update, thank you Mark, into the BBC Essex Sport 4 o'clock news. Simon Harmer continues. Oh, and there's a lot of turn there, and that's beaten everyone, and that's going to be buys. And that's going to be 4 of them, and that's done a lot more turn from the Essex spinner. Michael Pepper can't lay a glove on it.
Well, there is some turn out there. Lomroy will be interested in that. Chahar will be interested in that.
24 hours before.
It's a really amazing experience.
I know it's harbour, but
it's devastating.
two
to see
things, there's turn and there's
what's happened
bounce
sort of
as well
just
for
the day
harbour, so
after
it's
we
deadly
sort of
when
left
it's
the
like
area,
that.
really.
And last ball of the over for Simon Harmer. Plenty of bodies round the bat still. Coming over the wicket to Thomas. He just fires that one in a bit flatter, slightly back of a length, and Thomas again does well. And he's cut that away through the covers, and I think this has just got enough on it to make it to the fence. It does, so that's 4 runs, and that is the end of the session. And Surrey finish 101 for 4. And they've recovered really nicely after what was a difficult start. Essex have bowled fantastically well. 2 wickets for Shane Snater, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Sam Cook. And in gloomy skies with the floodlights on, Surrey 101 for 4. And I'm just going to go off and do an update into the news.
And one of our new things coming there this year is the MiG 17. So tonight should be really spectacular. So if you can't make this afternoon, 7:45 tonight, come down to Clacton Seafront and see a really good display.
In BBC Essex Sport, it's day 1 of Essex's latest county championship match of the season. Eagles are hosting Surrey. BBC Essex's James Patient is at Chelmsford.
And the rain's held off here. We've had 36 overs in the afternoon session. Essex won the toss and put Surrey into bat. The visitors lost 4 early wickets after some excellent bowling from the Essex opener. Shane Snater picked up 2 wickets. Jamie Porter picked up a wicket. And there was also a wicket for Sam Cook, who rushed back from Lords, where he was in the England squad, but he's now playing in this game. The Surrey middle order have rallied just before tea. Adam Thomas is currently 39 not out. Mahipul Lomro is 16 not out. So the score at tea is 101 for 4.
And BBC Essex has commentary with James and the team on the BBC Sport website and on that match. And the web forecast for Essex tonight likely to see another pulse of showery rain.
Museum and Library and their book sale will continue until half an hour after tea.
It's lovely. For your hat as well. So it was just when I got the feed in the ear.
Here, our second session of the day after the rain this morning, but the weather has cleared up and we have play between Essex and Surrey in the County Championship. Surrey will resume after tea on 101 for 4. I think Essex will be pleased with how they bowl, taking those 4 wickets, having begun the day at 1:30. But there's been some resistance in the Surrey batting, which will have pleased them getting to the break with this partnership between Thomas and Lomroy intact. I'm Victoria Polly alongside Mark Church, bringing you commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on the stream, and James Patient is alongside us as well.
Yeah, it was a very interesting session. Excellent with the ball, Essex. Really good with the ball, and getting Surrey 41 for 4. Burns LBW to Porter for 6. Blake caught Harmer, bowled Snater for 14. Sibley caught Pepper, bowled Cook for 21. And Folkes LBW to Snater without scoring. But then Adam Thomas and the man who made his debut last week, Mahipul Lomroy, took Surrey through to this tea time score of 101 for 4. So I'd say almost pretty much even, actually, with that partnership between these two. It's going to be Sam Cook from the Graham Gooch end to get us started after the tea break. Lomroy gets bat on this. That squirts away into the leg side. He's coming back for 2. That's not there, and he's run out. Lomroy has been run out off the first ball after tea. And he turned for the second without looking up, and Thomas was not coming back for the second run. The throw came in. Pepper didn't panic. It came into the keeper's end, and Pepper threw the ball down to Cook, and Cook took the bails off, and despite the dive, Lomroy is run out for 17, and that is a horrendous start for Surrey after tea. Lomroy run out for 17. The partnership is broken, 102 for 5. But Lomroy there, he put bat on ball. It went into the leg side, and he turned blind for the second, really. And Thomas wasn't coming back for the second, and he got 3/4 of the way down the pitch and turned and tried to get back. And credit to Pepper, he didn't panic. Got the throw down to Cook, who took the bails off. Lomroy goes for 17. And Victoria, what a start that is for Essex after tea.
Yeah, credit to Akhtar, Pepper and Cook for their involvement in that run out. It was all rather confusing and messy from a Surrey point of view, but Essex stayed calm and they couldn't really have asked for anything more straight after tea. If you get gifted it or not, a wicket is a wicket, and therefore Essex will be pleased to have broken that partnership, but from a Surrey point of view, you'll be really disappointed to see a run out and a dismissal in that manner.
Absolutely, and it means Ollie Pope, who was out there doing some shadow batting during the tea break, having got here from Lords, is out there straight away after tea to join Adam Thomas. Thomas, well, on strike for his first ball after tea on 39 not out. So dramatic start. It all happened in slow motion. It was horrible to watch for Lomroy, who desperately tried to put the dive in but knew he wasn't going to get home. As Thomas waits over his bat for his first ball after tea from Cook, and that's coming back at Thomas. He plays it away into the offside, and there is no run. As you say, Akhtar did well with the throw. Pepper did very well not to panic, and Cook did very well not to panic as well. The only person who was really panicking was Lomroy.
The one person you didn't want to be
desperately trying to get back, because Thomas was never coming back for the second.
No,
and he sort of just turned blind, and then suddenly looked up and was 3/4 of the way down the pitch and realised that Thomas wasn't coming for the second run. So Lomroy will be sat there in the marquee now, thinking the world's against him, as Cook is in to Thomas, and Thomas lets this one go outside his off stump. Well, Cook and Pope, I wonder if they did. I hope they shared a car to get down from Lords. You would hope so.
Well, I was a bit worried when I saw some of the Surrey guys having arrived a bit earlier on today from the England camp, and there was no Sam Cook, and I thought maybe they'd said, "We'll wait for you, don't worry, we'll leave the car running, Sam," and then perhaps had hot-footed it away without him.
Yes.
Not that I'd suggest anyone would do that.
Well, A, I hope they travelled together. B, I was slightly concerned that they put the wrong postcode in to the sat-nav. There was a point I thought they'd stopped at the supermarket. As this one's down the leg side, as Thomas is trying to help it down towards fine leg. There's half a shout. And nothing given by umpire Burns. But we knew that Cook was here because he came out probably about 45 minutes into play. And then we saw Ollie Pope shadowing shots in the marquee. I do feel a bit for Nikhil Gruntler as well. It's officially his first class debut in this game and we didn't see him. Because obviously Pope's arrived now, so...
Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, but I'm sure his chance will come. But he's now got the orange bib on and he's doing the 12th man duties. As Cook is over the wicket to Thomas. Thomas turns this one into the leg side. If you're just tuning back in after tea, dramatic start after tea. Because Lemuroy turned the first ball after tea from Cook into the leg side, sprinted the first, turned for the second, came back down and then realised that Adam Thomas wasn't coming back for the second and was run out for 17. So a wicket off the first ball after tea.
Ollie Pope looked keen to get out there. We could see him in the marquee, saw him at tea, but I don't think he would have been that keen to be out so soon after tea.
Well, I thought he was very keen to be out there during the tea break, actually. He didn't half look good. As in over the wicket again comes Cook, and Thomas is playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. So the run out of Lemuroy, 102 for 5, Surrey, Thomas 39, and Ollie Pope getting ready to face his first ball.
Yeah, that blazing sunshine that we had as the players came back out onto the pitch, it has slightly gone behind the clouds now, but it's certainly looking better than it was earlier. Some of those more threatening clouds have disappeared, and the rumbles of thunder that I could hear as I came back round to the commentary box around about half an hour before tea seem to have dissipated as well. So hopefully we will get as much play as planned in between now and probably around about 6:30 or so. It was a minimum of 75 overs we were going to have play today, with everything getting underway at 1:30. It's very damp when we arrived this morning at Chelmsford, but the ground staff have been working hard to get that surface water cleared and play underway. Jamie Porter is going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. The floodlights still on slightly as Porter is into Pope, who shoulders and arms.
Well, he's in good nick. He's coming off the back of an excellent 100 in the defeat to Nottinghamshire, where he made 111 and was the last man out in the second innings, and he looked in great form. Everything was moving in the right direction, technique looked good. And of course he's been away with England now, having a bit of a hit getting ready for the test match, but he's here. So, but this will be a tester straight away after tea.
Porter, 1 for 33 so far, is in, and that one is clipped into the leg side, fended off by Pope, who trots through for a single.
I was saying to James, he's batted into a number of positions this season because he got a finger injury against Nottinghamshire, and they wanted to make sure it was all right and didn't want to go down the injury sub route because he would have had to miss the next game. So he came in at number 9. It's a good bloke to come in at number 9.
It's not bad.
Not a bad bloke to have him coming in at 7, which he's doing in this game, Ollie Pope. Batted 3, he's batted 4, kept wicket. He's done everything this season, really.
Well, it could be exactly what Surrey need when they're 103 for 5. A single so far off this Porter over is in for the third ball, and that one is cut away, and that's got enough pace on it that it beats Charlie Allison at backward point and away for 4 runs.
Yeah, a little bit of width. That's all it was, just a little bit of width. And Adam Thomas, who's looked very good in this innings, cracks that away through backward point. And that whistles over the boundary rope and up away for 4. He's against a very good attack with the ball nipping around. Thomas has played very nicely here for these 43 runs.
107 for 5, Thomas on 43. Porter is in to Thomas, who defends that one back to the bowler for no run.
I was saying that batting points again are at a premium on day one of these games, some of which have never even started because of the weather. Isn't it typical, eh? As soon as the championship started again, it started raining. It's lovely 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, could have done with that, although I'm sure they would rather it hadn't come in the middle of a county championship match, but I think the pitch will have been glad for some extra water. Porter on his way into Thomas, who defends that one back to Porter, sticks out an arm and collects it.
Jordan Cox has gone to 50 again, back-to-back 50s, batting at 3 for England. Good innings this, because conditions are tough.
Yeah, it's what England needed.
Dan Lawrence has run out for 17. Jamie Smith's 31, not out of 40 balls, with 6 fours. So he started nicely. Cox 54 off 99.
Great to see, and really glad to see Jordan Cox get his chance batting higher up in that England order, as Porter is in, and that one is defended into the offside by Thomas for no run.
It's going to be interesting if he does this and then Bethel's fit. Very
Decisions,
interesting.
107
Indeed.
for 5 at the end of the 38th.
Well, decisions probably for Stephen Fleming to make, because he'll be in charge by then. Although he is watching it all from home in the middle of the night, and he's on the phone to Marcus Trescothick, I believe.
And isn't he then going to chat with the counties? Did I see
really?
that somewhere?
Oh, excellent. Oh, that's good. Well, actually, to be fair, you've got a bloke there who captained Nottinghamshire. He loved county cricket. He was a brilliant captain for New Zealand. But it'll be fascinating to see that squad for South Africa, really. So it's going to be Cook from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to probably his driving friend Ollie Pope from Lords, and Pope's forward solidly, playing this one up the ground towards Dean Algott, who's announced his retirement from the game at the end of this season as Mr. Algott. Yes, more advice coming.
Yeah.
Get him on the rack. That I think was the advice there.
Had a good chat with Dean Algar yesterday when he made that announcement, and chance to reflect on his career and his time with Essex as we get, sounds like a helicopter overhead.
Maybe they're arriving for the big summer concerts.
Is that how Cook and Pope arrived?
Yes, as they're not performing on a stage singing, thank God. As forward goes, Pope plays this one up the pitch, although from what I was told, Sam Cook's a bit of a DJ.
Yes, I was just going to say, yeah, he could be warming up the crowds if there's a gap in play at any point.
Turn up.
Yes, if they need someone between acts, Sam Cook.
I think tomorrow is the Sugar Babes. Tomorrow,
yes,
I think they might be headlining.
Right, yeah.
I think that's the right phrase.
Which incarnation of the Sugar Babes?
I can't remember the first, if I'm honest. But is there another incarnation?
Yeah, there's been about 3, I think.
Have there really? As in over the wicket. Always Cook. That bounces on Pope. That's well bowled. That's very well bowled. And he's just rehearsing letting that go. Is Ollie Pope. That's very well bowled by Sam Cook, because he's sort of been nipping the ball back into the right-hander. He's got that one to go away. A touch and bounce. And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 3 who are with us now after the dramatic start after tea, with Maripaul Lamraw run out first ball after tea for 17. So Ollie Pope having come here from Lords, as has Sam Cook. Pope on strike to Sam Cook, and this is tucked away by Pope off his hip down towards fine leg, and that all means that Surrey are 108 for 5, with Essex having won the toss and put Surrey in this morning. Victoria Polly here, of course, and Adam Thomas is on 43 not out. And as you may have just picked up there on Sports Extra 3, the Sugar Babes are headlining in Chelmsford tomorrow.
And if you can name all variations of the Sugar Babes lineups, let us know.
Well, you deserve a medal, really. I couldn't name the first incarnation of the Sugar Babes. Tomic Kitten on Sunday, as in over the wicket once again. Oh, and gone. Thomas just had a little fence at this at Cook, sort of hit the toe end of his bat, and Critchley takes a good low catch. And what a good start this is from Essex after tea. Lamraw gone run out, Thomas gone for 43, and Surrey 108 for 6.
Yeah, good catch from Matt Critchley, because he did have to get low out to his right-hand side. It just seemed to hang in the air slightly, but he got down to it, and that will be the man that Essex will have wanted to get out. And with
6, and James said earlier, and it's so true, that sort of in these situations you have to reassess. And I think if you could get up over 220, 230 on here, I don't think that would be a bad first innings score. But they're a long way off that now, Surrey. At 108 for 6. So Ollie Pope, 2 not out. Tom Laws having a bit of a natter with Ollie Pope. Cook has been immaculate today. Since he got out the car, he's been immaculate.
Which is really good to see, because for Essex at Taunton last week, I think they struggled slightly with the new ball, and maybe Cook was a part of that as well. So to see the way he started, having hot-footed it from Lords, is really good to see.
Over the wicket comes Cook then to Tom Laws, who's driving his first ball firmly up towards Dean Augar at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. The wicket of Adam Thomas for 43. And Surrey 108 for 6 after tea on this first day.
So a good innings from Ollie Pope becomes all the more important for Surrey here. And they'll be looking to build a partnership with Laws, just as we saw before the tea break from Thomas and Lomraw. Jamie Porter will be looking at what Sam Cook has done in that previous over and be hoping to do something similar. He got the wicket early on of Rory Burns. Out LBW to Jamie Porter for just 6. Porter running away from us. Into Pope, who's driving through the offside, and that's got enough pace on it to beat the field and go away for 4 runs.
That's when you know Pope's game is in working order. And that was a little bit of width on that, and he has just driven that beautifully through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, there's been times it hasn't always looked easy out there to drive, but that width on that ball has given Ollie Pope the opportunity. And once he'd hit that, there was never any opportunity for Snater and Allison in the offside to chase after that.
Well, they've left the covers wide open, because if he has had a tendency, it's to go after balls that are a little wide early in his innings. But that, he was in perfect position to play.
Pope has moved on to 612 for 6 as Porter is in, and that one is straight through to Pepper.
That's a good response from Jamie Porter. Lovely bit of bowling from Porter.
Nice.
I do love watching Jamie Porter bowl as well, because whenever he walks back, he looks slightly fed up, doesn't he? He looks slightly fed up, but he is a hell of a performer. He really is.
Looks like he might be going for the mullet haircut, or
Well,
a version of
it's all the rage.
Yeah. Porter is into Pope, who clips that one into the leg side. It will be fielded backward as square on the boundary. So just the single added to the totals. The sun comes out again here at Chelmsford, 113 for 6.
It seems to be long at the back and fairly long at the top, and then you shave it down the sides. Seems to be the modern way.
So on its way to form, it's mullet light, I would say. It's not quite the Critchley mullet in the slips.
He hasn't gone the whole hog. Not quite brave enough yet.
Or maybe it's the in-between stage.
Could be.
Essex with 3 sips in play. As Porter is in. That one's defended by Laws. Up to mid-on, where Dean Augar does the fielding.
Solid looking shot that from Tom Laws.
Yeah, was just practising it again.
He made 70 odd in the opening game of the season at Edgbaston. Really crucial partnership with Ben Folkes, Tom Laws. In this sort of situation as well, played really well, but he'll look to be positive. Sort of his way of going about it. Chahar, Fisher and Worrell to come.
Porter into Laws, who is looking to play that one and missing. Pepper collects behind the stumps.
And it's just a great bit of bowling. Perfect length.
A couple of really nice deliveries in this over so far from Porter.
There are times with Porter where you feel he's got it on a piece of string. It was beautifully bowled. How much have you seen of Rahul Chahar, Victoria?
Not a lot
You're in
at all.
for a treat. He's a bit of a rock star.
Oh, is he performing?
Yes, he'd be great on stage.
In comes Porter over the wicket to Laws, who's defending back to the bowler. Porter trudges away to get his hat at the end of the over, 113 for 6. We've had 40 overs so far.
One of the best descriptions I ever heard was Angus Fraser when he ran into bowl, and someone described it in the paper once as if his braces had got caught round the sight screen, because it always took him quite a long time to get there, and he looked like he was running into a very strong headwind. And Porter, when he walks back's a little bit like that. He looks utterly fed up.
It's like the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
He really does. But gosh, he's been putting it in for Essex for years now. There's Ollie Pope in the sunshine, because it's just crept through the clouds. Will do battle again with Sam Cook. Sorry, 113 for 6 on this opening day. Cook down the slope from the Graham Gooch end, and that hits the thigh guard of Ollie Pope. They'll take a leg bye, called through by Tom Laws. Leg bye's the signal. So thank you to Oakley, who let me know earlier that Porter is 5 wickets away now from 600 first class career wickets. Hell of a record, it really is.
And it doesn't even feel that long since he made the 500.
Well, I think so. It's a bit like Jimmy Anderson. He went through them really quickly once he got going. As Cook is in, that just bounces on Laws. He's played that pretty well, actually. Soft hands, and that's flown down through the gully region. And that will run away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So 4 more to Laws. Not his first runs, in fact. That did just hop at him. See, that's what I think on here. If you could get yourselves up around 220, 230, I don't think that would be a bad first innings score. I would ideally love 250 and get a batting point, but I don't see it changing much. You know, with the weather that we've got, there's a bit in there for the bowlers. We saw Harmer get a couple to really turn as well, although he does give it a proper old rip, Harmer, with his big hands. Cook's in. Shorter length delivery this time. Punched up the ground by Tom Laws. Now, they've had the Queen evening already, haven't they?
That was
I really
last
like the
week.
look of that. Because it was stars of the West End, wasn't it? Singing Queen songs. That's right up my street.
There we go.
I would have very much enjoyed that.
It's a shame it hasn't all come together for you to...
Oh, yeah. Where was I last Saturday? Oh, at the Kia Oval. Yeah, I would have enjoyed that. As in over the wicket comes Cook, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Tom Laws. Taken by Pepper, moving away to his right hand side.
We did have the 150th anniversary game here at Chelmsford a few weeks ago, which was accompanied by the Ibiza Anthems night in Central Park, just behind us. So you had the booming beat as various players
of yesteryear attempted to run up and bowl the ball. Yes. Over the wicket once more comes Cook. And forward goes Laws. Turns this one into the leg side. Scampers through for a single.
What more could you want than Graham Gooch accompanied by some trance?
Well, absolutely. In fact, I would pay good money to watch that. I really would. Well, there you are, eh? Well, we won't have any of that tomorrow. Be the old Sugar Babes. If I knew any of their songs, I would announce them, but I can't.
Sam Cook goes round on his mark.
Is that one of their songs? Very good. As in over the wicket goes Cook, and forward goes Ollie Pope, playing that one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 119 for 6, Laws 5, Ollie Pope 7. I was saying actually, the first couple of years of the T20, I think it was the Sugar Babes and Atomic Kitten that performed in between the semi-final and the final. The problem was, that was also the time that everybody went off and got their tea, so they weren't performing to many people. Apart from the first time when I think it was Atomic Kitten and 2 unnamed Surrey players who were playing in the final were the only 2 people watching them.
Oh, were
and
they
they
now?
were right at the front of the stage having a watch. But Johnny Saunders, formerly of the BBC, he was sent into a room to interview Atomic Kitten, and I said to you, he came out a shadow of his former self.
As Porter is into Laws, who drives that one back at the bowler for no run.
Don't think I've ever seen a more broken man over a 10-minute interview.
Again, which incarnation of Atomic Kitten would
now
that
this
have
would have
been?
been the first incarnation.
So Kerry Katonis.
Her, yes, her, and the other 2.
Yeah.
Well, they're here on Sunday.
And McFly in a
McFly
Sugar Babes and
sandwich.
Atomic Kitten sandwich.
Yeah.
119 for 6. Porter in, Laws driving, up to mid-off for no run.
We did do some research during the tea break because Nick Friend is a huge McFly fan. He's there writing.
Is he? Oh, I've never discussed this with him.
He's a massive McFly fan, and he immediately said, Dougie Pointer won I'm a Celebrity.
I think they've all won various reality
they?
TV shows at some point. Harry Judd won Strictly Come Dancing.
He did indeed. And the other chap with the glasses, he wrote Paddington the Musical.
He did.
Yes.
2 dot balls to start from Jamie Porter. This one is driven. Again, Tom Wesley comes across from mid-off to do the fielding for no run.
I did mention that to Nick Friend, and he said, no, he didn't. He just wrote the music for it. And I said, well, what else do you want him to write for a musical? So, yes, but he's a huge McFly fan.
Oh, well, I'll have to go and discuss with him.
Massive McFly fan.
Going back to Jamie Porter and his first-class wickets.
Yes.
I think it was towards the end of the season 2 years ago that he came up to his 500. So it's not a bad average, is it, to have been, well, basically you're averaging, what, 50 a season. Most counties would take that, as Porter is into Laws, who's up on the toes and driving, but again he can only pick out Wesley at mid-off.
Well, it's no great surprise that Cook, Porter, Abbott are always there or thereabouts come the end of the season, because they're so experienced now. They really are. And we'll go back to the conversation we're having earlier. You don't need to bowl express pace. It helps. But these guys are just doing it with skill. And they're quick enough as well. Their skill sets are immaculate now.
Porter into Laws, again just with a flick of the wrists, drops that one into the offside for no run.
And I think that's why Surrey this season and last season missed Dan Worrell so much, because again he's another one with that skill set. But yeah, Abbott, we were saying, James and I, Abbott's up there at the top of the pile again for Hampshire in terms of first class wickets this season. He's always there or thereabouts, Carl Abbott.
One delivery of the over to come from Porter, and that one is played back to him by Laws. So it's a maiden from Jamie Porter, 42nd over, and some applause from the Essex crowd. And not only is Oakley providing us with the stats,
he's
producing
questions.
for us.
Good
He's
lad.
got a quiz question.
Go on.
Shall I go ahead?
Go on.
On this date, the 27th of August 1974, an Essex legend scored his first century, 114 not out against Leicestershire at Chelmsford. Who was the player?
That's a great question.
essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can email.
Well done, Oakley. That's excellent.
He'll be charging for that, I reckon.
Tomorrow he'll have to throw in a few Sugar Babes questions as well, won't he? With the cricket on top. It's going to be Cook from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. Coming in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's forward. Playing this good length delivery out into the offside. Solid looking defensive shot, that from Ollie Pope as well. Head right over the ball, bat and pad close together. Comes down to do a touch of gardening, does Ollie Pope. I think that the ground's filled up as the day has gone on. I think a lot of people very sensibly waited to hear when we were actually going to get some cricket. And then this afternoon there's a few more inside the ground for this final session of the day. Over the wicket again goes Cook, and Pope's in behind this one. plays it down into the leg side, and there's no run because there's still a lot of cricket to be played today. After this over 32 overs remaining in the day. So in a normal day's play, 32 overs is the final session. And of course we'll play some extras tomorrow. We'll play 104 tomorrow to make up some of the overs, and on the third day. So I think lunch again will be 1:10 tomorrow and tea at 4 o'clock. Late old finish.
You'll have the company
Late
of
old finish.
Don
D.
Topley.
Topley is here tomorrow, isn't he? So that'll be lovely to see Mr. Topley. As over the wicket once again comes Cook, and in behind this one goes Ollie Pope. And you're at Colchester? No, you're presenting the show.
Yes, Southend are playing tomorrow night.
Right.
So I've, just like we've seen in this game with Cook and Pope coming in and subbing in, I've subbed Don Topley in for myself.
Well, there you are.
Yeah.
Don Topley coming off the bench.
Yes. Not straight from England duty.
No. My broadcasting kit once in the Southend United press box during an FA Cup tape, sort of smoke started coming out of it just before kick-off many years ago. Almost caused a mass evacuation of the ground. As in over the wicket once again comes Cook, and forward goes Ollie Pope. So I rang the studio and was told by the then sports editor, have you checked the batteries? Which at that point I didn't think was really the issue. Anyway, I think in the end we poured some water on it, which was a good. And I borrowed.
Should you be pouring water on
I
something
don't
that's
know at
plugged
that
in?
point. And I borrowed somebody's spare kit and still did me updates.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
The show must go on.
But I remember it was a very tight press box at Southend. This is many years ago.
Oh, no, it's
lovely.
yeah,
now,
it hasn't
all
changed.
spaced. Oh. Well, I remember everyone was sort of sat on top of everybody else. As in over the wicket once again goes Cook down the leg side, and Pope doesn't get anything on this, looking to help it down to fine leg. 2 balls to go. 1 ball to go of the over, and then I'll make way for James. That was Kingstonian Southend, or Southend Kingstonian. But you know when you're, it's awful, isn't it, when you're tightly packed in, and you know once you're in you're not going to get out. And then I was trying not to panic and not let anybody notice that there was smoke coming out of it. And then I thought, oh no. As over the wicket once again. Here's Cook, and solidly played by Ollie Pope. At the end of the over, maiden over from Cook. Laws has 5, Pope has 7, and Surrey are 119 for 6.
Nice to see the crowd in at Chelmsford even this morning when the rain was still falling. There was a few hardy souls waiting to make their way into the ground, and well, they were rewarded by the fact that the rain cleared up probably a little bit earlier than we expected, and the ground staff were able to get their work done for play to get underway at 1:30. Jamie Porter with the early wicket before Cook and Snater struck, I should say. Snater with 2 wickets there. Then after tea we've had the run out of Lomraw for 17, and Adam Thomas caught off the bowling of Sam Cook by Matt Critchley for 43. We've seen a couple of maidens in succession now for Essex, and Jamie Porter will continue to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It'll be Laws to face as Porter is in, and Laws is defending that one. And again, there's encouragement around the field and from the supporters in the stands as we welcome back James Patient onto commentary.
Afternoon, Victoria. Yeah, brilliant start for Essex. After the tea interval, you can't really ask for a much brighter start than that. A wicket from the first ball. Confusion in the Surrey ranks, but not the best man to see walking out at number 7, is it? From an Essex point of view, Ollie Pope, and he's the perfect man for the job if you're from a Surrey persuasion.
He's at the non-strikers end as Porter is into Laws, who's driving that one, not time though, and Elgar's able to come across from mid-on to field the ball for no run. It's a more than capable pair at the crease for Surrey, and the question is, what can they do with this innings? With Surrey 119 for 6.
And yeah, Sam Cook, he's been so impressive, hasn't he? What a bonus Essex getting to have him not needed by England. 10 overs, 2 for 15. Superb.
Porter running in to Laws, shorter ball which he pulls, it's in the air and it's away for 4 runs. Cook was stationed out on the boundary, just not able to get round in time, and the ball was bounced just before the rope. 4 runs, so we see the first runs in what, about 14 balls, 123 for 6.
Not something you see too often, is it? A Jamie Porter bumper. That was well dealt with by Laws. I thought for a moment Cook might be interested on the boundary, but this must be a definite ploy. Cook's just moving round slightly finer. Porter just stopping at the top of his mark to tweak his field.
So Laws is on to 9 from the 17 that he's faced. As Porter is into him. This time he's driving through the offside. And having had to defend all those balls previously, he's found back-to-back boundaries for Surrey and moved them on to 127 for 6.
That's a superb strike. Pure timing. Hands through the ball. Good stride in. Weight coming forwards. And yeah, Tom Laws showing he's clearly no mug with the bat. Very talented all-rounder. It's all about building a partnership now for Surrey, and that, as Mark was saying, they just taper expectations slightly with the total.
Porter into Laws. Again, the ball is driven. It will be cut off, though, at mid-on by Dean Algar, still tumbling around at the age of 39, having announced his retirement from professional cricket at the end of the season. He's just stayed down, though, as he fields that ball, and it's a single to the score for Surrey.
You spoke to him yesterday. Did he seem like confident in his decision? I guess he must have been.
Yes, I think he felt it was the right time for him, coming to the end of his contract here at Essex, and draws a natural conclusion to his career as Porter is into Pope on the toes, flicked into the onside. Elgar's chasing it, but enough pace on the ball for it to be away for 4 runs. So the boundaries flowing for Surrey in that over. At the end of it, they're 132 for 6.
Yeah, some nice strokes in that over. Porter maybe just getting slightly too full on a couple of occasions and punished, and Pope loves anything there on his pads. Man who I'm sure is disappointed that he hasn't got the nod for his country, but he's looking to make hay, I would say, while the sun's shining. It's just poking through the clouds. But we haven't had any rain since this morning when we got underway.
There was some rumbles of thunder not long before tea. I felt like I was in a horror movie as I walked in the commentary box, opened the door, and the thunder rumbled.
They're just putting on some entrance music for you.
Dramatic. Yeah. Dramatic return. But it is that sort of cloud cover that does just make you squint slightly, even though the full sun isn't glaring down on us.
The floodlights are still on. We probably don't really need them at the moment, but the dark clouds are still lingering in the distance. Here comes Sam Cook. Oh, and he beats the outside edge. That's a great ball. Hint of away movement. And Michael Pepper gathers that. That's more top draw bowling from the Essex seamer. And I mean, Ollie Robinson bowled so well for England in the first Test match. He's really cemented his place in that England side, but we know that he is quite injury prone, so if he does have to miss any more games, all Cook can do is make sure he keeps performing and taking wickets for Essex, so that the selectors give him the nod if and when the time comes. Tom Laws facing up, 3 slips in place, he's on the drive. Oh, and he drives that straight into the shin of Sam Cook, who just dangles a foot at it in the follow-on and does well to stop any runs. Dean Elgar diving at mid-off.
He could have very easily booted that towards the boundary had Dean Algar not been diving across, but he did well to, just deflect it into the direction of his teammate.
He's a brave man sticking a leg at that, because that was hit back with some force from Tom Laws. Nice looking shot, another straight drive. And Tom Laws and Ollie Pope not afraid to play their shots here against some really good bowling. Oh, and Laws goes on the drive again. Bit waftier this time, wasn't quite over the ball, and beats his outside edge. Pepper dives to his right, Tosses it to Simon Harmer at second slip. There's just a little meeting going on behind the stumps. The 3 slips. There's a first, a second slip, and then Matt Critchley is sort of fielding, well, not quite at third slip, more of a fourth slip, slightly wider of Simon Harmer. There for those big booming drives. They've caught well so far today, Essex. Here comes Cook once more, steaming in over the wicket to Laws. Oh, and Laws just pulls his bat away at the last moment. Cook beats his outside edge again. Just a hint of away movement there for Sam.
These Mark Church's sunglasses.
I think they are.
A bit flash. I might
Put them on.
borrow him while he's gone.
He won't mind. He's been very generous. He lent me his hat for the afternoon session. You've stolen his shades. What's next?
Yeah, what else can we take from him?
Not as snazzy as Simon Harmer's glasses. Have you seen them? Or maybe you weren't here when we got a close up of them on the big screen.
I heard you talking about it. I didn't see them up close. Maybe we will when he comes back onto bowl.
Disco mode. Here comes Cook again. Oh, that's another good ball. Good length. Again, just shaping away through to Pepper. Laws can't lay a bat on it at the moment.
Some really nice deliveries here from Sam Cook. You just feel it deserves a reward of a wicket. But is he able to just find that one delivery to tease the bat into playing it?
I made a bit of a rookie error with me county championship fantasy team because I saw, obviously knew Sam was in the England squad, so I thought, and because they didn't announce the squad until today, so I took him out because I thought, oh, he might get a game, and then I didn't think that he'd come back here and start bowling today, and he would have got me a lot of points. Here he comes again on. That's driven by Laws, and that's a really nice stroke, and he beats the diving fielder at cover, and he's going to get 4 runs. And Cook was sort of dangling the carrot. He won't mind that. So another day that could have taken the edge, but a glorious strike from Tom Laws, and he picks up 4 runs.
It's okay, James, because I've forgotten to change my team for the last 2 weeks in the fantasy league.
You're still above me. This is the thing. I've been trying to overtake you for months now. You're still above me. So
I had a strong start to the season. I've tailed off, and it will be a miracle if I remember to change my team before the next round of fixtures next week.
You don't pick your team anyway, do you?
I outsource it.
You outsource it, yeah. That's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's a joint effort in the household.
Okay, I'll let you off. Yeah, I've usually got Sam as my captain as well, and so I'm losing loads of points. I think I've put Ryan Higgins at Middlesex, and they're not playing at the moment, so that is disappointing. But good news for Sam is he's got a couple of wickets, and Essex are, you would say, on top in this game. These two have scored quite nicely since they've been at the crease together. Laws is 18 off 25, Pope 11 off 18. Sorry, 136 for 6. As we see a change of bowling.
Yazum Akhtar will be bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end, 0 for 11 from the 6 he bowled. He was bowling before tea from the Graham Gooch end. He's on his way in to Ollie Pope. Shorter delivery, which is whipped into the offside. It's fielded initially by Snate, who then just fumbles it and has to track to get after it, and allows him to come through for a couple. Laws has warmed up. He's taken the sweater off, or it was a sleeveless sweater he had on, wasn't it? He's got rid of that, and we can see Laws number 30 on his back, 32 Pope out there as well, and they have had to dig in since coming together at the crease. It hasn't been easy to score, and they've had to be patient off the bowling of the likes of Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, but they've picked out some nice boundaries. Akhtar into Pope, who plays that one late, pushing up to mid-on for no run.
I think Pope will be disappointed with that previous ball. It was short and it was wide from Akhtar, and he really probably should have put that away to the fence. But another collector's item is Shane Snacer with a very rare misfield. I've got to say he's one of the best fielders I've seen here at Essex. Usually so solid. We can forgive him for the odd mistake. He bowled superbly well up top, opened the bowling.
Akhtar into Pope, who's defending that one Back to the bowler for no run. Remains 138 for 6.
In the absence of Sam Cook, he had the new ball, usually his first change, and hell of a bowler to have coming on first change. I think he's been just so consistent for Essex, hasn't he, for a number of years now, but particularly the last sort of 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah, and with the call-ups for Cook and various injuries and everything else elsewhere, he's really become a mainstay of this Essex side. Akhtar's on his way into Pope. He's struck and that's out. Big appeal from Essex. Ollie Pope will have to go for an unlucky 13. And Akhtar back on to bowl, gets a breakthrough with the 4th delivery of the over. Surrey 138 for 7.
I'll be interested to watch that back on the replay because it looks like it's just a full and straight delivery from Akhtar. And Pope's looked to work it through mid-wicket, but he's just totally missed it, which is quite surprising. And he looks very disappointed as he trudges off. But credit to Zum Akhtar. He was right on the money there. And Nigel Long didn't really hesitate to put his finger up. Surrey in deep water at the moment, 7 down.
I just missed the replay there. So you have to tell me, James, if you saw it.
It was definitely out. Possibly a little bit of movement back into Ollie Pope, which has just undone him. There you go, Victoria. You can watch it again. Yeah, it's just tailed back in ever so slightly, and Pope sort of played all round it.
So those two adding 30 together. And Ollie Pope, who raced to be here from Lords, has had, well, a rather short stay at the crease in the end. 13 he made. And Fisher will be out with Tom Laws, who's on 18.
Yeah, I think Akhtar deserved that wicket. He bowled a really good spell earlier on in the day, and then obviously had to give way as Sam Cook came back from Lords, and he's come back on 6.4 overs, 1 for 13, and I think that paints a pretty clear picture of just how well he's bowled. He was a very wholehearted cricketer. He hasn't had too many opportunities in the county championship side, but he's keen to make an impression now.
So Akhtar in on the action with a wicket. He joins Port, who's got 1, Cook, who's got 2, Snater's got 2. Can he add to his tally as Fisher waits to face his first ball? Full delivery, which he plays up to mid-on for no run.
We know Matthew Fisher can bat. He demonstrated that in the Test match against New Zealand in the previous international series. Excellent half-century. So he's no mug. He's Surrey bat deep, but he's going to need to get a few today. I'd imagine they'll certainly be aiming for at least 200 here.
Final delivery of Akhtar's over. Bit of width on that one, played through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. It's being chased to the boundary, but it always looked like it was going to beat the man in the deep. So a boundary to finish the over, in which we also saw the wicket of Ollie Pope, and Surrey are 142 for 7.
Yeah, and there's just a bit more width on offer that time from Akhtar, and it was very inviting, and Laws accepted the invitation, got himself another boundary, so he's rather raced along to 18 from just 25 balls. Surrey going at just over 3 and over. We've got at least 29 overs left in the day, and now we are in some rather bright sunshine. The floodlights have been turned off. Much more blue sky overhead. You can see the sun in full vision through the window. So all the fans that did come early today and stuck around through the grim weather have been rewarded. And we're lucky to have seen so much cricket today. See how Jordan Cox is getting on. He's still at the crease at Lords. England 181 for 5. Cox is 55 not out from 104 deliveries. So the Essex man doing very well. Here comes Cook from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, and he just squares up Laws. Bit of a leading edge to the fielder at cover. No run. Cox out in the middle with us. Surrey's Jamie Smith, who's flying along himself. 49 from 60 balls. He's hit 8 boundaries. But it looks like it could be a much more even game than it was in the first test at Headingley. Cook in again. Bowls, and that's just a slightly straighter ball, which is played up to mid-on. No run. Good pressure this from Essex. Not a bad crowd in here. The Tom Pearce stand to our right is very well attended. More fans in the upper section now, enjoying the sunshine, getting some vitamin D. Victoria's got her shades on.
Her shades.
Her shades. Sorry about that. Oh, and that is just squirted past Matt Critchley at third slip, and that's going to run away to the boundary. It was played late by Laws. Right. Get me words tangled. And he's going to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, and a genuine edge that time, and had Critchley diving to his right-hand side. He took a catch there a little bit earlier on to dismiss Adam Thomas. On that occasion, though, it came off the toe end of the bat, but that was just too wide of Critchley for that to be a chance of the 8th wicket.
And Laws did well to just play that with soft hands. It was a genuine edge, but it's gone straight to the ground. And here comes Cook again. We'll be looking for that outside edge once more. Oh, and that's straight, but there's an inside edge as it goes onto the pad. I think even if it had missed the bat, that would probably be sliding down the leg side. So Laws is picking up some valuable runs for his side. Sorry, 146 for 7.
It's really tidy bowling from Sam Cook. You just wonder when the wicket will come.
You can see what he's doing. He's trying to set the batters up here with the balls that leave them and go away from the right-hander, and then hit him with the one that comes back in. This is a straight delivery. Fended into the leg side by Laws, no run. Essex will be looking to get things wrapped up as quickly as possible. See if they can have a bit of a bat this evening. And I know there is going to be some more rain later on in this match, as is forecast. So Essex, well, both sides really desperate for a win, given their respective positions in the table. Essex 7th, Surrey 8th. As Cook comes in and bowls again. Oh, and that's outside off stump. Just beats the edge of Laws, who has a bit of a waft at it. That's a loose stroke. Pepper dives to his right, but Laws survives. It's 146 for 7 from 47 overs. Yeah, both sides really desperate for the win here. So a draw will probably suits Essex more than Surrey, but for Essex just to ease any nerves, they could really do with another win.
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation on last night's Around the Wicket on BBC Essex, which is available on BBC Sounds, about the amount of points available for wins and draws in the county championship and whether it's a fair reflection given how many games Surrey have drawn compared to the amount of games that Essex have won, yet where you see them in the table. You know, Don Topley has some very strong feelings on it, and I'm sure you'll probably hear that over the course of commentary here on the BBC Sport website and app as this game goes on. Akhtar to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That one's played in the air. And the crowd like it. Essex are celebrating. Not sure if the umpires are coming together to confer on this one, on whether Matt Fisher has to walk here. It just seemed to be played into the hands of Tom Wesley, who was fielding at mid-on, and he does depart.
Well, he wasn't going anywhere for a moment, was he there, Matt Fisher? I thought he was going to claim it was a bump ball, but it looked like he just innocuously chipped it mid-on, which he has as he walks off now, and has go down as one of the softer dismissals that we'll see this season. I think the umpires are having a little chat, but Fisher's heading off, so no complaints.
Well, yeah, I was just waiting to see whether it was a bump ball, because it seemed to be just played so easily to Tom Wesley, and Fisher was so unmoved as that ball came into the hands of the Essex captain. He stood there, hand on hip, looking at it, and it's a case of, was he disappointed with the shot he played rather than any kind of dispute over whether it was out or not. But Zum Akhtar picks up his second wicket, and Surrey at 8 down, 146 for 8.
I think that was just sheer disbelief from Fisher. He's maybe gone a bit early on the shot, but Tom Wesley won't take an easier catch than that. Probably for the rest of his career, that is just an absolute dolly. And Akhtar gets another wicket. He's bowled very nicely. And Surrey really are in all sorts of bother now as Rahul Chahar comes to the crease, the 27-year-old. And he's got quite a lot of batting to do. He needs to support Tom Laws at the other end.
And I guess thoughts for Essex, if they can get these final 2 wickets, will turn to how quickly will they be batting on day one, as Akhtar is in to the new man, who plays that one back to the bowler for no run.
He's got himself in an awkward position there straight away. Chahar, his ball's going down the leg side, and he's managed to sort of square himself up. I have to say, I haven't seen too much of him as a batter. I know he's a mighty fine bowler. Leg spinner. In for what I think is his first game of this county championship season.
Akhtar with 2 wickets to his name now is on his way in to Chahar, who defends that one back to the bowler.
Yeah, and if you're Akhtar now, you're thinking, how many of these last 2 wickets can I get? Can I leave here with a 4-for? Really make an impression on this side. Bowled very nicely, and Chahar's still got 3 balls left of this over to try and survive.
We've had a wicket and 2 dots. As Akhtar is in, shorter delivery, which is just dabbed into the offside, looking for the gap, but it's well stopped by Charlie Allison at backward point. He's got that nice mud stain on his left leg. I had a little inkling that Zum Akhtar might be playing today. I was here yesterday interviewing Dean Elgar, and I saw him with a big box. I thought, I wonder if they're whites.
There you go. Exclusive.
A fresh kit. He turns on his mark and runs away from us. It's the bowler batter up on his toes even, defending that one. Got 1 delivery to come. Yet to have a run from this over, but we have had the wicket of Matt Fisher just scooping the ball to the Essex captain Tom Wesley at mid-on. Rather soft dismissal for Surrey, who are 8 down. And we've still got, I'd imagine, over an hour to play.
I think they will be disappointed. I mean, when you start the session with a run out like that, Lomraw, that was very much avoidable, wasn't it? And then that dismissal of Fisher, not helped themselves.
And there's some conferring going on behind the stumps. I think we might have a helmet coming on. Charlie Allison looks like he's readying himself for the helmet. Yeah, that's being brought on, as I can tell you that Jordan Cox is out at Lords. He has gone for 55. England 187 for 6 now.
Charlie Bennett, who's bowled in this match and is now 12th man, brings the lid on. Quite bizarre that, really, isn't it? You can start the game, play, and then get subbed on because your teammate comes back from international duty.
I think we've seen it the other way round as well, which I'll tell you about in a moment, as Akhtar is on his way into Chahar, who just defends that one into the offside. He's found a gap, but there's no run possible, so it is a wicket maiden for Zum Akhtar. at the end of the 48th, 146 for 8. I seem to remember a couple of years ago, well, more than a couple of years ago now, when Dan Lawrence was here at Essex. It was a game against Warwickshire where he scored 100, and I think he was then taken to play for England halfway through the match.
Okay.
Rather than the other way around, unless it was the other way around where he was released by England and scored 100. But I have a feeling he started the match for Essex and then had to go off for England duty, but had done his bit by scoring the century for Essex. If anyone can recall that, Essex cricket at bbc.co.uk. Also, still time if you want to answer our quiz question from earlier on this day in 1974. Who scored 114 not out for Essex?
Oh, that's a good question. That was provided by Oakley, wasn't it? Head of media here. So here comes Cook, continuing from the Graham Gooch end. Oh, and it beats the outside edge again. And, wow, Cook's really settling into his work here. He did well to take the ball out of his hand at the moment. Just every ball looks a threat.
Welcome back to listeners on Sport Extra 3. You've missed a couple of the Surrey wickets. Zum Akhtar getting in on the action for Essex. Ollie Pope falling for 13 LBW to Akhtar. And then in his next over, Matt Fisher just chipping a delivery really softly to the Essex captain Tom Wesley at mid-on and having to depart for 4. It stood still momentarily. We were wondering if he thought it was a bump ball, but it may well just have been the disbelief of the way in which he got out.
Cook again, and this one's just worked through mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single. Jamie Porter comes and does the fielding. So Chahar is now going to face up to Cook. This will be a real test for the Surrey number 10. Dan Worrell still to come.
Surrey 147 for 8. And Sam Cook has been bowling very nicely. Took the 2 wickets earlier on, but it just felt like a wicket's been coming the way he's been in maybe this past 2 or 3 overs.
And here he comes again at the top of his mark, bounding in towards the crease, bowls, and Chahar takes a step away from the ball and towards his leg stump and then plays that up to Dean Elgar, who's at sort of short extra cover or very wide mid-off, depending on how you're looking at it. And yeah, both of these sides, with their remaining fixtures, the remaining 4 games after this, very similar. Surrey have got Yorkshire at home, Sussex away, Glamorgan at home, Somerset away. Tough end to the season. Here's Cook again. Chahar again steps away and plays this defensively back towards the bowler. And Essex, meanwhile, have got Sussex at home, Yorkshire away, Warwickshire at home, and Glamorgan away. So 3 of the same remaining fixtures, and Leicestershire just starting to pick up. Well, only 3 points behind Surrey at the moment, will be putting a bit of pressure.
I think that's why this game is so important for both these sides, isn't it? Because that Division 1 table is so tightly congested. One result either way, and you can be looking up one moment and then looking over your shoulder the next.
Chahar facing up to Cook again. Bowls, that's a short ball from Cook, and that is hooked. And hooks rather nicely through deep square. Porter chases after it, but it's in vain. And it's going to pick up 4 runs, so he gets off the mark. Does Rahul Chahar. And was in the air for a little while, but there's only one man out there. It was well clear of him. So a welcome boundary for Surrey. Yeah, I mean, we sort of half joked about it earlier, but both of these sides could still win the championship, which seems ridiculous, really. I mean, I think they'd have to win all their games and hope other results go their way, but it shows how competitive and how strong the league is this season. Cook again goes back of a length, and that's really nicely played by Chahar. Just opens the face and runs it down to 3rd man. I don't think it's going to be a boundary. No, it's well fielded at 3rd man. It'll just be a couple, but Chahar proving he's no mug. He moves on to 6. It's the end of the over.
It really is a packed schedule, isn't it? The end of this county championship season, all of the sides playing those games every round. There's no rest at any point. It's between now and the end of September. game after game after game. And I guess as well as performances, it's all about as well who can keep their best players fit, who can get the strongest side out on a consistent basis and give themselves the best chance.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what, just looking at those fixtures, Surrey will be thinking, well, they'll be desperately hoping that they don't lose here. They've not started the game well, still a long way to go. They've got Somerset away, final game of the season. Somerset, who are clearly in contention to win. Surrey won't want to be going there thinking that they have to win.
Akhtar to begin a new over. He is in to Laws, who plays that one into the onside for no run.
That is such a tough place to go, as Essex found out last week. And on a turning wicket as well. Somerset so good at home. So we'll hope that they're not looking over their shoulder come that last game at Taunton.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to go there to spoil the party, I'm sure, if there is to be a party. Still, like you say, James, still tight at the top, tight all the way through Division 1, as Akhtar is into Laws, who's driving, comes off the bottom edge of the bat though, so Wesley can come across at mid-on to pick it up. Afternoon to Theo, who's been in touch, and I was mentioning the example of Lawrence, and of course the one earlier this season was Jordan Cox in June when he at Leicester scored the double 100, and off he went to join up with the England squad. And actually when you go through the Essex averages and go through the Essex scores, Jordan Cox still sits at the top because he's just got that one innings so far this season for Essex. We haven't seen him much at all in Essex colours, maybe a bit more in the T20 Blast, but it's good to see him getting his opportunity with England and having got another half century under his belt today, as the umpires are just coming together to check the ball after 2 deliveries of this over. We've had a dot and a single so far. Surrey 154 for 8, and it's getting stuck in the gauge, I think, so we may well see a change.
New balls, please. It's interesting looking at the stats before this game, and Jordan Cox in his one innings has scored more runs than Michael Pepper this season, and I think Michael Pepper will probably be the first to put his hands up and say it hasn't been his best year with a bat. Still plenty of time to change that, but I've got to say Michael Pepper has been outstanding behind the stumps, and so I'm sure we know he's such a talented player. His batting will come. It just happens, doesn't it, as a cricketer? Sometimes you have these dips in form, but yeah, Jordan Cox, we've always known he's a fantastic player, and it's just interesting now whether England stick with him or go back to Jacob Bethel at 3 when he's back from injury. But Cox is really doing his part, isn't he? All he can do is keep scoring runs.
Yeah, and of course the other thing for England to consider, probably not as much in contention at the moment for the Test squad, but certainly in the other formats of the game, is he's keeping. We saw him keeping more for Essex in the T20 Blast this summer, and it's certainly a route that I think he feels is a way into the England team, whatever format that might be as well. So there is another consideration for them to make, as the players are doing various stretches while the umpires are sorting out the ball.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's a competitive England side to try and break into now, and I mean possibly there is an opening at number 3. Jamie Smith, he's had some criticism, hasn't he, for his wicket keeping, but then he looks quite good with the bat, and again he's going nicely for England today, so it's going to be hard to dislodge him, I would imagine. So the only way in is to just purely as a batter is on weight of runs.
We're ready to resume. 154 for 8. Akhtar is on his way in to Jahar, who flicks that one into the leg side. And Sam Cook backward a square comes to collect the ball. Single added to the score as the sun just disappears behind what are some more grey clouds. They don't look quite as threatening as earlier, but it certainly has darkened ever so slightly here at Chelmsford.
Your shades have come off.
Yeah, my shades.
Mark shades.
The loaned shades. I do have my sunglasses with me, but unfortunately one of the lenses has popped out, so I'd be sort of almost like a pirate if I put my sunglasses on, as Akhtar is in and was defended solidly by Laws. Back to the bowler for no run.
You say loaned shades. don't think Mark was consulted about this. It's just sort of help yourself.
It's a loan in hindsight.
Alone in hindsight. There's Essex looking to get this innings wrapped up as quickly as possible, but Laws is offering some stubborn resistance for Surrey. 24 off 36.
You can seek his permission when he rejoins you in commentary after the end of this over. 2 deliveries to come from Akhtar. He's taken 2 wickets in his previous overs, as this one is driven straight to mid-off though. Nice shot for nothing from Tom Laws. 155 for 8 remains the score.
And 2 Surrey lads are at the crease for England. Jamie Smith 57 not out, and Gus Atkinson has joined him. He's 11 off 10, and England are 205 for 6. Elsewhere, Glamorgan 78 for 5 after they bowled Hampshire up for 162. Bad light at Hove, Sussex 77 for 2.
Akhtar with his last delivery of the over is into Laws, who gets this one away into the onside. It's being chased by Tom Wesley. It will beat him though, and it will run away for a boundary to finish the over. So Surrey move on to 159 for 8.
And Victoria's going to make way now. Mark Church is going to come back in to take her place. Let's just have a look at some of the other scores. I said there, Sussex 77 for 2. That's after they bowled Somerset out for 202, but bad light has stopped play at the moment. Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, it was the close on day 1 without a ball being bowled, and Yorkshire are 144 for 5 against Leicestershire at Scarborough, but it's also the close of play there, so I imagine that's due to the bad weather. Surrey here at Chelmsford 159 for 8 from 50 overs. We've got a minimum remaining of 25. Floodlights have just come back on now as the sky has turned considerably darker, and I can say welcome back to Mark Church.
Thank you, James. Yeah, it's been good from Essex after tea. Surrey will be really annoyed with this.
Here comes Cook to carry on, and that's played uppishly by Chahar, but he's pierced the gap, and that's going to run away for a couple of runs through the covers. Snater does the fielding.
So Lemroy run out. You had a partnership, Thomas and Lemroy, and then Lemroy gets run out, first ball after tea. Thomas goes for 43. Ollie Pope plays round a straight one, and then Matt Fisher chips one straight to mid-on. And Chahar and Laws are showing you can bat on this. Laws has made 28 now off 38 deliveries.
They've been impressive, Laws, because he's just kept playing the shots. And here comes Cook again. Or Chahar doesn't get a great stride in. Actually goes back to a fairly full delivery, but he defends it.
Surrey need to find another 60 runs it from somewhere.
Definitely.
Otherwise they're playing catch up again in the game. And look, batting's not going to be straightforward for Essex either. But if you're knocked over for under 200 in your first innings, you're playing catch up. And all of a sudden it goes back onto the bowlers again, and so they've got to try and find some more runs.
In comes Cook, bowling to Chahar. That's Fuller, and that's clipped to mid-wicket, and that's another one for Essex. Another soft dismissal, fairly similar to that of Matthew Fisher, Tom Wesley. Well, I said he wouldn't take an easier catch than the wicket before, probably for the rest of his career, but that's given it a run for its money. And Surrey find themselves 9 down. Chahar goes for 9.
Yeah, that just sort of sums it up, really. You've got Tom Laws at one end, who's played very nicely for his 28. Yeah, he's had a couple of moments, but he's 28 not out. Chahar is trying to flick one through mid-wicket and just chips it straight to mid-on. So 9 down now, Surrey, and Dan Worrell will make his way out to the middle. But at tea, Surrey, you know, I thought actually Surrey had just about evened up the session. It was 101 for 4 at tea. So Surrey are 50 for 5 since tea. And as we know, in the first division, you cannot have a bad hour hour and a half, because then you really are playing catch up in the game. But I think they'll look the run out and the Fisher dismissal and that dismissal from Rahul Chahar. Not given wickets to Essex, because you're not giving wickets to the opposition, but they're 3 dismissals that they'll all sit there and think, we didn't need to be doing that. And that's suddenly 161 for 6. Anyway, Dan Worrell is out there, which is always interesting, and it enables us to play the game. Whose equipment has he borrowed? He won't take a guard as usual. He's having a laugh and a joke with all the Essex players as he gets out there, because he quite enjoys his batting.
Does he? Doesn't own a bat?
I'll work this out when I can see what bat he's using.
Here comes Cook again, looking to wrap up this innings. Bowling to Worrell, who plays that up to Tom Wesley, no run. He's got a New Balance.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who else uses that.
Jamie Smith.
Yeah, he may have kept to Jay Smith.
Cook comes steaming in again under the floodlights. Bowls outside off stump. Worrell has a big waft at that and misses. That goes through to Michael Pepper.
Well, he'll play some shots here, Worrell, and he may as well, because actually, to be fair to Dan Worrell, and he can bat. But there's no point now saying to Dan Worrell, listen, can you get out there and grit it out? Because it should have been other people who manage that. It's not down to Dan Worrell to score the runs, really.
And I think
he might well be out there with the ball fairly soon.
I think he'll enjoy these conditions, won't he? He's got one more ball of Cook's over to survive, and he gets in behind it nice and solidly. Plays it back to Cook. So that ends Sam's 14th over. He's got 3 wickets now, and that last one of Chahar was a particularly soft dismissal, and Cook didn't even bother celebrating. He just sort of turned around and sort of shook his head.
I think the problem is you can almost get into a habit of getting knocked over cheaply, and it happened twice against Nottinghamshire. It's going to happen here against Essex, and the bowlers got them back into it in the Nottinghamshire game, and they're going to have to do the same here. It is quite gloomy out there. I just wonder if Surrey were to sort of get knocked over here, whether the Essex innings would start with a new ball, fresh batters at the crease. You sometimes, they're quite happy with it at the moment, but with 2 new batters out there and a new ball, the umpires might be slightly loath to get started in this light, because all of a sudden we've just got lots of cloud above us with the floodlights on. Actor, who's bowled very nicely today, 2 for 23 for him. They bowled really well altogether, but I think they'd say they haven't been made to work too hard for some of these wickets. As Actor was halfway through his run-up and then aborted because Tom Laws wasn't ready. Laws 28 off 38 deliveries. So 3 bowling points for Essex. So that moves Essex on to the grand total of 110 points. As over the wicket is Actor, and this is whipped by Laws straight down the ground for 4.
Sure.
Great shot, just slightly over pitched by Actor, and this is what I mean. Tom Laws is playing so well. Just needs a bit of support at the other end, because that's a great shot from Tom Laws, slightly over pitch from Actor. He's just whipped it straight down the ground for 4. So Laws is on to 32 here from 39 deliveries. Surrey move on to 165 for 9. The field's a couple of slips, a third man. There's a sweeper out there on the deep backward point boundary. Extra cover, deepish mid-off, long on now. Wesley stayed down at long on, so there's an easy single down the ground. Not from that delivery, because it's short and dropped. Pulled off his hip. And it's Sam Cook down there. And as catches go, for somebody like Sam Cook, it's not the hardest catch. He's sort of indicating he lost it in the floodlights there, I think. It was just helped off his hip by Tom Laws, and he's picked out Sam Cook. But Cook's sort of indicating in the way he went to take the catch that he lost that in the floodlights. So it's a life for Tom Laws.
I'll be disappointed there, Sam. He's usually a pretty safe pair of hands, and never easy when you have to dive forward. I think it's just the impact of his elbows on the ground when he spilt that.
2 slips and a gully for Worrell. Actors into him. Oh, shout for LBW going down the leg side. Now they're going for the catch in the gully, thinking there may have been a bit of bat on that, and it flew straight to Critchley. And after all that excitement, umpire Nigel Long just wanders off and says not out on both fronts.
That was very optimistic from the Essex players. That was going way down leg side and nowhere near Worrell's blade, which we think he might have borrowed from Jamie Smith.
I don't think there's anybody else who uses that manufacturer these days. As he settles himself down over his bat once more. Actors over the wicket to him. It's short, that'll be 4.
Shot.
That gives Worrell the opportunity to throw his hands through it. And as I say, he can bat down Worrell. He's got his own method. And that's whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Worrell's off the mark with that boundary. And it's 170 for 9.
That's made a glorious sound off the bat. It's just reverberated round Chelmsford. Actor's got both hands on his hips thinking, hey, number 11.
Magnificent flourish as well.
Lovely shot.
From Dan Worrell there.
He's gone for 9 already this over.
I think Actor will realise don't go short and wide to him. Because he will throw absolutely everything at it, Dan Worrell. Does in again. And Worrell swing and a miss. Looking to put that in the river. He's to go over mid-on there because Wesley is up at an orthodox mid-on. Had he connected with that, it might well have ended up in the river, but he didn't get anywhere near it, I don't think. Cook today, outstanding figures. 3 for 32 off 14. Porter 1 for 56 off 14. Snater 2 for 31 off 9. Actor 2 for 32 off the final ball of his 10th. Yorker dug out by Worrell. And they'll think about a single, but there won't be one there because Allison comes around to do the fielding. End of the over, 170 for 9. So they've really bowled well all together. Everybody's done their job. Even Charlie Bennett, who bowled 3 overs, and then that was the end of his game, bowled very nicely.
Yeah, and they've caught well. Essex, there's been a couple of chances in the slips. Critchley and Harmer both pouched them. And that's always important. And I think now these two have got a bit of a licence, there's 2 Surrey batters, to have some fun, have a hit. Can they get their side anywhere in and around 200?
It's interesting as well with the scorecard of this first inning. So against Nottinghamshire, Thomas top scored with 48. And at the moment he's top scoring with 43. So that sort of tells the tale really. Starts there's starts, but nobody's really gone on.
It's when you need a Dom Sibley to just sort of drop anchor, but he
absolutely.
can't do it every game,
No, he
can he?
can't. No,
you can't
no,
rely
no.
on him every game.
No.
And Cook's going to continue. He's into his 15th over here, bowling to Laws, who just plays that soft hands up to long on. Tom Wesley runs off the boundary and field, so Essex quite happy to let Worrell have the strike, and he's now going to have to face, well, up to 5 balls of Sam Cook's bowling.
I know this sounds a very strange thing to say, young James, but I can smell rain. I often think you can smell rain.
Yeah, rain on concrete.
Yes,
I
I can smell rain. I think there might be some rain coming.
That is a particularly dark cloud just hanging over above us to our right, isn't it? Not too much blue sky present past that, so we'll have to wait and see. But Sam Cook is going to continue looking for this final Surrey wicket. In he comes bowling to Worrell. Oh, Worrell goes to leave that, but gets in a bit of a muddle. And he, in the end, plays that quite nicely, really, into the ground, and it's fielded by Matt Critchley at 3rd slip.
He's kept well today, Critchley. You haven't really noticed him, which is always a good sign.
They've been very solid in there. And Walter, Harmer, Critchley, and Pepper with the gloves, all very safe pairs of hands. And well, Worrell will be lining Cook up here, who's in again and bowls, and he goes for a big hoik, and he's nailed that, and that is going to race away to the fence through mid-wicket, taking no prisoners here. Dan Worrell, Surrey's number 11. He's playing some shots, and he's middled that again. 4 runs.
Well, he's just shoved his front foot down the pitch and then swung hard at it. And it's very effective from D. Worrell. He has opened for Surrey as well. Yes. When Surrey were chasing something like 10 against Warwickshire, and then unfortunately he was out. I don't think he made a run, but playing that sort of shot.
Yeah. Well, why not? Here's Cook again. He won't have liked that previous ball. Oh, and that takes the inside edge as well as another wild hack at it. And that is going to be 4 runs through fine leg. So Worrell causing a bit of a nuisance of himself out there in the middle. He's 12 off 10. 3 boundaries in pretty quick succession.
Well, that one will annoy Cook even more. Big inside edge past his leg stump. Valuable runs though.
Absolutely, and an ungainly swipe, but Worrell won't mind at all. And Surrey just edge up closer to 200, 179 for 9 now. And how can Cook respond? Here he is, bowling to Worrell. Oh, he plays a lovely on drive. He's not going to pick up a run for it, but he's he's looking all right here.
Yeah,
isn't he?
well,
He's said all day he can bat.
He's got his own method, but it's effective. It really is. And he can hit the ball in very strange areas. Remember when Clay Mushtaq used to bat? He'd play a pull shot and it would go over extra cover for 4, and then he'd play an extra cover drive and it'd go through mid-wicket for 4, and it was very difficult to set a field to him.
A bit like Graham Smith in South Africa. Here's Cook again to Worrell. There's a bouncer. You can see Cook wasn't happy with some of the shots Worrell's played in that over. Dug one in short and Worrell just ducks underneath that. Yeah, Graham Smith used to play the cover drive through mid-wicket. It's one of his trademarks. A hell of a player. That's 53 overs done. Essex, 179 for 9.
I know he's a different character entirely, but when there was all the chat about who will be the next England Test captain, and you tend to forget that what was Smith, 21, when he got the South African Test captaincy.
He was young, wasn't he?
And then his first tour was here, and he made a double 100 in the first Test at Lords. Nasser couldn't remember his first name. Can't remember what he called him, but it wasn't Graham.
Yeah, remembered after them.
Yes. As Actor will continue down below us from this Sir Alistair Cook end. Field spreads out for Tom Laws. I think they want Worrell on strike here. So Tom Wesley's making his way down to long on. So there's a single here if he wants it, Tom Laws. Had that life in the previous over, dropped by Sam Cook. Actor, it's a short ball, he's top edging a hook. This is going to go away for 4, and this will start to annoy Essex now. They want to get this done and dusted, and I'm not sure they'll be able to get out there and bat because it is pretty gloomy here now. But that's 4 more to Tom Laws. He's on to 38. 183 for 9 now, sorry.
This happened to Essex against Somerset, albeit different circumstances. They couldn't get out Pretorius. Somerset's number 11.
Over the wicket he comes once again. Oh, that's a good one. That's out. Great delivery. Climbed, and he felt he had to play at that, Tom Laws, and I'm not surprised. Little outside edge, and the catch is taken by Pepper, and that means Surrey are all out for 183. Laws the last to go for 38. Worrell 12 not out. Actor finishes with 3 for 36, and that was a very good bit of bowling to get rid of Tom Laws.
Yeah, superb, and he's bowled well all day, Akhtar, and he's got his reward. 3 wickets for him, 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 2 for Shane Snater, 1 for Jamie Porter, and the run out. So Surrey sort of stumbled their way to 183. It was a good knock from Tom Laws, 38 from 43, and Worrell made 12 from 12, so some useful runs, and he's probably going to have a big say in this game if Surrey are to turn this around. And ground staff come out with the roller and the lights are on, and we'll see if Essex's openers do come back out.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the light now actually and having a bit of a chat about it, the 2 umpires. It'll be very interesting to see if we do get started. So yes, I think we'll have 19 overs remaining today. So Surrey will look to sort of bowl themselves back into this. Essex will just be hoping that if they do go out there, it's only for a couple of overs, and then they pull them off for the light. Porter and Elgar, 2 lefties who had a lovely opening partnership at the Kia Oval this season. Porter made 100. I think they put on about 180 for the first wicket in the game earlier in the season.
Yeah,
they played really well. Walter got a lovely 100, and Elgar made 90 or 92 Alga. They put on 183 for the first wicket. They were 128 without loss at lunch on day one, and also made 101. So, well, if they do the same here, they're going to be in a mighty fine position.
Very happy with that. I think the
really are.
Conditions are probably not conducive for batting, but they can't be afraid here. They need to come out and play positively, because they really need a win in this game, and obviously the rain is going to have a big part to play, particularly on Saturday, I think. So Essex want to come out here and rack up a big score, get some first innings batting points. They've done exceptionally well with the ball and in the field, and they need to make this good start count now.
Well, we'll take a little break in between the innings and be back with you for the Essex reply. But Surrey all out for 183.
Chelmsford against Surrey. Surrey having been bowled out for 183. And now Essex will try and build themselves a first innings lead on what is now a gloomy Chelmsford. The floodlights are taking more of an effect. The skies are darkening and we may well have a little bit more rain on the way. I'm Victoria Polly from BBC Essex alongside Mark Church, BBC London colleague, and we're on the BBC Sport website and app bringing you commentary of this one. And you were saying, Mark, you felt a bit of rain, or was that just more out of hope than anything else?
No, I smelt some rain, and then I went outside in that little interval, and there are a few drops about. It is very gloomy, and we're going to get started. I'm not sure we'll get through these 19 overs because I don't see it brightening it up. But Surrey have got to make full use of these conditions now. Knocked over for 183, so they're below 200, and they'll be looking to their bowlers to get them back into this. But yeah, if we get through these 19 overs, Surrey have got to make full use of the 19 overs. I was saying to James, of course, Elgar and Walter put on 183 for the first wicket in the game earlier in the season.
It will be Worrell to bowl to Dean Elgar in his final 5 matches of professional cricket, and immediately gets struck on the arm and walks away from the crease. He won't like that.
Well, that's a concern for Surrey. What did I say about Elgar? Don't hit him in the first over. And first ball was let from just back of a length and gone straight into his chest. Now this tends to focus Elgar up. Gus Atkinson hit him on the hand back at the Kia Oval with about the 3rd delivery of the game, and that really got him focused up. So yeah, this will be interesting. And the other thing with that, Victoria, is that just makes the umpires twitchy about the light as well.
Yeah, Dean Elgar grimacing and just rubbing the chest from that first delivery as Worrell runs away from us again into Elgar. That beats the outside edge. This could be lively, depending on how many overs we see here in the final throws of day 1.
Yes, and I think Surrey have just got to use this passage of play. They're up against 2 very fine opening batters. Paul Walter looking very tall as usual, just leant on his bat at the non-striker's end.
2 dot balls to begin with then, as Worrell is into Elgar, who leaves that one late.
But Elgar's been in these situations so many times. You're almost, if you're Dean Elgar, just playing on instinct here. It's almost muscle memory of being in these conditions with floodlights on and top quality bowler going at you. It's almost just instinct as much as anything. But there's something about Elgar, if he gets hit early, normally he's still there with a big score to his name a bit later on.
He's faced 3 deliveries so far. He gets bat on this one, just pushes up to mid-on for no run. And he's the first to admit that his form hasn't been up to standard this season. That century coming against Surrey, but really, last week he got a half century in the second innings for Essex, but they needed more of that earlier on in that game and more occasions through the season. But he said they've got 5 games to go. Still anything is possible in this county championship season, in this Division 1 table. But he's got a job to do in this session as Worrell is in. He tries to turn that one round the corner, not timed. It just drops into the pitch.
It might be a bit like last week where batting points were an absolute premium, and it will be the bowlers that dominate in this game, because even tomorrow I think the weather's meant to be dry, but it's not going to be blue sky and sun beating down, so you don't see the pitch changing a great deal. It's a good pitch. There is just something in there for the bowlers. So it's a good battle between the bat and the ball.
Final delivery of the over. That strikes Elgar. Big appeal. Umpire unmoved. End of the over. It's a maiden to start, but we're certainly seeing activity out there for Dan Worrell. And Essex yet to get off the mark in reply to 183 for Surrey in their first innings.
And that's experience from Elgar, because it has just pitched outside leg, but look where he goes off to once it's hit his pad. He walks straight towards square leg. So for the umpire, if you're not too sure, Algar's walking straight towards the leg side, as if it's pitched outside leg stump. I think it just about did, but he was moving straight towards square leg there, Algar. So it'll be Matthew Fisher to get us started from the Graham Gooch end. Paul Walter will be on strike. 3 slips in there for the left-handed Walter. Sibley at first, Thomas at second. Sorry, Pope at second, Thomas at third. Lemraw is at a deepish backward point. Here is Fisher then, down the slope, over the wicket to Walter, who's pulling the bat inside the line of this that just climbs on him a touch. Nicely bowled by Matt Fisher. So it's a nice start this from Worrell and Fisher. It's not looking straightforward out there for Messrs Algar and Walter. Did we ever get an answer to Oakley's excellent question?
Oh, he reminded me to check my
Do you know who's
emails.
been at Lord's today? He gave a team talk and has been on Test Match Special. The man I had my photo with this morning at the statue, Mr. Graham Gooch.
Oh,
As Fisher is in, and that's the first runs. Leg byes they'll be. It's come off the buttock, really, of Walter, trying to flick that down to fine leg. Sort of hit him on the bottom, actually, and it didn't hit the thigh guard, and it flies away down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 leg byes. So yes, G. Gooch gave a team talk this morning. I think he's been on Test Match Special.
I'm not sure if it's worked. 243 for 9.
Ah, although I think it's been quite tough there today.
Yeah.
As Fisher is in, and Walter's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. What will be interesting is when Pakistan bat,
Yes.
because it's their batting that's a bit of an issue. Although Babar Azam is back for Pakistan, which is always a help. But yes, their batting did look an issue in the first test. They may have to go out tonight for some tricky overs, because there'll still be cricket at Lord's this evening. Walter settles over his bat once more. Fisher right arm over the wicket to Walter, and Walter's letting this one go outside his off stump. And Folks takes that behind the sticks, moving away to his left. He's got Tom Laws out there at extra cover. The captain Rory Burns is at mid off. Rahul Shah is at mid on. Josh Blake is at mid wicket, and then Worrell will be underneath the stand to our right hand side at long leg. Walter with that bat raised in the air as Fisher's into him, and Walter's beautiful delivery from Fisher. That's beaten his inside edge. That has cut Walter in half, that delivery. It's a beautiful delivery from Matt Fisher. Bounce and knit back, and as I say, beat the inside edge of Walter's bat.
Yeah, this reply is not going to be easy for Essex.
They wouldn't mind coming off now for some bad light. Fisher in over the wicket, he comes to Walter. Walter's off the mark, inside edge, down towards long leg, and you can't see Dan Worrell down there, but it's away for 4 because Worrell can't get round to that. So Walter off the mark with a boundary, but it was a tough over from Matthew Fisher. 2 overs gone. Essex, in reply to Surrey's 183, find themselves 8 without loss.
I got offered the chance to go to Lord's today, but I wanted to be here with you.
Oh, Victoria. Well, we are delighted to have you here. And you've been to Colchester as well.
I've had a very busy day.
You've had a very busy day. Just think you could have sat at Lord's with a nice drink.
Let someone else do
Let
the
someone
work.
else do all the work. Why would you want to be at Lord's when you could be here?
I'd rather be at Chelmsford. We're on his way to Elgar, and that one again just beats the edge of Elgar's bat. Interesting battle going on here between these two.
The thing with Dean Elgar as well is he can lull you into a full sense of security, because even when he's playing really well at times it looks a bit awkward and uncomfortable, but he's been genuinely beaten by that delivery. It's a lovely bit of bowling from Dan Worrell with his new very short haircut.
Yes, James was remarking.
Very
on
short
that.
haircut.
As Worrell is in, and Elgar dabs at that one, takes a hand off the bat, trots through for his first run.
It'd be interesting to see how Rory Burns goes about this as well with Worrell and Fisher. Laws could be a handful in these conditions as well. No Jordan Clark, of course. So he's got two spinners in Chahar and Lamraw. And if he needed him, he could bowl a bit of Adam Thomas.
9 without loss. As Worrell is into Walter, the first time he's faced up to the Surrey bowler, and that one's left alone outside the off stump.
But so used to Surrey over the last few years with the 4 or 5 man seam attack and then a bit of spin. Well, today it's a three man seam attack, 2 spinners and a bit of Adam Thomas. So it's a different looking Surrey attack for this game. Walter cannot believe that.
He stood still looking at the umpire as Surrey celebrate. They take a wicket in the 3rd over of this Essex reply. Walter goes for 4, Essex 9 for 1.
Well, Walter cannot believe that's been given. I don't think Elgar can either. And Walter's slowly making his way off for 4. They obviously heard something. But Walter, he did well there actually to get himself off the pitch and walk, but he doesn't think he's anywhere near that. And umpire long up goes the finger. Walter is just a complete look of disbelief that that's been given. Low catch from Ben Folkes, and Surrey have an early breakthrough, but you can't see Walter because he's got his helmet on, but it is just an absolute look of shock and disbelief that the finger goes up. He looks absolutely perplexed by that decision. And then he waits a little bit, but he did well because he did get himself moving towards the pavilion. So Tom Wesley makes his way out to the middle. They heard something because they all went up behind the stumps. But Walter just got a massive shock there.
Yeah, it wasn't obvious from the replay, was it? It was one of those ones where you'd probably be watching it back a few times on DRS and the Snicko,
don't you?
To tell you whether there's not an obvious deviation, but he's kept the bat inside the line.
It's an interesting one in that the slips go up straight away, and Worrell goes up straight away, and Folkes goes up straight away. So they've obviously heard.
It wasn't a hopeful appeal. It was we've heard something.
But Walter just got an absolute shock there when the finger went up by Nigel Long. Well, Walter, who got the 100 back at the Kia Oval's gone, and Essex 9 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 183.
And it's an early appearance at the crease for the Essex captain Tom Wesley, right-hander. 2 balls of this over left as Worrell is into Wesley, immediately gets bat on ball and defends that one into the onside for no run.
Chahar gets round to do the fielding to his right. Well, tomorrow is a new day, but again, with the conditions, I said earlier, batting points look quite hard to come by at the moment. Surrey all out for 183, Essex 9 for 1 in reply.
Yeah, Essex with 3 bowling points.
Well, the extraordinary thing last week was Somerset were the only team to get a batting point in Division 1.
Worrell into Wesley, who's up on the toes defending that one. End of the over, Essex 9 for 1, with Walter departing in that over for 4 runs, caught behind off the bowling of Dan Worrell.
Yep, and Surrey will take them however they can get them tonight. Matthew Fisher will continue. But yeah, all the slips went up. They were absolutely convinced there was a noise. But as I say, Walter sort of looked up and then looked absolutely dumbstruck when umpire long. And it wasn't one of those where, oh, I'm disappointed that I've got a nick on that. It was, I haven't got a nick on that. Oh my goodness. I've been given out, and actually he did very well because he managed to sort of slowly drag himself towards the pavilion, Paul Walter, because they're very hot on that these days, the umpires. Any histrionics, oh dear. to fill in a report and everything. Normally sat in a dugout somewhere. Here is Fisher then, around the wicket to Dean Algar. He's had a fiddle at a good length delivery going away from him. Outside is off stump. It's taken by Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. It's certainly been entertaining today. Wickets normally do make a day entertaining.
We've seen plenty of action.
Yeah, we've had 11 wickets already today. And we lost a whole session this morning. We didn't start till 1:30. So the game's moving forward. Around the wicket comes Fisher once again to Algar. Algar just pops this into the offside, and Thomas dives across from third slip to do the fielding. So Algar picks up another single. He moves on to 2. Essex move on to 10 for 1. Sort of at that time of the season, Victoria, where I cannot remember what day of the week it is.
It's Thursday.
Thank you. They all sort of merge into one big long day.
And we've also, over this period of the county championship, we're swapping days quite a lot, aren't we? So we're beginning on different days of the week.
Yeah, because next week
it's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday, and then it's a Tuesday start.
It's getting earlier every week.
Yes. As in over the wicket once again comes Fisher. That beats Wesley. Good bit of bowling. Just a nod back from Wesley to Fisher there. Just held its line. Beats the outside edge. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 3. Essex are out there with the bat after Surrey all out for 183. Essex are 10 for 1. Paul Walter caught behind off down Worrell for 4, but he didn't look best pleased with the decision. Paul Walter, I don't think he thought he got anything on it. As in over the wicket comes Fisher to the captain Tom Wesley, little outside edge. Thomas does very well there because it bounced awkwardly in front of him, Adam Thomas at third slip, and he got everything behind it, including his shoulder. Now he's a young man, he's got lovely teeth, but he was in grave danger there of taking a trip to the dentist. But he did very, very well there. Dean Algar, 2 not out. Tom Wesley's just come out there to the middle. So we've had 11 wickets on this first day. This game's moving forward rapidly. Fisher is over the wicket to Wesley. Hello. That takes off a good length. He's played that really well, Tom Wesley. Bottom hand came off the bat. That would have hurt. Wesley's just gone for a little wander there. Played that so well. That could have ballooned off his glove towards Worrell at backward point, but that has leapt off a length. There's a bit out there. There really is. We're under the lights. We've got dark cloud. It's not easy this for Essex. And Surrey are trying to get themselves back into this. We have got an official 15.1 overs remaining in the day.
I can't see us getting to that point.
No, I can't. And I can understand what Wesley's doing here. A, that's a hurt. And B, he's going to take a bit of time here. Because I think from an Essex perspective that they would not be unhappy to head indoors.
And I think the physio is going to come and take a look at this.
Fisher looks really annoyed. Fisher wanted to come in and bowl. He's just found a spot that's leapt at Wesley. But Wesley now's called for the physio. Burns isn't happy with this either. Rory Burns has just wandered over. So just waiting for the physio. But the reason that Burns has just wandered over, I don't think there's anything bad in it at all, but it's taken a bit of time for Tom Wesley to decide to call for the physio. So the physio now, Victoria, has to play his role by, if Wesley's thumb is okay, just making it look a bit worse than it is here, because this is just eating up some time as it gets a bit darker. Mackenzie Jones there has just put in a magnificent leap.
It's Charlie Bennett.
Charlie Bennett, my apologies.
But he was very excited
it's
to come out with...
a magnificent leap over the pitch.
Yeah.
With a drink. So yes, this is going to be a
there was a little wince there from
thorough
Tom Wesley.
Thorough examination here of that nail.
He did the first game of the season at Hampshire. He was the first player to have an injury replacement because he had the hand injury. So he has had a serious one earlier in the season, but he does look like he's okay, and this is just eating up some of the time with Essex batting out there in difficult conditions, having already lost the wicket.
Oh, he
of
wants
Paul
something. He
Walter.
now wants something from the dressing room.
New
That's
gloves.
Tom Wesley. I think it's one of those little things you can put over your thumb to give it a little bit more protection. So now the umpires are wandering over. Rory Burns has wandered over again. So it's taken quite a bit of time, this. Video's doing his job very well. But now we're waiting for Charlie Bennett to come back with, I think it's that you can get those, they're like bits of plastic that
Yes,
you can put over.
I'm aware of the toe version.
Right.
Because my boyfriend is a bowler and he wears them to bowl, and we just get mixed up with all the white socks in our house. You know, what's mine is yours. And at the moment, I'm getting very frustrated. Every time I put a pair of white socks on, they've got a hole in the toe because that toe protector just works its way through the sock. And so we've got a lot of pairs of socks in the house that have a massive hole in the sock.
And which toe is it for? The
big toe.
Yes. Well, Derek Pringle, of course, famously used to cut out the front of his boot. So his big toe used to stick out the front of his boot as well.
Maybe I'll suggest that instead of...
Of course, he famously as well. Did he break a toe by dropping a jar of mayonnaise on it, taking it out the fridge, and missed a test match? I think it was something along those lines. It's one of the great weird injuries.
Yes. I'm trying to recall. I have read his book, but I can't remember that story. Is Tom Wesley's still waiting, is he? Or he's got the attention he needs? Now the umpire's going to come across and have a chat with Rory Burns.
Yeah, Rory Burns is not happy. Wesley's and the physio are having a chat. I'm not sure Mackenzie Jones brought the right thing out. So I think now Mackenzie Jones has gone into the actual dressing room to find the bit of plastic for Tom Wesley. Nathan Barnwell's now bringing out a drink for Ben Folkes. And meanwhile, it's getting a bit gloomier. So we're now waiting for
Charlie Bennett.
Sorry, not Mackenzie. I'm obsessed with Mackenzie Jones because I thought he bowled so well in the one-day game that I'm keeping an eye on Mackenzie Jones, even though he's not even here. I've sort of got him on the brain. So I think, here comes Charlie Bennett. I can Holby City this now. I'm fascinated to see what he's going to bring out. So yes, we're now waiting for another. Oh look, he's sort of pointing with
demonstrating what he's got
with the bit of plastic. Now, is this the right one for Mr. Wesley? He looks a bit happier with this one, does Tom Wesley? It was a cracking delivery, but Fisher just wanted to get in bowling, and then Wesley. Now, interestingly, he's getting it taped up. So I think for Tom Wesley, all joking aside, as you said, he had that finger injury. But I think he's got that taped up now. Whatever it was that was brought out to him from Charlie Bennett, I think he's attached that to his thumb or his forefinger.
Yeah, there's definitely some strapping going on, and you know it's going on for some time when the BBC Sport website have it down as a delay for injury.
Yes, they put that on a lot now.
Yeah.
Delay for injury.
Elsewhere, Glamorgan 110 for 7 in reply to Hampshire's 162. Everything else is closed for the day. Sussex 77 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 202 all out. And Yorkshire 144 for 5 in their game against Leicestershire.
Well, Wesley's okay now. Interesting thing about that as well was Wesley actually put the plaster on himself. So he's eating up a bit of time as well. Fisher. He's in. Oh, Wesley's taking that off middle stump. Whips it into the leg side and it's picked up by Tom Laws. So we're underway again. And there are 15 overs to go. 10 for 1. Algar will soon be sent. I can't see you down there. Where are you? I want to meet you for a half-time chat, but I can't see you now.
and understandably, Surrey at the end of that over racing into
Yes.
their position.
I think
for
they
the next
know they're
over.
not getting these 15 overs in, so they're desperate to try and pick up another couple in the time that we're going to have, because it's certainly not getting any brighter.
No, those floodlights are on here at Chelmsford as Worrell begins the 5th over. Elgar facing, and Elgar takes his hand away this time.
This is why Surrey want to stay out there. That's
And now the
leapt off a
umpires will
length.
come and have a chat.
Yeah, we're coming off here because now Wesley's been hit and now Elgar's been hit, and those balls were both off a length and just leapt.
And I think here the umpires are going to say,
yeah, well,
off
they'll
we go.
come off here, and Rory Burns will be absolutely livid about this. But you've just had two batters with balls off a length. Now they'll take a light meter reading. Rory Burns will be saying, but look, it hasn't changed. Now the umpires are taking light meter reading. Here comes the physio. Dean Elgar's off to get treatment. Are we coming off? I can't tell whether. Yeah, we are. So Burns will be having a long chat here with Nigel Long. But I think the problem he's got, Rory Burns, is that Wesley got hit, and then straight away Elgar's got hit. So Nigel Long and Rory Burns, they're having a very long conversation, aren't they? It's quite animated from Nigel Long, this. But off go Wesley and Elgar. Off goes Surrey. I'm not sure they'll get back out there today, you know. What are we, 25 minutes past 6?
yeah, Rory Burns and his son Hat just holding his hands out, looking at the sky, probably explaining his point of view to the umpire. He wants to stay out there. It's been difficult for Essex when it comes to batting. Paul Walter, as a judge, to have been caught behind. He's gone for 4, Essex 10 for 1, but Tom Westley struck on the hand. Dean Elgar has been struck as well, and I think that's what the umpires are explaining to Surrey as the players go off, and it's not going to get any better. So I think that may well be it for day one. Of course, if we do get any more play, we'll be here with you on the BBC Sport website and app to take you through it. But I think Essex will be fairly happy with what has happened so far today, bowling Surrey out for 183, and they'll be wanting to get themselves a first innings lead. It won't be easy, and we've still got some wet weather around for the rest of this game, but considering they didn't get play underway until 1:30 today, that will be a good day's work for Essex. Still just shy of 15 overs remaining in the day, but very unlikely we will see that as Rory Burns trudges off the pitch after his discussion with the umpires.
Yes, he's walking like he's having a little walk in the park now. He did have hands behind back for the start of his walk. Now he's slowly making his way back to the pavilion.
That's the cue for some of the supporters here at Essex, who I've been very impressed were here ready to come in despite the rain this morning, and have seen...
Do they go home? Or do they just stay here for the night?
Well, with the cushions
With
and
the
everything,
cushions,
I'm
very
sure
nice.
they probably could do, but they've seen 11 wickets today out on this pitch.
Yeah, I think there'll be some more tomorrow. I don't think this is going to be at all easy for batting. And actually interesting, those two deliveries off a goodish length, hitting both batters on the bottom hand. So the other thing that does, Victoria, is they'll both be in there, Wesley and Elgar, sort of saying, oh my lord, and both having their thumbs and fingers looked at, and for the rest of the dressing room they're like, oh no.
The umpires are still out there. I think there's another light reading going
we're not
on. There's some
getting back out there.
walkie-talkie discussions. Stuart Kerrison, the head groundsman here at Chelmsford, is out there in discussion as well, probably waiting for the call for his team to come on and do what they need to do to the pitch as the umpires collect the bails.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get back out there tonight, because I can't see it brightening up, because we're just enveloped by grey cloud with the floodlights on, and you can see the shadows of the groundsman and the two umpires there from the floodlights, that propeller shape by their feet. So yes, I don't know if we will get back out there, but if there is a bit of rain about tomorrow and conditions are like this, batting is not going to be straightforward tomorrow either.
From your point of view then, first day for Surrey?
Yeah, not a great day with the bat for them. Good toss for Essex to win. I thought they bowled very, very well. I think it was 3 of the dismissals after tea, really. The run out of Lamraw, apologies, first ball after tea, and then Matt Fisher and Rahul Chahar's shots. I think they'll all be disappointed with that. And it's sort of the same as we had in the game against Nottinghamshire last week. Sort of a couple of starts, but nobody going on. And what they'll say to themselves is, from what we've seen in that 4.1 overs, it's not going to be straightforward for Essex with the bat either. So Surrey's bowlers are going to have to try and get them back into the game here, because I think any lead up around 50 is going to be a big old lead in this game, especially if it gets shortened down as well because of the weather. So 50 runs either way, I think, will be a lead that will be a very, very handy lead. So from a Surrey perspective, that's knocking Essex over for about 130. And from an Essex point of view, that's getting up around 230, 250.
Yeah, the weather forecast changing all the time. Tomorrow it's looking drier than first predicted in the morning. Chances of some showers a bit later on in the day, but certainly the percentages have decreased. Saturday, a bit more chance of rain around, and it may well impact the start of play as things look at the moment. The risk of thunder as well, and Sunday as well, light rain showers potentially having an impact, although again that looks more towards the end of the day, so we'll wait and see how that impacts things. Umpires still out there. I'm loath to sort of say we'll go off air while they're still out there chatting.
I think they'll be out there for a while, Victoria. I think this is as much to be seen to be out there as anything, and they're chatting. They are not suddenly going to go now, oh, the lights brighten up, we're going back out there. So I think they'll be out there for a bit chatting with Stuart, and then I think they'll come in, and then they'll come back out again a bit later. But we're certainly not going to be back out there for the next 10-15 minutes without, and then that'll take us up to 6:45.
Well, shall we say
yes?
See you laters for now. It may well be goodbye for day one here at Chelmsford between Essex and Surrey, with bad light stopping play at Essex 10 for 1 in their reply to Surrey's 183. So if we do get any more play towards the end of today, the BBC Sport website and app is where we'll be. If not, I hope you can join us again tomorrow for day 2.
Good luck at Southend.
Thank you.
Right.